Okay. Good evening. Let's call to order the special council meeting closed session of July 29th at 4:34 p.m. The city does not tolerate disruptive behavior at our meetings. This council meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means council can regulate time, place, manner of speech. Speaker comments must be limited to the agenda item being considered by the council. If a speaker's comment is not related to the agenda item, the presiding officer will rule the speaker out of order. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of disagreement with the content of their speech. Location and online meeting details are available on the council agenda. Use the show captions button to view captions on Zoom. Following the closed session, the study session on modernization and expansion of public library services in Sunnyvale will begin at 6 p.m., followed by the regular council meeting at 7 p.m. We encourage the public to stay tuned and participate in the study session and the regular meeting. City Clerk, may we have roll call?
Mayor Klein.
Present.
Vice Mayor Sell.
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros.
Present.
Councilmember Mellinger.
Present.
Councilmember Srinivasan.
Present.
Councilmember Chang.
Present.
Councilmember Lay.
Present.
7 present.
Okay, members of the public will now have an opportunity to address council on the closed session item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk and use the raised hand feature now or the dial *9 on the telephone to indicate you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 90 seconds to speak. Okay.
So Vice Mayor, we don't have any speakers in person or online indicating a desire to speak to any of the closed session items.
Okay, so the agenda items for the closed session will be A, B, C, and D on the agenda, and they will involve the following topics. Item A, workers' compensation appeal, Tracy Hearn versus City of Sunnyvale. Item B, workers' compensation appeal, David Hartman versus City of Sunnyvale. Item C, workers' compensation appeal, Joseph Andre versus Sunnyvale. Conference with labor negotiators regarding negotiations with Sunnyvale Public Safety Managers Association. So I will close public comment. We don't have any public comments.
Correct. No,
Okay.
no public comment.
I will close public comment. Council will now adjourn to closed session. See you back at 7 p.m.
Sorry, Anna.
Oh, 6 p.m. 6 p.m. My bad. Good evening. Let's call to order special council meeting, study session, July 29th, 2025 at 6 p.m. The city does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. The council meetings is considered a limited public forum, which means the council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speakers' comments must be limited to the agenda item being considered by the council. If a speaker's comments are not related to agenda item, the presiding officer will rule the speaker out of order. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of disagreements with the content of their speech. Location and online meeting details are available on the council agenda. Scan the on-screen QR code or click the language access and translation link on the council agenda to read and listen along in more than 60 different languages. Use the show caption button to view captions on Zoom. Following the study session, the regular council meeting will begin at 7 p.m. City Clerk, may we please have the roll call?
Mayor Klein,
Present.
Vice Mayor Sell,
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros,
Present.
Councilmember Mellinger,
Present.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Present.
Councilmember Chang,
Present.
Councilmember Lay.
Present.
7 present.
Okay, so we'll be moving on to our study session. Item 250525, item E, alternative options for modernization and expansion of public library services in Sunnyvale. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is. And for the sake of efficiency, I'm going to run through the PowerPoint, but we do have several ELT members here to help answer questions because this kind of topic touches on so many of our departments. But our city manager, Tim Kirby, is going to kick it off. And then I will continue. Michelle Pereira, Director of Library and Recreation Services.
Great. Thanks, Michelle. So what we're looking for tonight, and Michelle's going to go through a little bit of history, a little bit of detail about some various options, but what we're really looking for from council tonight is some very, very high level direction on what you want us to do next with our library services. And I wanted to really kick off this presentation by emphasizing how important I think our library services are to the community and how important of a piece of our suite of services that the city provides are. In front of you is an infographic of some of the use that we see from the library. 417,000 visitors, 1.6 million items borrowed. I won't go through all of these details, 161,000 card holders. What these numbers tell is a story of one of the most heavily, if not the most heavily used service that the city provides. The library is easily the most frequented city facility by the public. It serves multiple functions, not just as a place for people to borrow books or do research like people think of with traditional library services, but it serves as a place for shelter, for people to get out of the weather, for people to bring their families, folks who live in multifamily homes or multi-generations living in very dense homes due to housing costs. It's an escape. It's a place to go for families to spend a day. It's a place for people to learn. It is a place for children specifically, which is Michelle's going to get in a little bit about that, to learn and to grow and to become really, better members of our community and just better citizens when they're exposed to these services. I can't I can't emphasize enough, like when you work with librarians and you work with folks in this industry, They are some of the most committed public servants that you will meet. And the services that they provide are truly out of their heart and their dedication to public service. And a great example of the recent one, and I know the mayor joined us for this, was we graduated an adult from high school a few months back. We had a little graduation ceremony. That was a service that was provided by the library. That mom was able to get her high school diploma and then is now able to continue her education because of the services they provide. Just an anecdote, one of the first exposures I had to the library was when I started, I was in recycling, as I've shared with council and many people know. And one of my jobs was to handle a book recycling. And I had never been in the back of the library. And this was before all of the automated handling systems that the libraries use. And I was overwhelmed with the work that the library staff were doing to reshelve, to sort books, to help support the community, to serve the public, to do story time or workshops or whatever they were doing. At the time, we had a bookmobile, which was super cool. It went around, basically an RV full of books, went to different locations. We had the Friends of the Library, who are a dedicated volunteer group. So this is a long way of me saying how important I think these services are and how important it is, I think, that we take action today to continue to move forward, to really do something about our facilities that are providing these services. You're about to see probably mid next year the opening of our branch library, which is a little bitty. It's a small library and learning center. It's got some community rooms. It's not on the scale of a full-blown main library, but you will see there what we can bring to the community through our library services, through modern and renovated library services. So like I said, long way of me saying this is really important. We need to do something. And what we're looking for today is some really good and high level direction from council so that staff can move forward and get this ball rolling and get us back on track to modernize our library services. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Michelle. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tim. I'm going to start by giving a little bit of background, going into where we are today, and then move to where we can go in the future. And then a lot of time, hopefully, for questions as well. So as many of you know, and have several of you were on the dais when we brought this forward last year, but we have gone through several studies already on library services. Back in 2006 and 2007, we did a Library of the Future study that really showed what the community wanted in the future. And I will go into some of those details in a moment. Last year, we did a 2024 feasibility study and a lot of outreach to determine what might go into a new library, which resulted in a bond measure. There's also the Civic Center Master Plan that was conducted several years ago to look at what we want in this entire campus and what it should look like. And then in 2007 and 2024, we had ballot measures on. And you can see here just the comparison side by side of the two. I think the most noticeable thing here is 59% and 59%. There was about 0.2 difference in the two of them. So it really did stay flat in terms of what people are willing to support. So the 2007 Library of the Future study, some of the results, of course, we're not going to get into everything that was mentioned, but definitely the children's services was only 11% of the total footprint at the current library. And in today's terms, if you look at that, our circulation and our overall business, it equates to 65% of our checkouts. So there is a big disparity there between the amount of space and the number of materials that are being checked out. The configuration of the library as it is now really does limit the types of things you can do because there have been remodels or additions along the way in the last 60 plus years. The library has become a little compartmentalized, as you will see when you go to the library. Obviously, the technology demands of today are a little bit different than the original wiring and infrastructure of 60 plus years ago. Now, there have been upgrades. Don't think that hasn't happened. But still, the keeping up with technology of today is very difficult, and this building was not built for that. And then also, what people want has changed over the years. People want study rooms. People want greater programming areas. A space dedicated to teens. All of that came out in the 2007 study. And I can tell you that has not changed. Those are still things people are looking for. So as we move forward to the study that was done in 2024 as part of a large outreach campaign, over the course of the 3 different outreach cycles, we reached about 8,000 people. Those responses came at kiosks at city facilities. It came at the farmers market, at different community meetings, really anywhere we could reach people, we tried to. And just a sampling of the types of things that were top of the list for the community: increase in programming and event space, just more spaces, additional dedicated space for children, discovery programs, really looking for a place where kids can grow and learn. More arts and crafts programs, makerspace. Again, the teen area came up. More cultural programs and world language collections. Recreation programs. Again, we are library and recreation services. It would be nice to be able to offer both in one location. And then also really a lot of people responded to outside space and kind of the blending of inside outside and being able to have that experience. I'm not going to get into the specifics of the Civic Center master plan other than it was, the modernization of the Civic Center, the library, DPS, and the outdoor space. But I do want to just acknowledge the success criteria that were part of that because I think that's important. Improve the quality of services, leaders in new service innovation, to be fiscally responsible, accessible to all members of our diverse community, civic and community engagement, increase usability of open space, and leaders in sustainability. I read all of those out loud because regardless of if this is a library or any city facility, I think this is an important and valuable component for us to always think about when it comes to what does success look like in one of our facilities. So what are we trying to solve today and then into the future? Well, need for new building systems. We know that the building systems at the current library are aging and need replacement, need renovation. We also need to update our technology infrastructure. I put this one picture here, the top right, for a specific reason. This was when we had mass power outages in the city. We had 2,600 people come to the library that one day to power up. And we probably had a few too many power strips out there, and I won't mention that out loud again, but we did need to try and help as many people as we possibly could, and they were all there. An increase for children's services, that is abundantly clear. Like I said, 11% of the building, 65% of the business. We have an early learning hub, which is a space for 0 to 5s. It's really focused on brain development for 0 to 5. And this past year, and it's new, it was a grant we received from the state library that unfortunately was passed through money from the federal government. However, I digress. And there were 35,700 visitors to that one space last year. That is a lot of little kids coming in and using that space. And one of the issues, with the early learning space is it's small. It can hold about 25 visitors at a time, which is not a lot. That's a lot of kids in one space. But anyway, it is very well loved. And I just want to put a pin in that 0 to 5 and the importance of that. The Center for the Developing Child from Harvard University said that 90% of all child's brain development happens by age 5. This underscores how foundational early childhood is for cognitive, social, and emotional development, setting the stage for lifelong learning and success. So our small 0 to 5 room is too small. Right now, we anecdotally hear from our library patrons that they will take their kids to other libraries because they have bigger spaces for children and more modernized spaces for children. So the numbers that we have don't really tell the full story, because when it comes to capacity, we will have parents come to the library, for instance, at story time hour and leave because there are too many people there. There are too many strollers and they know they're not, even though technically capacity wise they could fit in, for them it's too busy, there's too many, and they will leave. And also just on when we do satisfaction surveys, I'll just mention that we often get the comment that it's just too crowded during events. So continuing on, what are we trying to solve today? Obviously, going back to it, larger and more programming spaces. So larger space to do large scale programs, but also more spaces that have different functionality and capacity. Right now, when we try to do a very large program that does not fit in our program room, it's really at the expense of other library services that are happening in the library, because we need to move out of the programming room and take over as much of the library as we possibly can. More cultural programming. We had almost 10,000 program attendees at our cultural programs last year. And just a statistic that you might find interesting, 100,000 checkouts from our world language collections. Those are extremely popular. Also, we have heard mentioned here on the dais, as well as, obviously in life in general, the concept of a third space. The City Council has, as part of their updated priorities, have specifically included having a welcoming community, and that includes the library. And when we have almost 1,200 visitors daily, that makes it difficult to have the most welcoming space when you have a lot of people in one space all trying to do something. We do try, in that spirit of being welcoming, we do welcome everyone, and we also try to provide services for everyone. So all ages and stages, all levels of accessibility. We try to provide what we can in order to make sure everyone feels there's something for them there. However, with a newer building and a more updated building, that experience would be that much, much greater. And then also, we're also trying to solve the collection issue. We just, again, a few fun facts for you. We have a lot of items that are very popular. Just the top 10 items in the library have 104 people waiting. Some of those people will not see those items for years. That is how long that wait will be at a 3-week checkout each. The top 20% of the items on hold have 48 people waiting. So it is a lot of people and a very high demand. And one could say, well, can't we just put some money towards and buy more collections so those numbers go down? We could. The issue is where to store them. So when someone returns it and it's waiting for the next person, if everything comes back, or even 50% come back at the same time, there's nowhere to put them waiting for the next person to pick them up. So, and just the last bit about what we're trying to solve is to really look at comparable how we are with neighboring cities. And some of you have seen this slide before when we talked about the 2024 outreach that we did. And this just shows you where we are today, 0.39 at the bottom, and where we will be with Lakewood. So it's about half a square foot for the population that we have compared to the other communities in our other neighboring communities. And So, as we try to be a welcoming community, we are trying to play a little catch up to where the other neighboring libraries are. And as I said, we do hear from a lot of our patrons that they do go to other libraries because there's just more space and it's more updated. So some of the critical infrastructure needs at the existing main library, and I will just preface this by saying doing nothing is not an option for us. New building systems, refurbishments, et cetera, are critical in the existing facility. There's plumbing and sewage issues. Many of you know there's restroom issues that all go together there. Electrical, fire, and security systems need to be upgraded. Data, power, cabling, et cetera, as well as HVAC. And, I won't go into too much detail there. I'll let you ask Chip those questions if you want more detail on those. He loves talking about that. So some options for us on a path forward. And I'm going to go through these and then go into more detail on each of them as I continue. A library master plan, city to review the data that we already have and provide the city council with building recommendations, to explore public-private partnerships, to look at the critical infrastructure needs at the existing library. What can we look at for a future of the existing main library, and potentially some kind of mobile unit or units. So I will say with the library master plan, this is something that where it is, we included it in here as an option for you to consider. It is definitely not going to be our recommendation. It would involve hiring a consultant to create a master plan of new and existing libraries, for recommendations for future libraries, location, partnerships, et cetera. We're looking at maybe $350,000 to $500,000 for a consultant. And once it's funded, maybe 18 months to 2 years to complete. So it is a little bit time consuming. Where what we think we can do is leverage the 2024 community input that we received. Again, we spoke with about 8,000 people, or had about 8,000 surveys completed last year, to really inform our next steps. And some of those options we have included here for your consideration is to lease space in downtown or on El Camino. Look at public-private partnerships for the Civic Center campus. Look at a branch library model, perhaps on the community center campus. And again, like I said, some kind of mobile unit or mobile units. Now, those would be an enhanced service and not an alternate for one of these options. So looking at the future of the existing main library, if our path forward is with that, we do need to look at addressing those critical needs, just to continue the service that we have. We can revisit the renovate and expand, which was one of the options that we brought forth last year in the 2024 findings that was not put forward. Renovate and create a temporary location just for high priority services. And then of course, look at new construction, but instead of 120,000 square foot building, look at something that's similar to the 60,000 square foot facility. A lot of these options things we're talking about right now don't necessarily need to be one. It could be a slate of options for moving forward. So the timing for the recommended steps that we have within the next 5 years, assuming there's funding and staffing resources, to operationalize Lakewood Branch Library. That has been included in the budget for this fiscal year and moving forward. So that is what we're hoping to move on in the early part of 2026, and are on target to do so. Explore options for some kind of leased space. Like I said, look at some kind of mobile unit. Our Library of Things is super popular. Maybe we want to take that on the road. Also, we are library and recreation, so some kind of rec and read mobile might be something fun for the community as well. Superficial renovation of the existing main library. Explore a branch library at the community center. That is a campus that currently has a lot of resources. Perhaps a branch library could work there. Explore public, I keep saying private public, but I wrote public-private partnership for the Civic Center campus. And of course, we need to develop some financing options. So some of those could be done within the 5 years. 5+ years are really a remodel of the existing main library, looking at a new main library, and explore future branch library options. And what we did, just so you're, a very broad brushstroke here, is just to put what departments would be involved if we were to move forward with any of these. So financing options, obviously, this is something that is, we don't have a list of accounts to show you today where we could potentially fund it, but we know we currently have insufficient funds to do most of this work. Some of the options that we can look at are partial cash funding, potential debt financing, again, that public-private partnership for the Civic Center campus, and explore new augmented revenue systems. And you will have a study session coming before you in September on different revenue resources. It will not be specifically for the library, it's for the city in general, but that is coming up ahead. And then really to look to you for any kind of next steps that you would like to see that we can include in the next budget cycle. So some of our staff recommendations, use the recent community input that we received as a basis for the next steps and not do a library master plan. Explore lease options as a short-term solution. Obviously, that would need also to include some kind of tenant improvements. Explore potential public-private partnerships on the Civic Center campus, which may reduce open space. We do want to make sure that's included in there. Explore a branch library at the community center campus. Proceed with critical superficial renovations to the main library, which we need to do regardless. Evaluate a mobile library option as an addition to the other options. Evaluate potential revenue options for this and other capital needs, and solicit council input for those. And then return to council in the 26-27 budget cycle timeframe with some next steps. So once we get some feedback tonight, come back with you within the next budget cycle to provide some next steps for you. So for your consideration tonight, we would love for you to confirm priority to ensure that library facilities are responsible to demand and need and what that priority is. Provide feedback on the recommendations that we've made. Provide any recommendations on what you might want to remove on what we've mentioned. It's, the more we can narrow our focus and work a little bit more on specific ideas would be helpful. And then provide feedback on the potential funding strategies that could help us inform the September finance study session. So with that, I will turn it back over to you for any questions or discussion. And as a reminder, we do have several members of the exec team here that can weigh in on some of those responses.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now ask questions of my colleagues, and please try to keep your comments to about 5 minutes. And then if there's time after public comment, then you can have a second chance. So Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate city staff bringing this study session. This is very, very important. Yeah, just because the bond measure failed, we shouldn't sit back. As you rightly pointed out, library services is a critical service city provides for its residents. From the dashboard, some of the numbers stand out. For example, 1.6 million items were borrowed, which is 10 items per our resident, which is pretty impressive. And then I can go on some of the analysis I have done so far, but suffice it to say, yeah, it's a very, very critical service. One of the feedback I got regarding why measure E failed is, first of all, the cost was a big factor. And then the second one was reusable of the space. Most of the residents thought that we were throwing away a decent building, not a great building, but then we could have reused the building for some other purposes instead of building a new building afresh. And then, so with that in mind, I'm not a big fan of adding in one of the slides you had uh, new construction of similar size, 60K square foot. I think that would be $100 million at least from my calculation. That may not be the right thing to do. But however, I also think that some of the recommendations, straight off the bat, I'm not a big fan of library master plan. We have internal expertise to decide that. We can approach our library board of trustees, or if we need, we can form a committee of citizens who might be interested in participating, just to give us the idea. As you rightly pointed out, the feedback we got was sufficient enough to proceed on this. The next thing I would suggest is, I like some of the options you have proposed. For example, exploring a community center. And then I would suggest, can we move some of the services, some independent service, for example, children services to community service as such. Thereby you have plenty of room, plenty of parking, and that kind of a thing. That way, some of the gachas you said, our patrons are going to other libraries because of lack of space and lack of mobility and other things. So that comes to my mind. And then the other surprising thing when I went through the slides was, in 2007, one of the things they pointed out was the technological deficiency, which was true in the 2024. 17 years, nothing has changed, right? We still have that issue. And then I'm also in favor of Library of Things as a mobile unit, because that can be isolated from the library services. And then those are my comments for now. I am almost 4 minutes into my comments, and then I'll wait for my second turn. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Mayor. And thank you very much to staff for an excellent presentation. Ms. Pereira, I know that it was very difficult for you, for staff, and I believe for this body that the library bond measure failed last year. That said, the results of it show that there is tremendous demand in this community for a new modern library. 59% in any other election would be considered a landslide, right? So I do want to talk about some options here. And one option that I think stands out to me as an excellent option, not just in the short term, but possibly in the long term, is renting space for a library downtown. Having a large format, having the main library be downtown and partnering with one of the existing landowners there could create a tremendously powerful virtuous cycle. People go downtown, they get a cup of coffee, they stop by in the library on their way out, they check out a book, or they go to the library, they check out a book, and then they go get dinner at the bar, right? It gives this will drive business to the downtown. It will drive patrons to the library. I think that this is something that would be just all good. And I would love to see an option for a long-term main library, even if that does require renting space downtown. I think that as I look at some of the other ideas, you mentioned the idea of a public-private partnership. one of the ideas that I brought up in my campaign and before that point was the idea of building civil servant workforce housing on top of a future branch library. Now, the thing with such workforce housing is it would be subsidized, but only at a moderate income level of affordability, which means that if you structured it right, it would turn a profit. That profit could be used to help cross-subsidize a library, right? And cover the costs of the library. Now, we would need to see the studies on all of that, absolutely. But that is something that would help to attract workforce talent in the city. And, this is also something that we might be able to partner with school districts and the college district on. I know the college district in particular is interested in workforce housing for its staff. So it would not be something we would need to do alone. And I do know that other cities, including Chicago, have put affordable housing on top of libraries. So when we look at public-private options in the Civic Center, that is something in particular that I think is worth examining. I also think that a branch library at the community center is very worth exploring. Again, there is going to be, that center is due for the buildings in that center are due for renovation. I don't remember when exactly. Mr. Taylor might know the dates on when that's slated. The grounds are already undergoing renovation. It's getting a library. The senior center is there. And like with the idea of putting a library downtown, there's a virtuous cycle by having a branch library with your senior center. That will increase the number of patrons seeking services at both. And I know also that there are a number of classes and youth activities that take place at the community center. Something I would like to put on the list would be the possibility of a reading room at the Columbia Neighborhood Center. The Columbia Neighborhood Center is pretty small already, but the idea of having, and I'm not talking about a fully staffed branch library here, I'm talking about something that's maybe staffed after school hours, a few hours, 4 hours a day or something, was just a small reading room with probably one librarian or one staff member there to check out and return books. But again, that's right next to Columbia Middle School. The Lakewood Branch Library is great, but is not necessarily hugely accessible if you're south of 101, right? It's comparable to get to the main library as it would be to get to Lakewood. I will say that as we look on, so those are some of the things I'm very interested in. I will say that I am less a fan of the mobile library option. They're cute, but I think they're kind of a bit gimmicky. And when I say that, I mean, like, you kind of have to know where it's going to be, and then you have to know when and where it's going to be, or you just have to kind of get lucky and be there at the same time. And that doesn't strike me as a great service delivery model, frankly. And I think we absolutely do need to be evaluating potential revenue options. And I think I agree with Councilmember Srinivasan that I'm actually not sure. I'm going back and forth on whether we need a library master plan. The problem with master plans is they take up a tremendous amount of work. And I think that for a lot of this, we kind of know what we need to do and we can just do the thing. And I'm not sure I see the benefit of going and spending 2 years developing a master plan. I need to see a stronger value proposition for me to support that. I'm not going to say no right now, but I would need to see a much clearer value proposition. And I'm going to turn off my microphone now, and thank you very much. I may have a second bite at the apple later.
Okay, Councilmember Cisneros.
Yeah. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Michelle, for their presentation and all the staff for the work and all that go, and just say it's, endlessly frustrating that we don't have the resources to get that main the main library building figured out through the bond, we are going to have to address the issue of that building eventually, just because of time and age on materials. Just the way that it works, we're going to figure that out. That's not one of the things that is available to us at this moment. So I really want to focus then on the other alternatives that we have. Number one, I think we should focus our energy on those essential infrastructure upgrades, sewer, water. That's a matter of just having a functional building. And I think that's your bare minimum. Let's have a functional main library building. So when we're thinking about going into next year's budget, I'd love to see something about that there, and let's get that taken care of. It's not just a nice to have, we have a library, we have to take care of the one that we have. Here, I can speak to the very crowded nature of the baby story hours. They're wonderful. There are actually there are families from other cities. They're like, the story hour though is better in Sunnyvale. And so it is full of other cities there. So what I mean to say is the quality, even though we may not have the most updated library, the quality of our programs is very excellent. So I wanted to acknowledge that we do really well there, and seeing that circulation, that 11% to the 64, I think, percent of 11% of the square footage to like 60 something percent of the circulation really emphasizes that need for some kind of expansion. And we do have that new early childhood learning center, which is wonderful, by the way. And so we don't necessarily, I would want to go ahead. We've already built that. So let's keep the children's area where it is. And I love that idea to perhaps expand it into nonfiction, but that leads us to those other options. And there are various interests involved when considering them, in my mind. There is both service level in both the type of services we're offering. Are we offering more of a certain service because of demand? And the accessibility of those services. Where are we offering those services, and how much space are we allocating toward those services in that area? And for that reason, I really love, and it's the community center branch library model really sticks out to me for a couple of reasons. We have the senior center right there, and that is a population who that library access is really important for a lot of reasons, and it's very accessible. We have the history museum there. There's a lot of tie-ins to that outdoor, indoor learning that people are really interested in. And it covers a piece of geography in the city that currently isn't served by the existing main library branch or the upcoming Lakewood branch. It's kind of that other area of the city that just doesn't really have library access. So I love the geographic accessibility there. As far as leasing space and public-private partnerships, in terms of looking at things, I'm like, yeah, let's look into all of the above, because those opportunities, the devil's in the details with that. I would really like to see whatever we do be, not just very temporary. So a lease would be long-term, that partnership would be more long-term, so that we can set expectations for the community that when we offer things, we're not going to take them away, especially when it comes to essential services like this. So I'm very interested. So I do have a question about the funding strategies. When we look at them, would we be considering strategies that could be earmarked revenue, or would it all be more generalized toward the entire city, as was mentioned?
I'm going to ask our finance director, I think Matt is here, to come forward.
Hi, good evening, Matt Paul, I'm your finance director. Ms. Cisneros, it could be a combination of revenues dedicated particularly to the library or more general city services. So the financing options, we can be pretty creative when it comes to those. Just needs to fit kind of whatever the service needs that we're trying to address. So we can be pretty creative on the financing side, depending on what you all want to do.
Okay, that's really good, because that's what I was thinking about, if there was flexibility or inflexibility in that regard. So as I'm looking at these options, that kind of gives me a long-term look. Because if it's going to go to the whole city, now you're competing for about against 80,000 other things that would love some of that revenue, versus keeping this in mind for earmarked revenue. And would that change how that revenue is collected? I guess we'll have that conversation in September.
Yeah, we're just laying out the menu and we can explore whatever avenues we need to get there. Yeah.
We'll combine it with all, but this is very helpful to have ahead of that, so that we understand that there are both infrastructure and potentially lease and long-term funding needs if we were to, pursue some of these. I really like the branch model for that option, and then also expanding the children's section and any programming space through lease could be really cool as well. But that'll depend. We'll have that conversation. Thank you so much for your answer. So how much of the capacity need do you think would be offset by the Lakewood branch? Because we have that solution in the pipeline already.
The Lakewood Branch Library is 20,000 square feet total. About 10 of that-ish is dedicated library space. The other half of it are community rooms. So, those community rooms, obviously, some of it can be used for programming. So some of that can happen. But when it comes to collections and that type of thing, really not going to see, you're going to see more of some materials, some new, but it's not going to be a unique collection that will be there. We'll probably have an enhanced Spanish language collection there. But it's not going to offset the demand. I think it's going to do what it was designed to be, which is be a neighborhood library for that community and the surrounding area. And when you're looking at a program here at the main library, an average story time is going to bring in 150, 200 people. We're not going to see those numbers at Lakewood. We're probably going to see them more in the 40 to 50 range, if I had to estimate based on my branch library experience.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And by the way, I'll just speak to it. I don't think that there's any need for a library master plan at all. We've talked about this a lot. To the point of asking the voters to give us a lot of money for it. So we had to do a lot of studying already. And I think it's a do the thing situation. And as it's said, these things get more expensive as time goes on. So those are my comments there. I look forward to thinking about the funding there, but just to reiterate, essential infrastructure like ASAP, and then let's think about geographic service area and expansion of the children's area.
Okay. And then Councilmember Lake.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think I make up a decent fraction of the visitors to the Early Learning Hub, so thank you for that. I want early learning hubs everywhere. I just want to get that on the record, like over here, over here, over here, over here, and over here. I want to say that I am one of those people who does take my child to other libraries. I have so many library cards, just like too many to list. One of the models I've seen in Southern California in Whittier is that they established a branch library at basically a dead strip mall. There was some commercial space available and they were able to establish a branch library there. I would love to see that explored, other parts of the city that are underserved by current library services. I think District 4 in particular has the lowest circulation in the city. So if we just have space somewhere in the city, if we can explore putting an early learning center, but not necessarily there as well. I would love to see an early learning hub on the north side of town too. I think, especially in spaces where population tends to be dense, having that area where you can take your child and they can play freely without worrying about them running into the road is a fantastic thing. I am interested in that, as I said, in that potential public-private partnership and also collaborating with potentially other jurisdictions, the school districts, for example. I know that we are already collaborating with the school districts, with Sunnyvale and with Fremont Union for the Lakewood branch, and maybe we could collaborate the other way around too. All the schools have libraries there. Maybe we can explore adding some of our collections to their circulation or having some sort of programming. We would obviously be limited by school hours potentially and but maybe there's some conversations that could happen. We have schools, not high schools, but we have schools in every corner of the city. So potentially if we're able to establish some of that, I think that would increase access a lot. I support Councilmember Mellinger's plan about potentially a reading room at Columbia Neighborhood Center. I don't think you need necessarily a full librarian for that, and maybe even a volunteer, a staff member. Just having books there that are accessible to that community, I think would be very beneficial. I want to put in yet another plug for another early learning hub there too. I think that'd be fantastic. I do like the mobile library. It is a little bit gimmicky, but I think it's great. it's fun. It's a fun thing. And I know the library in the past has done the bookmobile on the bikes. Are we still doing that? And that's just a fun thing. And the summer services that the library does at the park where we have some circulation, I think that's just a fun thing for families to do. And I will echo everyone else in saying that I don't really see the benefits of a library master plan unless it's to get it done quicker, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. So thank you so much.
May I ask a follow-up question? You mentioned libraries in, unused like strip malls. What was the example you provided of the
In Whittier, the city of Whittier.
Oh,
in
yes, I've
Los
been to
Angeles
that many
County. Yeah,
times.
they have, I think it's the Whitwood branch
Whitwood
library.
branch?
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
on San Gertrudis. Yeah,
Say again?
St. Gertrudis
Yes,
Avenue.
exactly.
Yes.
That's exactly it. Yeah. I just checked out a Percy Jackson book from them. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Chang.
Great, thank you, Michelle. And also reiterating the same comments as my colleagues. I don't know that we need a master plan because we've already done pretty significant community engagement. And I would be interested in exploring further the infrastructure for the current building. If there's options to explore building renovations, if there's grants through Silicon Valley Clean Energy or any kind of possibility to kind of green up the building at the same time. And then one of the major things that was brought up during outreach was the desire for more makerspace and teen areas. So I'm wondering if during the public-private partnership exploration, if you can look into Maker Nexus, if they have kind of areas or opportunity for partnership there. And I would be really interested to see some of the branch libraries, but I don't know how much. We need to first look at the Lakewood Branch Library and how much staffing there is available. And then one other thing, I guess not separate from the mobile bookmobiles, is if when we start the city shuttle, how that might change the dynamics or demographics of who visits the libraries. Thank you.
Mayor Klein.
Sure, I'll try to keep this short. First, yeah, I don't think we need an actual master plan. That being said, I do think it's critical that we lay out some sort of update to council on how staff is prioritizing all these options. And, it's definitely you have a lot of options on the table and you're trying to get feedback in a very short time in this meeting. From a short-term solution standpoint, whether or not it's renting downtown or somewhere in the city, I think it's valuable. I brought up previously about the concept of a teen center. And when we're really talking about it, it's meeting spaces that are really needed. So it's whether or not it's a young learning area and meeting spaces for teens. I think that's that. And so whether or not and I do like the concept of a mobile, basically library on the go. We can set up a route throughout the city, certain days, certain locations, as far as that's concerned. It can be repetitive and works out and supports the community very well. I like the concept of utilizing the community center. That being said, it's less than 2 miles from our main library. So whether or not that's the right location, that's let's say the most expedient location. I know that we have some things in the budget to renovate. That being said, renovations for some of that area is going to be, I think, far larger than what's even in the budget right now. If you look at the theater, all of that. And so as we're looking into next year's budget, whether or not we need to reserve additional space at the community center for another branch library, something of that nature added onto that building, how flexible that space is, I do think is important. Definitely, we need the renovations to the main library, and whether or not there's a bigger push from residents and to do something more at the Civic Center. I'm still puzzled about the public-private partnership at the Civic Center and would love to get more feedback from staff on what that really is envisioned as, because there's a lot of ways that could go. That being said, there's a lot of different flavors of that. So it's great to have partners, private partners to help us defer some of the costs from a city standpoint. But, it's hard to say what that is and what are they looking for land? Are they looking for what's the win-win situation as far as that's concerned? We talked about the mobile library and, definitely whatever revenue options we can look at is important, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll also be quick. I like the idea of the teen center, the youth center, mobile library. It's really good because then you don't need a location for that, and you get throughout the city. I think the Human Relations Commission might be doing some study about gaps that we have in the city. So that might be good to team with them. And underutilized office space and so looking at where there's a need and then looking at working with a real estate person to look at where there might be space. And thank you for the wonderful job that the library is doing. And now we will, so I will go ahead and open public comment for this specific item. Please submit your speaker card, use your raise hand feature now, or dial *9 on the telephone to indicate you wish to speak. I will call members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 90 seconds to speak. So I'll call up my first speaker, Mike Steroni. And then the one after that is Zach Hoffman.
Good evening. Mike Cerrone speaking on my own behalf. Just as a member of the Measure E committee, I did a lot of tabling this year to promote the measure, mostly at the farmers market. In talking to members of the public, it was clear that a minority of the population does not feel the library is relevant to their lives. That, so that's certainly an issue. I have two specific suggestions. One, almost nobody we talked to was aware of the library of things, but very excited when they saw what it was. And I suggest has many things: digital camera kit, digital microscope, and of course a programmable robotic dog. I suggest renaming it something like Tool and Toy Library with its own logo and promoting it separately. Also, the library needs more program space, and there have been some very good suggestions here already. Another would be to add a large tent or dome as an event space. I've seen that executed very well in a number of places as a kind of a temporary solution, but I like the idea of space downtown too. And the city needs an event center. I think finding ways to inject the library into our lives more ways will help support for the library.
Okay, so Zach Kaufman, and then any other speaker cards? Bring them in.
Electronically delivered content potentially could free up space for electronically delivered content potentially could free up space for kids stuff. Maybe you need to do something to encourage that sort of usage more. Library of things, great idea. I don't think it's reached its potential by any means. Some examples of things that it could be in there that aren't. Where it really shines is when you have things that are expensive that somebody needs to use one time or twice, very infrequently, but are expensive, and it's a barrier. So, for example, a bidirectional code reader for automobiles, you plug it underneath your dash and the B2 connector, find out what that check engine light trouble code is, clear the trouble code potentially, talk to the body computer if you're doing something more sophisticated because it's bidirectional. Anyway, you're around 20,000 households in Sunnyvale. A lot of those are engineers. They don't want to dink with their car, but who wants to drop $400 to do one little dinky thing? Bicycles, also the library of things. There's lots of specialized tools you need if you want to do anything. Chain whips, crank pullers, cassette lock ring tools, bottom bracket tools, cone wrenches, cable cutters, trimming tools, ball bearing gauges, chain wheel gauges, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Another example are things that you don't use very frequently, but they cost a few dollars. Thank you.
Okay, and does anyone else want to speak before we go to remote speakers? We don't have anyone cards. Okay, so now we'll go to remote speakers. Um, Remote speakers are warned to limit their comments to items on the agenda being considered. Speakers who have been ruled out of order will be given another chance to speak on this item. The title of this agenda item is Alternative Options for Modernization and Expansion of Public Library Services in Sunnyvale. So, as city clerk, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak at this time?
Yes, Vice Mayor. First up is an individual identifying themselves as Livable Sunnyvale. Livable Sunnyvale, you've been unmuted and you have 90 seconds to address the city council.
Oh, sorry about that. This is Chuck Fraley. I logged into the wrong Zoom account when I logged in. This is Chuck Fraley. I'm just speaking on my own behalf. Sunnyvale needs a new main library. Our community made that clear when 59% of voters supported the proposed new library last November. I'd like to please focus on solutions that deliver the modern full-service library our residents deserve. I have a few comments about the discussion so far. The downtown library sounds very interesting, but I'm concerned about leasing space. I don't know much about commercial rents, but the apartments downtown are expensive, and it seems like renting space there would also be, for a library, would be very expensive. I'd be really nervous about creating a multi-million-dollar annual expense. It's just going to increase year after year over time. I'd hate to like sign a 10-year lease for a new library, build a great new library downtown. Then when that lease expires and it comes up for renewal, oh, hey, your rent's doubled, your rent's tripled. We've seen what rents have been going up recently. I'd hate to be put in that position. I'd rather the city focus on spending the money on capital projects. We spend the money once and are done with it and don't have to have this ongoing expense year after year. The branch library at the senior center also sounds appealing, but it didn't sound like it really addressed the needs of the current library. In the presentation, they highlighted spaces for kids programs as well as larger event spaces. I'd like to focus on kind of getting those needs met and then expand it with other branch libraries and other things as time allows. Thanks.
Hey, do we have any other remote speakers?
No, Vice Mayor, that was the only remote speaker for the study session.
Okay, I will close public comment now. And do I have any other comments from my colleagues? Okay, no comments from my colleagues. So I will adjourn the special meeting. The meeting is adjourned at 7:02 p.m.
Let's take an 8-minute recess and start at 7:10. Good evening. Let's call to order the council meeting of July 29th, 2025 at 7:11 p.m. The city does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Sunnyvale prides itself on the rich diversity of our residents. We are committed to creating a culture of belonging where members of our diverse community feel included, safe, and respected. This council meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means that council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments must be limited to the agenda item being considered by council for consent calendar or public hearing items. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within council's authority, generally referred to as council's subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker's comments are not related to an agenda item, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. Location and online meeting details are available on the council agenda. Scan the QR code on the screen or click the language access and translation link on the council agenda to read and listen along in more than 60 different languages. Use the show captions button to view captions on Zoom. Comments on matters not on the agenda must be submitted prior to the time I call the item for oral communications. Comments on agenda items must be submitted prior to the time I close the public hearing on that specific agenda item. Speakers are requested to keep their comments to the time period set for that specific item, and time limits will be strictly enforced. Guidelines are posted on the city website and on the council meeting agenda. First, please join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next is roll call. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Klein,
Present.
Vice Mayor Sell,
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros,
Present.
Councilmember Mellinger,
Present.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Present.
Councilmember Chang,
Present.
Councilmember Lay.
Present.
7 present.
Thank you. Next is our closed session report. Vice Mayor, may we please have a closed session report?
The city council met in closed session on the following items, government code section. Okay, item A, workers' compensation appeal, Tracy Hearn versus City of Sunnyvale, nothing to report. Item B, workers' compensation appeal, David Hartman versus City of Sunnyvale, nothing to report. City workers' compensation appeal, Joseph and Andrade versus City of Sunnyvale, nothing to report. City Council also met in closed session on item D under Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators regarding negotiations with Sunnyvale Public Safety Managers Association. Nothing to report.
Thank you. Next up is oral communications. This is now the public's opportunity to address council on topics not listed on tonight's agenda. This section is limited to 15 minutes and may be extended or continued after the general business section of the meeting. Individuals may only speak once during oral communications. This council meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means that council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within council's authority, generally referred to as council's subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker's comments are outside of council's subject matter jurisdiction, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. This allows council to conduct its business in a reasonably efficient manner and protects the rights of other speakers. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. Before I get to the public, Councilmember Srinivasan has an announcement.
Thank you, Mayor. This is exciting. Sunnyvale Technology Business Expo. The city of Sunnyvale is hosting a free technology business expo. The expo will be held in downtown Sunnyvale on the 100 block of South Murphy Avenue on Thursday, August 14, 2025 from 11 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. The expo provides Sunnyvale technology businesses with the opportunity to demonstrate technology product developed in Sunnyvale. The expo is free and open to public. For more information, visit sunnyvale.ca.gov and search for Technology Tech Business Expo or contact Maria Rodriguez at 408-730-7607. We hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have several speaker cards in the room. First up is John P., followed by Marie B.
Good evening. I'm John Patton, and I'm speaking here on behalf of SUFA, that's Sunnyvale Urban Forest Advocates, and I have several quick comments tonight. First of all, I want to start out with a change of pace. I'd like to thank Council very much for the awarding of the contracts in order to trim and maintain the city street trees. The feedback on this has been a few negatives, but overwhelming, it has been positive. So thank you. Secondly, concerning the Tasman right-of-way project, SUFA is not taking any position on any of the proposed solutions. It is our belief that the neighborhood directly affected.
Sorry, John. We'll bring up item 2 next.
Okay.
So if you have any topics not on the agenda.
Got one more.
Okay.
Lastly, I ask you, please use your legislative authority and influence to encourage the financing of the results of DPW 2204 study issue. Street repopulation with equity lens. This proposal directly supports both the City of Sunnyvale's Urban Forest Management Plan and the Climate Action Plan. The fulfillment of these goals of this study, the planting of 5,000 trees in underserved neighborhoods, will greatly benefit our neighborhoods and our city's environmental goals in general. Thank you much.
Thank you. Next up is Marie B., followed by J.Y.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and members of the Sunnyvale City staff. I'm here with 2 announcements. First of all, Sunnyvale Community Services for the last 30 years has been equipping children in our city, low-income children in particular, with school supplies and backpacks and getting them ready to be back to school. And all summer long, we're giving them extra food so that when they miss all those school meals during the summer when schools are closed, they're at least getting some nourishment, they and their families. And we're still collecting backpacks. We need 2,500, and we also need a good mix of them. So we still need backpacks for the younger children, but also in particular for the older children who need a high-quality backpack that they can take to school because they carry a lot of books. And the second announcement is, I believe I've handed out a flyer about this. We are hosting for the 4th year in a row the North County Resource Fair. This is particularly aimed at unhoused children and families. This is going to be inviting 300 to 400 children and their families to be there at Sunnyvale Community Services at our site. They'll be able to get access to resources from over 40 partner agencies. There'll be health services. There'll be information about insurance. There'll be information about reading resources, all sorts of connections that they can make and get immediate access, and all in one place. And it's our place that I want to thank the City of Sunnyvale that we also have a resource that can host such an event. We've been hosting it there for 2 years. At our new site. And thanks to the city for all the support that you give to our neighborhood North County hub for resources so that parents and families can come and be able to get the resources and connections to the services that they deserve and they're entitled to receive. So as you can see, we're going to have a lot of activities for the kids, a bike repair station, a fire truck thanks to public safety, and food. Free food that we'll be giving out as well. So it should be exciting, and it's on Saturday, August 23rd, from 12 to 3 p.m. We welcome the city council members in particular to come and greet and be there with our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie. And before you leave, Friday, I think, is the last day for the backpack drive. How can people donate either online or in person?
August 1st, yes. Though if they come in the following Monday, we will still say yes. So people can go to our website at svcommunityservices.org. So that's S as in Sunnyvale, V as in Victor, communityservices.org, and donate so that we can then purchase exactly what is needed and also help to pay for the school supplies that each child will be getting. And they can deliver them to Sunnyvale Community Services at 1160 Kern Avenue. So that is where you can drop off the donations as well. And we welcome more participation from the community in that as well. We want to have 2,500 children all ready to go to school and excited about going to school.
Thank you. Next up is JY, followed by Dosum P, or Dorum P, sorry.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Klein, council members and city staff. My name is Jay Yamanaga, and I am the Vice President, Board Member, and Student Exchange Program Leader for the Sunnyvale Sister City Association. I come before the council to thank you and the City of Sunnyvale for your continuing support of our community exchange programs and to specifically give you an update on our 2025 Student Exchange Program. I will go through the pictures that you see on the screen from our last exchange program as I talk. And some of these pictures are also in our latest community newsletter as well. From June 17th to June 26th, 20 students from Columbia Middle School, Sunnyvale Middle School, Fremont High School, and Homestead High School, as well as 5 adult chaperones, traveled to Japan, visiting Tokyo and our sister city, Izuka. As part of this trip, each delegate stayed with a homestay family in Izuka and attended school there for a few days as well. After hosting Izuka delegates in March of this year, it was wonderful to watch the bonds between our two cities continue to grow. I wanted to give a special thank you to the 5 adult chaperones who accompanied the student delegation and supported our students during the trip, as well as a thank you to all the Izuka city staff, school staff, teachers, and students at Kaho High School, Kyundai High School, Izuka Daiichi Junior High School, and Nishinkan Junior High School. And of course, all of the Izuka homestay families who welcomed our students and made this program such a great success. And finally, I want to express my gratitude for all the collaborative support we received from the mayor, the city council, and city staff. I also want to give recognition to the support we receive annually from the Sunnyvale School District and the Fremont Union High School District, including school administrators, teachers, and students at Columbia Middle School, Sunnyvale Middle School, Fremont, and Homestead High Schools. I look forward to another great program in 2026, and thank you very, very much for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Durham P.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and honored guests. My name is Dharani Purushottam. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share a few words about my recent exchange experience in Izuka, Japan. Before I left, I expected to see new places and try new foods. What I didn't expect was how deeply I would connect with the people, the culture, and community of Izuka. From the moment I arrived, I was welcomed by my host family with warmth and kindness. They helped me adjust to life in Japan, everything from using chopsticks properly to navigating the train system. Their hospitality made me feel at home, even when I was far from it. At school, I got to experience Japanese education firsthand. I wore a uniform, joined the calligraphy club, and made friendships that crossed language barriers. My classmates were curious, generous, and patient, especially when I stumbled through my poor knowledge of Japanese. But we learned from each other, and that's what made my experience so special. One thing that stood out to me was the strong sense of community in Izuka. Whether it was taking part in local events or visiting a shrine, I saw how tradition and togetherness are at the heart of everyday life. Of course, there were challenges, language differences, cultural adjustments, and the moment of homesickness. But these moments taught me resilience, adaptability, and the value of stepping outside my comfort zone. This exchange made me realize that while Sunnyvale and Izuka are thousands of miles apart, we share common values, respect, community, and a commitment to building connections across cultures. Now I understand how important sister city programs are, not just for cultural exchange, but for building long-lasting friendships between communities. Mr. Mayor, thank you for supporting this program. It's given me memories and lessons I'll carry for the rest of my life. I'm proud to represent Sunnyvale and even prouder to be part of this global connection. Thank you.
Thank you. That was my last speaker card to speak under oral communications. City Clerk, is there anyone remote wishing to speak under oral communications?
Yes, Mayor. First up is Hamanashu S., followed by Courtney J. Hamanashu, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Hi, this is Himanshu Sethi. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for recommending the revamp of the Village Center Master Plan on July 1st as part of your recommendation. As part of that effort, I'm actually urging the city to prioritize that rezoning VC5, Fair Oaks Plaza, and VC6 Lakewood Shopping Center to include more retail through VCC zoning. These centers currently provide vital grocery stores and essential services that residents in North Sunnyvale rely on, particularly seniors, working families, and lower income households. If the current redevelopment applications fall through or expire and the zoning remains unchanged, we risk future proposals that eliminate retail altogether. That would leave a major gap in access to daily necessities and increase the likelihood of food deserts forming in our own neighborhoods. So we need to do right by our communities by planning ahead, not just for housing, but also for the basic services that support livability and health. I'd like to ask the city staff and the council, when can the public expect the city to bring forward zoning changes to preserve these retail at these sites? And we would like to get an idea of a clear timeline to ensure this issue is not left behind while the broader plans are developed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I have a quick question for staff.
Sure.
Mr. City Manager, at the last meeting, I believe that we instructed staff to bring back a palette of options for future work on the village centers, including those potential rezonings of village centers 5 and 6. And I know you said that would be a few months. Do you all have an idea of when roughly that might be?
I don't have a timeline on that yet. It would still be some time. I have to meet with the community development director and determine how much work is involved and what would be involved in that. I'll give Trudy an opportunity to weigh in if she has anything she wants to add.
I don't have anything to add at this time.
All right. I would just ask that if and when that's added to the TC MAC, that perhaps the residents who've been in communication with staff on these issues could be notified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Courtney J. Courtney, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Courtney Jansen, and tonight I am speaking on my own behalf. Since July is Parks and Recreation Month, I just wanted to give a huge shout out to all of the city staff that has helped with summer camps and activities this summer. It has been amazing. My 2 kids, obviously on summer break, they have done the World Cup soccer camp, which they absolutely loved. And I loved because it was on a grass field. They are doing the arts camp this morning and they are having an amazing time with that. And they've done 2 or 3 other camps. And every time they come home, they just have wonderful things to say. So I know it takes a huge amount of work to put that together, but kids across the city are super appreciative. Thank you for your time. I also wanted to call out the change where there are like sort of installment payments where you don't have to pay everything up front. That's fantastic to give access and better options to families who have tighter budgets. So thank you for implementing that. I know that's also more work on staff, but it is really worthwhile and I appreciate it. And of course, the continuation of the scholarship program to support kids doing summer camps is also fantastic. And then I also wanted to give a call out for the people at the Columbia Middle School pool. I finally made it over there last week with my kids. The lifeguards and the people at the front desk area were super helpful and kind. The pool was great to swim in. I know you guys have opened it up more this summer, which I really appreciate. I hope to see it opened up even more in future summers. And then if it's possible to get in some sort of lap swimming at Columbia pool, that would be amazing too. But I just wanted to say July's been great. Thank you for all the work that the city has been doing to support students and families this summer. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
And Mayor, there's one additional speaker card that didn't make it up to you for Michael F.
Thank you.
Hello, Michael Flores. This is sort of in relationship to the planning department. A few months ago, you guys started building buildings on Matilda on the west side of it. And what's that's done is it caused us to lose all of our television reception coming from San Francisco because those buildings are now 4 stories or whatever, and they just wiped out. We've had to spend a few $1,000s to move the antenna to the other side of the property, which is like about 400 feet. So when you guys put a note or whatever at the planning department, you need to start considering, you know, the airwaves or whatever and disruption that it's going to do, because it's not just our property that's affected, it's everybody on the east of those buildings now. Their antennas are pointing into tall buildings and not getting reception. The other thing is on changing roads and things like that. A couple of years ago, all of a sudden, I lived 2 blocks from Duane Avenue between Fair Oaks and Lawrence. All of a sudden, you guys come in there and start restriping it, dropping out lanes and things like that. And, you know, I would have figured there would have been public outreach to people, you know, within that area that it was going to impact. So, you know, please widen if, you know, your outreach to these areas and these changes, because those are major changes to the roadways. In addition, the same thing for the Tasman thing. There was no outreach for those types of things. So when you guys are starting to do planning, please widen your area, ask for more help, because I've got plenty of opinions and changes that can be done on these things here, where you can, you know, there are alternatives to it. People who are vested in making their own personal changes have myopic views on these things. You need to get more outreach so you can get more people involved with different views and can propose different options to get a solution that you're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no additional speaker cards, nor remote individuals requesting to speak under oral communications.
Thank you, City Clerk. I'll go ahead and close oral communications. We'll move on to our consent calendar. I'll go ahead and open the public comment on consent calendar items. Please submit a speaker card to the City Clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards on consent. City Clerk, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak on a consent calendar item?
No, Mayor.
Okay, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. Vice Mayor Sell?
I would like to move to approve consent calendar item 1A to 1L.
Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Second.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I do want to have a question on 1D, although I don't want to pull it per se.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Go ahead.
So I want to call out 1D, which is the contract for the mod repaving. I have received many complaints from residents on the quality of mod since the water main replacement last year. I'm very glad that this is moving forward. I wanted to see if we could get an update from the city manager on when we hope that work will be complete.
I'm actually going to ask, I think the Public Works Director is available. Yeah, Chip Taylor, Public Works Director, can make a comment on that.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Chip Taylor, Public Works Director. Once we get the contract approved, and we'll have to get everything signed and then get all the documents together, it'll probably be, I think, within the next 6 to 8 weeks is when we'll probably get started on that particular roadway and get it done. So that's what I hope. But because the paving season will kind of get close to the end toward October, November timeframe, so we want to get it done before then.
So we're hoping to have this done by early fall?
That's the goal.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, can you, Councilmember Lay?
I need to recuse from item 1L.
Okay, so we can.
Yeah, council can vote on the consent calendar and we will record in the minutes the recusal of Councilmember Lay on item 1L.
Thank you. City Clerk, please conduct the vote.
The motion carries 7-0 with Councilmember Lay noting a recusal on item 1L.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and move to our general business. Our first item is item 25-0127. Approve alternatives for improvements on the Tasman Drive resulting from the Tasman Pedestrian Bicycle Improvement Study issue DPW 21-03. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is a staff report. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Angela Obeso. I am the Interim Transportation and Traffic Division Manager, and I will be presenting tonight the findings from the Tasman Drive Pedestrian Bicycle and Improvement Study, which was study issue DPW 2103. I'm not sure where to point this. Okay, there we go. Just a quick overview of the origins of this study. As I mentioned, it was a study issue, and the scope of that study issue was to evaluate the removal of a travel lane in both directions on Tasman Drive between Fair Oaks Avenue and Lawrence Expressway in order to install pedestrian and bicycle facilities. As you can see from this image on the screen, the red areas is where there are no sidewalks and there are no bike lanes along this whole segment. Just a quick project timeline. We've done extensive outreach. We did 2 rounds, and I'll go into that on a future slide. We have been before the council once before in the BPAC twice now, and we are here tonight to give you our final findings and hear your preference on a preferred alternative. The existing conditions out there today is there are 2 lanes in each direction, eastbound and westbound. There's an existing VTA light rail, 2 sets of tracks that run through the median, and there's also a station within this section. On both sides, there are sound walls and very tight landscaping. The photo you see here on the right bottom shows one of the wider sections of landscaping, but there are also sections where there's barely any room for not even trees, but maybe some bushes. So very tight right of way through here. In addition, there's an existing temporary condition between Tasman Court and Vienna Drive in the eastbound direction. In 2020, when we were during the pandemic, during the shelter in place, council directed staff to install this temporary closure to create a 2-way bicycle and pedestrian pathway. Since we were not allowed to go outside or we were not allowed to go to buildings and see people, this was a way for folks to get out and about and walk and bike in their community and get some exercise. This was intended to be a temporary condition. As many of you recall, during that period of time, we thought it was a matter of months, and it ended up being a matter of years. So that temporary condition that was intended originally to be there for less than 10 months has now been out there for 5 years. So since it was implemented as part of a temporary condition, we did not design it to ADA standards or account for emergency access. So there are 2 design alternatives that we'll go into a little more detail shortly. Design alternative 1, I want to take a pause here and just differentiate the terminology. So in the report to council, we refer to alternatives, but when we're talking about the options of design themselves, I'm calling them design alternatives. So I know that the nomenclature there is a little confusing, but I'll try to use those terms. In the future, I think we'll use the word options to avoid that. So design alternative 1 is a multi-use path where we take that closed lane and create a raised 2-way bike and pedestrian multi-use path. So that would be on about a 6-inch curb, just like standard throughout the city. Bikes and peds could go both ways. Design alternative 2 is we would take that width of the removed vehicular lane and create a buffered bike lane and also fit in sidewalk where there is none existing and make any existing sidewalk current to today's standards. So a little more detail about design alternative 1, the multi-use path. There's a cross section there and 2 example photos, but basically it would be approximately a 12-foot wide or wider path. There would be separate directional, but bikes and peds would share the space. The path would be at sidewalk level, and it would be separated from the automobiles by a curb and in some places, if possible, perhaps also by landscaping. The potential tree impacts here is 12 would likely need to be removed, and an additional 66 may need to be removed or severely pruned. That would be determined during final design. Design alternative 2 is sidewalk and buffered bike lanes. And here you would have an average of a 6-foot wide bike lane, which is the Sunnyvale standard, preferred standard. You would have a 4.5-foot painted buffer between the bikes and autos, but there would be no vertical separation. It would be paint on the pavement, but there would also be a raised sidewalk along the entire stretch. Pedestrians would be separated both from the vehicular traffic, but also from the bicycle traffic, which is one of the concerns that we heard from pedestrians, especially those that move at slower speeds or those that use mobility devices preferred the separation between bikes and pedestrians. In this alternative, there's 1 tree that would likely need to be removed and 6 that would potentially need to be removed or severely trimmed. So as part of the study, actually as part of the temporary lane closure, we have been taking counts at that location periodically to monitor based on the council direction when we installed the temporary lane closure. Then as we went out to the community for this project, we heard loudly that the counts between Fair Oaks and Vienna were not telling the whole story. And there were folks that were concerned about the section from Vienna to Lawrence. So we started taking counts there as well. The chart you see on the screen here is the counts that we've seen over time, with May 2017 kind of being our pre-pandemic baseline. And you can see that since then, when we started taking the counts, it's relatively flat volumes. It hasn't jumped back to the pre-pandemic conditions as far as volumes. In the Vienna to Lawrence, although that chart's not here, it's approximately the same. It's about 1,000 vehicles average per day more than this section between Fair Oaks and Vienna. So it is more vehicles on that section. We have heard lots of concerns specifically about the Vienna to Lawrence section, specifically in the AM peak. That eastbound queue backs up quite far. And we have seen that for ourselves firsthand. The project manager, Tin Lei, is here with me tonight to help answer questions, and he has some firsthand observational knowledge of that. Also, we heard that during Levi Stadium events, due to the traffic control that is done as part of that, there's congestion that builds up into this section of Tasman. Overall, the traffic study showed that on the Fair Oaks to Vienna segment, there's no notable effect to travel time and delay, but there are some additional queues on the section between Vienna and Lawrence. So as I mentioned, we did extensive outreach. We did 2 rounds. We did 2 hybrid community meetings, but we also visited all 3 of the adjacent mobile home parks. We went directly to their community facilities, and at Casa de Amigos, Plaza del Rey, and El Dorado, which is actually fronted on Fair Oaks, but part of the mobile home park runs along Tasman, we went and had 2 separate meetings for the 2 rounds of outreach. We also did a number of other standard, typical methods of outreach, like a survey, email, website, next door, other social media. So we tried our best to reach as many potential interested parties as possible. Part of our outreach also included reaching out to our Department of Public Safety and finding out their perspectives and concerns with the project. And what we heard from them is that they have strong concerns with both of these alternatives, primarily because it would narrow the roadway width, narrow the amount of distance that the vehicles have to travel, and the potential for there to be congestion, which could limit their access to and from these neighborhoods. Each instance of congestion would cause some increase in their travel time and their response times, which could decrease their ability to provide their public safety services. So design alternative 1, which is the multi-use path, they felt has a detrimental impact in that the raised path does not allow vehicles like you and me, regular cars, to pull to the right as the California Vehicle Code requires us to do. In that case, we would, in a normal situation, we would pull to the right and the emergency vehicles would pass on the left. That is not possible with design alternative 1. With design alternative 2, they had slightly less concern because the pavement width was wider and vehicles, regular vehicles, could pull over into the bike lane, let the emergency vehicle pass, and then the regular vehicles could then get back into the travel lane to continue their journey. So that is why we have not proposed any vertical elements on this buffered bike lane to easily enable regular drivers like ourselves to move over into the bike lane and not have vertical elements to overcome. We heard some other concerns as well, one of which was the ability to deliver new mobile homes. As you can see in that upper photo there, that is just one segment of a home. Those segments can be up to 16 feet wide, and they typically come in multiple segments. The final design would account for the turning movements needed for those deliveries, but between the two build alternatives, the buffered bike lanes provides more roadway width that would allow easier maneuverability and would also allow those oversized loads to not encroach over into the light rail right of way and avoid the electric wires and poles and such associated with the light rail. Another, less so a concern, but more of a comment or request that we heard quite a bit was that folks would like more mid-block crossings along this segment. And the concern with that is that because you've got a live active rail right there, there are safety concerns. There's also federal and state regulations that we would have to follow that are very onerous as to and expensive as to adding more pedestrian at-grade crossings. The other alternative is grade separating, but that is even more expensive, especially here since you have overhead electric wires that you would have to get way above. And below, there's groundwater issues and concerns with that. So those are very expensive as well. But the silver lining here is we have another project that is looking at doing some sort of a bike and ped crossing here. The East Channel Trail is currently studying how to get across Tasman and the light rail tracks. And so they have been coordinating with this project to look at ways to get across. So we took all these comments and concerns, and staff talked about how do we come up with a staff recommendation. So prior to coming to BPAC in May, we came up with this phasing concept. So as you can see on the image here, we've kind of segmented the section so that what we call phase 1 is the Fair Oaks to Vienna segment, where we were hearing less concerns about congestion. Our traffic study was showing less significant to little effects with congestion and delay. And then phase 2, the Vienna to Lawrence section, which does have a lot of congestion, it does have concerns and emergency response concerns. So phasing the implementation, basically taking the alternatives and looking at implementing phase 1 and then taking some more time and looking at phase 2. So for tonight's presentation and for the report to council, we have actually changed that a little bit further from what we presented to BPAC, and we're presenting what I call an a la carte menu. So we're no longer having alternatives that say, do phase 1 here, do phase 2 here. It's alternative 1 is do alternative phase, sorry, I'm not explaining that well. Basically, we're just looking at each segment by itself. So some of the alternatives are only looking at Fair Oaks to Vienna. Some of the other alternatives in the RTC are looking at only Vienna to Lawrence, and I'll show you a table of that. Also to be considered tonight is what to do with the temporary lane closure that's out there today. As I mentioned before, this was intended only to be out there during the shelter in place order. And the devices that we used are intended for construction purposes. And those types of devices typically are only out in the real world in use for a matter of weeks or months, and they've been out there for years now. Again, this was not designed or accounted for ADA requirements, cross slopes of the roadway. It also was not designed with any emergency access in mind. So BPAC, we went to BPAC in May, and what BPAC recommended to City Council with a 6-0 vote with 1 abstention was to implement the design alternative 1, which is the multi-use path, in phases, with phase 1 being to install the multi-use path on Fair Oaks to Vienna. Then phase 2 would come later, but could either be a class 1 multi-use path from Vienna to Lawrence or a class 2 buffered bicycle path and sidewalks. So that would be something that after phase 1 is implemented, we would reconsider which way to move forward, but to do something. They also recommended that we continue the temporary lane closure and also extend it to the other side, to the north side of Tasman, so that the westbound lanes have a similar set of devices. So now we'll get to the alternatives for tonight. So this table here outlines the alternatives that are listed in the report to council. So on the far left, you see the alternative numbers that are in the report to council. And then in the center are the design alternatives. As you can see, alternative 1 is the multi-use path from Fair Oaks to Vienna, and there's an estimated planning level cost. Alternative 2 is the multi-use path Vienna to Lawrence, etc. Staff's recommendation is the RTC alternative 3, which is sidewalk and buffered bicycle lanes from Fair Oaks to Vienna, and alternative 6, which is pre-pandemic condition from Vienna to Lawrence. Then we get to the temporary lane closure alternatives. There are 3 alternatives listed in the report to council. Alternative 7 is to remove the temporary eastbound Tasman lane closure due to the reasons that we discussed before. Alternative 8 is to convert that temporary lane closure into a buffered bicycle lane, and then to also create a westbound version of the same. Alternative 9 is other alternative as directed to council, but I'd like to mention that if alternative 9 is selected and we get specific direction from council, we will likely need to go back and evaluate the impacts of that and then come back to you at a later time. Staff's recommendation for the temporary lane closure is alternative 7, which is to remove the temporary lane closure that's out there today due to the fact that it does not meet ADA requirements, it does not meet our emergency access requirements, and that it goes back to pre-pandemic conditions. So with that, I will hand it over to our city manager who'd like to say a few words.
Yeah, thank you, Angela. I first want to start off by thanking Public Works staff who have worked on this study for quite some time now. This is a unique section of roadway, and it has conditions that don't exist in that in a stretch like that anywhere else that I'm aware of in the city. There are other unique sections, but not like this. This one has rail. It has admittedly poor pedestrian and bicycle facilities in the existing condition. It is the result of decisions that were made decades ago around when to bring in the rail, what to do, and how to design that. There are 3 major mobile home parks directly off of Tasman in this section that have limited egress and ingress, and there's a lot of public interest in this and a lot of passion around this particular project. So it's a way of, I just want to thank the staff because they've really done their best to receive the input from the various parties and do the best we can. And so when I started as city manager, I came with a long history with the city, as Sunnyvale, as the city council knows. My time with the mobile home parks on Tasman goes very far back into the 90s, dealing with solid waste collection issues, and spans into my time in finance, where we did work with mobile home parks and specifically former council member and mayor Ron Sweigels, who to ensure that water metering was properly done, that they were being charged properly, that we had policies in place. Mobile home parks are, in this particular area of the city, are important. They're, the housing there is critical to our suite of housing that's available for the city, and this roadway is admittedly a challenge and difficult. Some questions have been raised about earlier on in the project, there wasn't as much emphasis placed on the safety aspects and the public safety aspects. And part of what happened when I came on board as city manager is I was contacted by some of the residents in the mobile home park and asked to meet with them and discuss these things, and did that and understood, the difficulties that are associated with doing emergency response to, and public safety is here to answer any questions, to these parks and the criticality of that particular service to these parks. What the recommendation from staff does is it strives to strike a balance. We need to improve the safety for pedestrians and cyclists on this roadway, but we also need to maintain our response times and make sure we can adequately serve the community for especially fire and EMS responses. That's what we're trying to do. What we're looking from council tonight is really final direction on the preferred alternative. We will work from there to make whatever council selects work. One of the challenges we will face as we move forward is on either of these alternatives, they are expensive. They cost a lot. Compared to other projects in the city, they're going to competing for the same funds. It's going to be a tough competition if you look at the cost of these projects versus, like, I'll just pick some of our park renovation projects. They're different funding sources, but they're on the same par. Things like Lakewood Branch Library, doing these improvements on Tasman is, something like 75% of the cost of a new library, for example. So the competition for funding is going to be challenging, and I want to make sure I set that expectation for council that we're not going to take the preferred alternative and bust out the jackhammers and start going to work tomorrow because we don't have the funding identified for it yet. We will try to offset some of that with grant funding with whatever alternative gets selected. But this will also be tough to compete for grant funds because it's a high cost project for these type of grant sources. We will do our best to get them, but usually it takes us quite a while to cobble together enough grant funding or funding sources to do these larger transportation projects. So I just wanted to set some expectation. I want to take a minute to thank staff. I want to recognize the public for the passion and their commitment to providing input. The public input on this has been fantastic. It has been thoughtful. Council has seen, we've got multiple presentations coming in tonight from the public during public comment, I think. So I think there's a lot of meaningful and good public comment to be heard from, and I look forward to this discussion. But most of all, I wanted to thank you all for this process and looking forward to getting to a decision tonight and being able to move forward from here. So thank you for that. I think we're available to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, City Manager. So just for council's sake, as we go through questions, please limit your questions initially to about 10 minutes, and you'll have a second bite of the apple depending on how long we are speaking. That being said, I know that there are lots of questions Monday morning, and some of them will be repeated, some of them won't. But just wanted to give you that heads up to begin with. First up is Vice Mayor Sell.
Okay, so with the closures, I was wondering, would you be able to give us an idea of what's the annual cost for this closure as it is? And what would be the level of to look at if it's ADD and compliant, how would that, you mentioned that these are really expensive projects. For the closure on the south side, to look at if it's ADD compliant, and if it's not, is it a giant task to try to get it there, or is it within our kind of budget that we could maybe, find some budget to do that?
So
You have to do research and come back to us, but I just want to know, like, order of magnitude.
So we didn't do a specific cost estimate for that, but just to give you a feel for the scope of asking us to turn the existing closure section to be ADA compliant, we would have to start with a topographic survey. We would have to have somebody professional create a survey. We know exactly what all the grades are. Typically, when we build a roadway, we're not thinking about pedestrians between the intersections. We only do ADA compliance at the crosswalks themselves. And then over time, we slurry seal, which adds layers to that, but we keep the curb and gutter where it is. And so over time, the pavement gets steeper and steeper as we slurry over. So we have no idea what those slopes are today, but if I was a betting person, I would bet that it is largely not ADA compliant for the cross slope required. So we would get a topographic survey, then we would have to have a design team look at how do we make that ADA compliant, meet the cross slopes, at the same time, make sure that the stormwater drainage continues to work properly. So that's another issue that we would have to contend with. So I don't know if Public Works Director has any ballpark idea on what something like that would cost, but I think we're looking at least a couple $1 million to do topographic survey and design, not including what the construction of that, the design would then tell us how much do we need to grind, to cut, do we have to redo the pavement, redo some of the curb and gutter for drainage, storm drain inlet relocations, things like that. And then that would dictate what the construction costs would be. So we're probably looking at, I don't know, 10, 20 million, if not more, is my best guess.
Okay. And then that would compete for the money just to do the project.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that would take it back. And then to do the north side, it would take that.
About the same. Yeah.
About the same. And then the annual cost would be similar to the annual cost now?
No, the annual cost now is quite low because we are just replacing construction devices. And so we have a CIP budget that we've been using that council set up when we implemented the temporary closure. And so we've been slowly taking little bites as delineators are broken, we replace them one by one. So it's not been a big expense to date, but it's a very small budget.
And I'll add just a little bit, Angela's got that all right as far as construction, but with the temporary, closure that we have there, ADA is one concern, but it's also just there's no barrier. There's just, some delineators that are there every so often spaced, and that worked okay through COVID. And we thought it was going to be a shorter amount of time that we would have it out there, but continuing that for the long run with no sort of barrier there is just, it's just something that we just can't support or recommend to the council at all, because it doesn't fit with any of the guidelines that we'd have for kind of a permanent type situation.
Okay. And then, there's this Caltrans Complete Streets, and then there's a reference there that Sunnyvale supports Caltrans Complete Street. And then residents have emailed like this chart that shows like if it's over 40 miles per hour, then a recommended bike lane would be either type 1 or type 4. So what's being recommended for design alternative 2 is a class 2B, which is not the physical separation that class 4 would have. Any thoughts of?
Yeah, so the table you're referring to is it's in a document, and let me make sure I get the document name right. It's contextual design guidelines. And so in traffic engineering, semantics is everything, guideline versus requirement. So it's a guideline, it's a guidance document, best practices. And yes, I agree. Ideally, a class 1 or class 4 would be fantastic everywhere. But the document itself, the purpose of that design information bulletin put out by Caltrans is to help create some flexibility for context of the location. That same document also refers to other factors to consider in addition to speed, things such as equity, community desires, barriers such as railways, physical constraints, including right-of-way width. And so as traffic engineers, we have to take all of the various factors into consideration. In addition, all the outreach we did, we have to take in all the various community interests in mind. And so try to come up with an alternative that fits all of these needs. So I feel as a traffic professional, I feel that we are following complete streets and we are doing our best. Our recommendation is to implement some sort of bicycle and pedestrian improvements here. It's just that perhaps what's ideal is not feasible in this location.
Okay. Another question. So I watched videos of the community meetings that were done with Tasman. And then there was this one section that talked about emergency access. And then it talked about design alternative 1 access. And it said that the emergency vehicle would go on the multipath. But now that's changed because the height difference of the multipath is not something that the emergency vehicles want to support. So if instead of there being that height differential, if it was the same surface, the same dimension, the same Y dimension as the normal road, but it had barriers, such as like on Mary, there's the armadillo barriers. Like that would make it, if it had like the barriers, but the street was the same, the multipath was the same as the street, then that would make it a class 4. And then previously, it was mentioned that the emergency vehicles, like in 2024, the presentation was the emergency vehicles would use the multipath. And the multipath, in a congested situation in which you would either have, 2 lanes or 1 lane, there could be a scenario where it's congested and then it's just gridlock. And then a emergency vehicle would be stuck behind the 2 gridlock lanes or the 1 gridlock lane. But if you actually had like a multipath, and then the emergency vehicle just started on the multipath, then that, in some cases, could have less time to get to its destination than the congested path. Any thoughts on that?
I would say that the buffered bike lane actually provides a better emergency access because there will be no vehicles to be stuck in gridlock in that scenario. Per the California Vehicle Code, regular drivers like ourselves must pull to the right. We must pull as far to the right as possible. And as long as we don't continue to drive in the bike lane, we are within the California Vehicle Code and within the legals. So, but we are required to pull to the right. In the case where it's a path, if those armadillos that you're referring to, which for everyone's information is a bump basically in the roadway. We could not call that a multi-use path because it does not meet the ADA requirement to have some sort of tactile surface like you see at curb ramps, those truncated domes we call them, but the bumps at the bottom of the ramps to indicate to someone who has a sight disability that they are going out into the roadway, safety concern. We would have to then install those along the whole way or some other, and again, we would have the slope issue, the cross slope issue. So we could not just put barriers out there. It would be similar to what we've got out there today with the temporary. There are those vertical delineators, but it is not a legal ADA pedestrian access.
Okay. And then my last question is, so if you had the alternative 2 and you used the, you're planning to have buffers, and if in the buffers you put the armadillos or, some physical blockage to make it a type 4 bike lanes, is that a possibility?
It's a possibility, but I'll ask Deputy Chief Shu to chime in here on this, but I would suspect that what DPS would likely say is, it would take them more time, it would cause more delay because they would probably have to direct like regular drivers like myself. I would not drive over one of those armadillos. It's very tall, it's very abrupt. I would not think I'm allowed to drive over there. And so then they would probably have to direct us to do that to get around us. I don't know if you have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks, Angela. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Deputy Chief Heng Su, Department of Public Safety. So any type of barrier, whether it's visible, whether it's any height, would cause some type of psychological barrier and obviously a physical barrier for motorists. So the vehicle code does say that when there is an emergency vehicle with lights and sirens, motorists are to yield to the right. Now, if there are any barriers, a lot of times motorists will not cross those barriers and stop in the lane that they're in, causing delays to emergency response.
Okay, and I'll give back my time. So thank you. Thank you for all the great work.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and you can always come back later. Next up is Councilmember Lay.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you for the work that you've been doing on this. This is a issue in my district and for a lot of the members of my community, and I've heard so much feedback from both sides. So thank you for the very thoughtful and thorough research and investigation you've done into these alternatives. I've seen this presentation before as the BPAC liaison, and again now, and there's changes that have been received in response to community feedback, and thank you as well for doing that important reaching out to the mobile home communities. Those are some of the biggest mobile home communities in the state. These are important populations for our city, for keeping our city livable, and for it's important to keep have these residents' feedback. So thank you for that. I want to ask a few questions. I'll probably have more, but the ones that I have right now are about the trees, slides 6 and 7. We did have a lot of trees along that roadway already removed, the ones on the north side adjacent to Casa. Does that is that reflected in the tree count here? The one, I think it's on page 6 about the slide 6, no, slide 7 about the 12 likely and 66 potential, or is that already reflecting that?
We are including those removals as an existing condition. So the counts that we presented tonight does not include those trees. Those trees are considered already gone.
Those trees are already gone. So
Yeah.
these are 12 more trees and
Yes.
66. I see head shaking in the audience. I would like to potentially follow up on that after public comment. And then on slide 8, the one likely, is that because the road is, why is there such a big difference between those two alternatives?
So the main difference is where the curb goes. So in design alternative 1, the entire curb, the entire way goes out into what is today the roadway. And then we have to pave a 12-foot wide section for the multi-use trail. A lot of those trees are right at the existing curb. And so even if the tree is not ultimately going to be in the trailway, it will likely be detrimentally damaged by the destruction, the demoing of the existing curb. And so that's why there's the likely and the potential, because some of those trees, the roots are definitely going to be, the tree is way too close to the construction zone. But then there's quite a few that are closer to the sound wall. And we'll have to do a more detailed analysis, get some arborists on board to look at which of those trees can we protect and which would need to go or get severely pruned.
Okay, thank you for that. I have a question about the DPS response. Given the current lane closure, what happens now when a fire truck needs to get by? Do cars go through the cones? Does the fire truck go through the cones?
So our emergency response, we do not pass on the right because the vehicle code dictates that motors yield to the right. So if we were to pass on the right and the motorists also go to the right, we would be liable for any collision, and that would also confuse motorists. So at this time, we continue to stay on the left and have the motorists yield to the right.
I saw in the Monday morning questions that there hasn't really been data collected about emergency vehicles going down, particularly that southern side through those cones potentially, or having motorists go through the cones. Do you have any like anecdotal examples or like a hypothetical examples? What is supposed to happen if a fire truck needs to go by there? Do the fire trucks announce pull to the right and then the cars do or don't?
Yeah, so we do not track data in terms of what our motorists doing when we are behind them in emergency mode. And unfortunately, I don't have any examples for you. But if we were to be behind a motorist in that section, the motorist would have to move to the right. And if they don't, we would probably have to educate them and get on the PA and ask them to move over.
Okay, so hypothetically, if you're coming from Fair Oaks and need to service down that's what would happen, and there is a potential delay there for the motorist to listen, and that psychological barrier that you were talking about.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Again, in the Monday morning questions, it was talked about DPS doesn't have data about which ways the emergency vehicle is approaching from, but it's my understanding generally that the mobile home parks are serviced by Fire Station 6 on the east side of Lawrence, and generally, so all of the mobile home parks are serviced from there and by the fire trucks, and the edge cases, Fire Station 5 would be servicing them from the west side, and that's the area that would be more potentially affected by Phase 1. Is that a reasonable?
Generally speaking, depends on the emergency. So there are a lot of variables to our response and what type of resources are required for the emergency. So if it is just a single engine response for that particular area, it would most likely be Fire Station 6 coming from the east. However, if there are more complicated emergencies, we would require resources from Fire Station 5 and or Fire Station 2, which is north and southwest of this corridor, and also patrol response because we are a public safety model and we use police services to support fire.
And then another question about public safety response. In alternative 2, there's the buffered bike lane that cars can pull into. Can someone remind me about the width of that and if the fire truck is able to pass on the left side?
So I can answer the bike lane width question, and Deputy Chief can answer the emergency access part. So the bike lane itself would be 6 feet from the curb to the stripe. And then the buffer itself would be on average 4.5 feet. So you'd have about 10.5 feet of clear width, which is a lane width, a narrow lane width available.
It would be tight. We would have to have the motorists go up to the very far edge of the curb line for us to pass in a fire apparatus.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks a lot, staff. As City Manager said, this is one of the most complicated projects I have seen in Sunnyvale. with so many constraints, land constraints as such. And then I also want to thank our residents for meeting with me. I have met with both the parties. And then I was there for a couple of community outreach also. So I'm kind of familiar with this. So first, let me ask about a data related question. You presented the car data. I am looking at the one you presented to BPAC. From attachment 1, it says, I want to make sure that I understand this data correctly. The pedestrian traffic is give or take 70, 50 to 100 or something like that on an average day. The bike is about 30 on an average. Am I reading it correctly, or you can, which seems to indicate that there were more pedestrians than bicyclists. Is that correct? This is attachment 1, BPAC,
Yeah,
page number 4 of 12.
Yeah, I'm looking at the data right now. Thank you to our project manager in the audience there, Tin Lee Lei, who sent that to me. So the bicycle volumes, I'm sorry, your question is, it looks like there's more pedestrians than bicyclists, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I can only speak anecdotally. When we took these counts, we didn't ask folks, anything about their travel, they're just purely counts. But my speculation is that since there are segments that have sidewalks, people do walk along here. There are segments specifically on the south side from Vienna to Lawrence. That's a continuous sidewalk. So if you come out from either Plaza del Rey or Casa de Amigos, you can come to Vienna and walk out to Lawrence and go to that shopping center, restaurants and such. And so I suspect that that's the reason, because there are some pedestrian facilities. There's likely more pedestrians there. But otherwise, it would be pure speculation why that is.
Okay, thank you. And then I also noticed that the the car volume, which is, I have too many windows open here, is about 5,000 or something like that. One of the public said that they, according to census.gov, there are about 4,000 cars in these two mobile home parks, right? Which means that even if the cars make one trip a day, that would exceed this number. Any idea why it is, or are we?
Again, we strictly just counted the vehicles coming and going. I couldn't tell you even if they're coming and going from the mobile home parks, or if they're cutting through Tasman, or perhaps they're from one of the communities on the west side of Fair Oaks. So I think that it's I think that the message that the data tells, the kind of the story that it tells is, and why we've been tracking it, is to see if our traffic patterns and volumes are going back to pre-pandemic levels. And the answer is no. We're still pretty below. I think that table on I forget what slide number it was, but we're 17% lower in one direction and like 19% lower. That's not to say it'll always stay that low. I don't have a crystal ball that tells me that, but that's where we're tracking right now.
That's exactly correct. And then between January and April, it went up some 10%. So who knows how these things work. The other question I have is an alternate design alternative too. I'm using the same terminology.
Thank you.
When from southwest end of Tasman Drive at the intersection of Fair Oaks, right? Fair Oaks has got two left turn coming into Tasman. Whereas if we remove, I think either I'm reading the diagram incorrectly, or how will they merge into one lane if whatever the alternative 1 or 2, how will do they have the distance to merge?
We would have to look at the intersection, each of the three intersections, Fair Oaks, Vienna, and Lawrence, to look at the best way to make the transitions for the vehicles. Likely, we would have them transition before they get onto this segment of Tasman. So probably we would drop the lane on, the south side and north side of Fair Oaks approaching, and then the west side of Tasman in this case.
Yeah, okay. And then I also had Council Member Lay pointed out this, and then Monday morning question, there were last year 100 fire calls and 23 police calls. And then I think Deputy Chief said, they wanted to know if the fire emergency vehicle is coming from Fire Station 5, not 6. 6 has got 2 lanes. 5, and then one of the lanes is temporarily blocked. How did emergency vehicles handle those situations?
Again, I'll let Deputy Chief talk about their procedures, but that is exactly one of the reasons why staff recommendation is the buffered bike lanes and sidewalks, is to allow that additional pavement width so that there is some room if there's congestion. I don't know if you have anything to add.
Are you speaking of the current configuration?
Correct. In the temporary lane closure on the south side of Tasman Drive, there is one segment where there are temporary barricades, right?
Yes.
So if
So
the fire
currently the
station
way,
is coming from 5, the emergency vehicle is coming from Fire Station 5, how will that, in traffic condition, how will that work?
yeah, so currently the fire engines do fit in that current configuration. However, if there are traffic, hypothetically, the traffic would have to move over to the right for our engines to continue to the emergency on that roadway.
Okay. Thank you. And then the other question I have is, from traffic engineering perspective, if let's say we have 5,000 cars per day, now we have 2 lanes. What happens if there is only 1 lane, whatever the alternative? Will it cause more problems regarding congestion? And then related to that, I have a collision. We heard that we saw in BPAC attachment, collisions are severe problems for vehicular traffic.
So the model, the traffic analysis that we did as part of this study looked at exactly that. If we remove a lane in each direction, what happens to the traffic with these volumes? And what we found was that from Fair Oaks to Vienna, that segment, there were some increases in travel time delay and queuing, but it was very minimal in traffic engineering terms. It was a few seconds. However, the Vienna to Lawrence segment, it was a little bit more significant. And the fact that we actually observed that morning peak congestion at Lawrence, people trying to get to Lawrence to get to the freeways or Lawrence Expressway to get to their places of work or school, whatever they needed to do for the day, that congestion, that queuing actually backed up to Vienna, and at points it went beyond Vienna. So even adding a little bit of congestion there by removing a lane would be more significant. But the traffic study found that for the Fair Oaks to Vienna segment, it was nominal.
Okay. Thank you. That could be because from both the mobile home parks, Vienna is the exit and entry, or in this case, exit into Lawrence and other places. And then one other suggestion I have, I know staff did a wonderful job reaching out to community, but having said that, we have received more than 1,000 signatures. So somewhere there is a disconnect here. In future, we need to handle that well. And then last question is, so mid-block crossing, I understand that crossing a live train tracks is very tough. And then there was a fatal accident there. And then East Channel Trail is good idea, the crossing, but it's closer to Fair Oaks anyway, right? So I know grade separation is ruled out, whether it's over the train or under the pass. Is there anything, can we work on signaling or something? Is that a possibility? Because that, if you look at that stretch is about 0.7 miles. I checked on Google Maps, so.
So it's possible with enough time, energy, and money, but the hesitation to recommend or move forward with anything for mid-block crossing is one, it's extremely difficult to get the rail authority, whether it's VTA or we would have to also get approval from the California Public Utilities Commission, which oversees all rail operations throughout the state. They have to give their blessing ultimately, and that's extremely difficult. So say we overcome those hurdles and everybody says, yes, let's add a mid-block crossing, then we need to implement safety improvements, gates, bells, all of that equipment, and not impact the existing rail equipment that's out there today, the overhead electrified lines, all of that. And so then it's possible, but it could be millions of dollars just to add one crossing.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, as an engineer, I understand. And then I also agree with the city manager about the cost. And then I would also add to, there are strategic priorities which this money can be used for also. So it's a very expensive, it's a 1 mile stretch, Tasman Drive. And then anyway, those are my questions. I will wait for public comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Yes, thank you very much, staff, for all the hard work. Thank you, community, for coming and providing feedback over a very long period of time as we've iterated on this. Your patience, your thoughtfulness, and your participation are much appreciated. And I do hope that you find yourselves, you feel considered this evening. We're doing our best to make sure all is heard. And I was just going through my questions because many of them have been asked, and I don't want to repeat anything that's there. So how fast are the cars going down Tasman right now? Do we know? No,
So
to
the
staff,
posted,
question to staff.
the posted speed limit out there is 40 miles an hour, and I will have to ask if I don't know that we did a speed calculation, a speed count, because we were, as part of the temporary lane closure, we were asked to monitor the volumes. And so I think that over time, we have been capturing volume. And so we added on the Vienna to Lawrence segment as an additional expense that we could build into our existing budget. But I do not believe we have volumes out there. No.
Or the speed, or even if we knew this.
I'm sorry, speed, yeah.
I know, man, it's been some years now, right? But I was in those meetings about how fast cars were going when we're considering the temporary closure. Do we remember any of that? Because I'm just thinking like cars can start to go very fast down Tasman.
Yeah, I think, the speed limit's 40 miles per hour. And typically or at least when we last did like the speed surveys to be able to enforce the 40 miles per hour, it would have had to be within about 5 miles per hour of that in order to be able to set it at 40 and to be able to enforce it. I don't know that we've done anything with the temporary because we thought the temporary was going to be 6 months, and so we never really had planned to do that until this was done. So, but we'll certainly take a look at it after. If anything, typically when you narrow the roadway and you have less lanes, it's going to get slower, but I don't know that it's going to get significantly slower in this case at all.
Right, that's what I was thinking. And so would it be wise then to initiate like a traffic calming study just to even understand like how fast cars are going down there? Because I know that, I've seen cars go 50, 55 sometimes because you can get into that stretch and then you go into the blind turn and it can be kind of dangerous. So these are just things that I've observed and that other folks have talked about too.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the perspective, we'll certainly look at the speeds, afterwards, because we'll have to recertify it. And so we'll see if there's any sort of anomalies or whatnot. And we do that pretty regular when we look to see if we need to do anything different. The challenge is I don't think that this would qualify for the traffic calming, and especially with it being an emergency route, we don't want to slow that down. But there may be some non-physical things we can do, whether speed feedback signs, but we'll have to see what the data shows and see if there's even a need to do that.
Sure, yeah, and that's the cool part about the traffic calming is we have a lot of different methods of getting the speed down, not just your traditional ones. We've expanded that program quite a bit. That's really interesting. So staff is recommending alternative 3 there, and then also to remove the temporary lanes for the reasons you mentioned. The ADA didn't need to be there that long. It would take a lot more. So would propose removing the temporary lane prior, because it's an unfunded project, prior to the construction of alternative 3? That would be the recommendation.
Yes, if council selects alternative 6, I think it is. Sorry, I'm getting my numbers mixed up. Anyhow, if council directs staff to remove the temporary closure, then we have some budget remaining in the fund that we are currently maintaining those devices out of. And we have enough money there. I think it's like $5,000 or something we've got left. That's enough money to remove the devices. But it's not enough money to replace anything there.
Okay. Okay, and would there be, so there's not enough money to replace it out there. What would a replacement look like? What would that take?
Well,
You mentioned the
that's
sloping,
yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you may have mentioned it previously, but I've missed that dollar amount that you guessed.
So to replace, it depends on what you're replacing it with. The alternatives that we presented in the report to council, alternative 8, I believe it is replacing it with a buffered bike lane. And so that is something that we, as I think you're all familiar, we have the slurry seal project. And to advance our active transportation plan elements, we've been utilizing our slurry seal program to implement striping. So we could do something like that here as well. So that's an optional alternative that would be minimal additional cost because we would already have to restripe the roadway.
Okay. All right, well, those are okay, I do have some more questions here. So when we're talking about response time, like slowing response time, are we talking seconds, a minute? Can you give a range to, say, directing traffic to, drive over a plastic barrier? Can't remember what we call it.
The armadillos?
Armadillo. I was trying to remember which children's book I was associating it with. Yeah, that one, but not the armadillo. But yes, the armadillo in this case. So how long, what are we talking about? Are we talking about 5 seconds, 10 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes?
That's hard to answer.
Yeah.
It really depends on the situation, and the type of emergency and how many resources we need to get to that emergency. So sometimes we only think about one emergency vehicle that needs to get there, but a lot of times it could be a complement of vehicles, police vehicles and fire vehicles. And depending on the traffic situation, time of day, and exactly what the delay is, it could be substantial, but in our line of work, seconds matter. So I can't give you a definite answer on time.
I see what you're saying. So substantial is subjective and situation dependent, and so is the actual number. This could be a couple seconds or this could be minutes. There's so many variables on this one stretch of road. As it was brought up, it's complicated.
It is. It's a unique segment of roadway with VTA being in the middle. It is very unique.
Okay. Then I was thinking, because we're all trying to get creative right now, like signs saying move over, but like that depends on somebody reading it and still there's a direction, but okay. Those are all my questions. The rest have been asked, so I'll turn off the mic.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Many of my questions have been asked and answered, and thank you, staff, for a strong presentation and for all the hard work you've done on the analysis and outreach on this project. So the first question I have is, has any analysis been done on whether the current multi-use path has had a detrimental impact on emergency response times?
I do not know if such a study has ever been done, but not a part of this study, no.
Okay. Has any analysis been done on whether current conditions, design alternative 1 or design alternative 2 would yield more serious crashes?
To my knowledge, there is no analysis that evaluates collisions or whether a scenario would create collisions. Typically, we aim to design to avoid them. And so I can't say that none exists, but if one does, I'm not aware of it.
Is there a metric that can be used to say option 1, option 2, or status quo best avoids collisions?
Again, not that I'm aware of. I think, in all of our guidance, our standards, our best practices, we're aiming to avoid all collisions with all of our programs and policies here at the city as well. So to my knowledge, there is nothing that says if you do this, everything is context sensitive as well. So I cannot say one way or the other.
Okay. Would it be possible if we were to go with a vertically separated option of some sort, such as a rolled curb, a multi-use pathway, or armadillos, to have signage on the street saying pull over for sirens? Something to that effect.
Is the question if it's possible?
Is it possible? Is there anything in the MUTCD, for instance?
Well, there's certainly you can add signage, but as Deputy Chief mentioned, there's that psychological barrier, and in an emergency situation, people tend to go into habitual mode as opposed, you react, you're not necessarily analyzing the situation. So I know when I hear a siren or I see lights behind me, my first thought is turn on my blinker, pull to the right. I'm not, I'm looking for other cars and bicyclists and such, but I'm not thinking about where I need to go or whether there's something in a vertical curb or something like that. I'm going into habit mode. And so I think that if we were to direct people to do something that they're not normally doing, they're trained not to do. In this case, drive over an armadillo. Those are very, very big objects. We get complaints about quite often, actually. But I think that would potentially cause our DPS officers some problems, because then they would have to spend more time directing folks. So if there are signs there or not, I don't know that people would see them in those moments, but I've said this before, I'm not a behaviorist. That's not my area of specialty. So again, I'm just speculating and using my best engineering judgment onto what would happen.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so the next question I have is on the trees. Like the Lorax, I must speak for the trees, since we're doing children's books tonight. So essentially what I'm hearing is that those potential removals are due to the fact that, we can't just pour concrete on top of the existing surface. We'd have to tear it up, dig it up, and that would probably damage root systems. Once that work is done, could those trees be replanted? Could we design the path with tree cutouts, etc.?
It's possible, and the final design would certainly look into that. Some of those segments between the existing curb and the sound walls are extremely narrow, so it's highly unlikely in those places. But in other segments, there may be some opportunities to add trees, to add those sidewalk go around them or narrow points at specific times. Again, and I'm not an arborist, so I don't know the health of those trees, if you could dig them up and replant those same trees, but we would definitely, you know, we're big on trees here in Sunnyvale, and we would definitely look for opportunities to increase the landscaping along here after all of the hardscape is installed.
And I'll just say that whatever option we go with, I hope that those trees are, to quote former planning commissioner Dave Simons, estate-sized native species, and that they provide good canopy cover. Okay, next question. As we talk about, we did talk a little bit about speed limits. As part of whatever alternative that we adopt, would it be possible to explicitly design for lower speed limits? Such as, you know, trying to design this, and once you go down to one lane, 40 miles an hour is hard to maintain, I feel like. But so could it be explicitly designed for a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit?
I think the difficulty we would have there is that the alignment of the street is pretty much rigid. We have the light rail in the median, and that's not shifting. And so we would look to do that as much as possible, but I think that with the constraints we have there, it would be difficult to implement. If you have a brand new road, you know, all bets are off, we can do it. But in this case, we have so many existing constraints with the sound walls, the property line, the light rail. I think that would be difficult. But with that said, after the implementation of anything, we will go through the speed survey process in the future, and perhaps just by narrowing down from 2 lanes to 1 lane, it may create a natural slowing of the speeds out there. And so our future speed surveys and engineering study would show that, and then that legally would enable us to lower the speed limit, but we would have to go through that after that speed study, after the project is implemented.
Okay. A couple more questions. And this is more for the city attorney. We have received requests to open a new temporary path on the north side of the street. We've also received requests to maintain the existing temporary path on the south side of the street. What legal risk would the city be exposed to if we were to adopt either of these options?
Well, there's always legal risks. So that's kind of a broad question.
Specifically under the ADA, let's say.
So under the ADA, if there was a complaint that that there was a violation of an ADA requirement, we would have to fix that condition so it's compliant with the ADA, or we would risk continuing penalties, financial penalties for a non-compliant condition in the public right-of-way.
We could simply remove the path once we received such a complaint, yes?
That would be one option.
Okay, that's worth considering. And then in terms of opening, you know, so what was the sort of shield that allowed us to open this without ADA considerations in the first place? Or was there anything, was it just like we decided it was temporary and it was worth the risk?
I think that's essentially it. And also because during the pandemic, there was very little traffic volume.
Okay. The last question I have, and this is with regards to what the city manager was stating about the cost. To my mind, even within phase 1, there are segments that have different priority levels. And for me, the Northwest segment has the highest priority level because that is the direct connection to the grocery store. And we just heard 4 weeks ago, extensive comments from the community on how important walkable grocery stores are. Could phase 1 be divided into sub-phases to help, you know, handle the substantial cost of this, such that we could do the Northwest segment first and then the Southwest segment or something along those lines?
It could be segmented by quadrants. The reduction in cost wouldn't necessarily be half, though, because the effort to design it would be roughly the same. And then there's economies of scale from construction perspective that they would still have to mobilize forces, traffic control. A lot of their costs would be the same regardless of whether we did one or both sides of the street. So there would be some savings. I can't tell you off the top of my head what that would be, but it would not be 50% of the estimates in the presentation.
You never actually get 50% when you divide by 2 on these. Right. All right. Thank you very much. I will simply signal to the mayor that I hope that we could have a brief recess before public comment starts. Thank you.
Okay. We'll see about that. Next up is Councilmember Chang.
Thank you, and thank you to staff for the outreach. My first question is, could you expand a little bit more about when you were doing the outreach at the mobile home parks? Was there any consideration about potential other entrances for DPS into the mobile home parks?
So since the mobile home parks are private property, and they've been there for, I don't even know how many decades, we cannot dictate, we cannot require them to add or change their access. I would speculate that they have optional accesses if there was some major event, but those are typically locked to vehicles so that regular folks that don't live there can't come and go through those gates. But I think the short answer is we don't have that ability today to require additional access points.
And I guess similarly, could you expand a little bit more on their concern about the mobile home park deliveries?
Yes, so we heard quite a few concerns from the mobile home parks and the residents there that, I couldn't tell you how often, but they say it happens quite a bit that people want to buy a new home. And so they bring them in segments. Those homes can be quite large. And so to be able to travel with just 16-foot wide segments max, you're probably bringing in 2, 3, 4 trucks, wide load trucks. So in addition to the width, so a typical lane width is between 10 and 12 feet. So we're talking about 16 feet. So in excess of 4 to 6 feet of what our lanes are today. In addition to that, they're quite long. And so if you can imagine, if you've ever been at a stoplight and an 18-wheeler turns right or left right in front of you, they can get quite close, right? Because they're one rectangle, they don't flex. And so these mobile homes would be the same. So they need a wider radius to make any kind of a turn. So the concerns with alternative 1, although it's just a 6-inch curb, the wheels have to travel farther from the lane in order to make that maneuver. And so that's a concern with being able to do that without hopping up on the curbs. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. And then changing gears a little bit, for design alternative 2, I'm wondering if there's anywhere else in the city that you could maybe expand on where there's one travel lane and then a buffered bike lane that's unprotected.
We do on North Sunnyvale Avenue, just north of downtown. We recently installed some buffer bike lanes there. The main difference there is we don't have a raised median of any kind. And so the concern for emergency vehicles is probably a little bit less. There's more roadway width. I think that's probably the best and most recent example.
Yeah, another one that was brought up tonight earlier is Dwayne, right? So there's a stretch on there that has buffer bike lanes and has one lane in each direction. And then Maud, did you mention Maud? I think that has a stretch too. So there are several examples throughout the city that's been done before.
In those areas, I guess it might be a little bit different because of the light rail. In an instance where 2 cars or something are trying to avoid a collision and then they swerve to the right, and would that buffer be wide enough for a cyclist?
I'm not sure I understand your question. So if opposing directions of vehicles?
Or if, let's say there's 2 cars traveling down the same direction and they're, sometimes people are texting or not paying attention, and then they, instead of swerving left because of the light rail, they swerve right. Is that enough buffer space for a cyclist safety?
I think that all depends. It depends on the speeds they're traveling. It depends on how much they react. And so our typical bike lane is 5 to 6 feet width, and a lot of our buffers are 2 to 3 feet wide minimum. So what we are proposing here on Tasman is actually wider than that. Because if we close a whole lane, we have a little bit more room to play with. So that buffer, having a wider buffer gives the vehicles a little bit more room and the bicyclists to have a little bit more space between them and just the everyday regular non-colliding vehicles to have some wiggle room between the two.
Great, thank you. And then a lot of my other questions have already been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have a few questions. First, just kind of laying this out, going back to the beginning of COVID and, seeing people walk in the street along Tasman and bringing this to the city manager, and ultimately bringing it to council to close down that segment. ADA never really came out as an issue other than ADA trying to get off of the sidewalk onto the roadway and making sure that that transition was as good as could be, with the concept of losing a lane and, doing that transition. So it surprised me a little bit that, okay, we haven't been meeting that with the current design. And that being said, I'm looking, hopefully we'll figure out, what the right direction is here from that standpoint. And I've sat through lots of outreach meetings and met with a lot of residents. I know that along the way, there was talk about no turn on red at Vienna and Tasman. Is that completely off the table now on all options? And maybe I missed it from the discussion.
That is still something that is discussed. It depends on which design alternative, if either moves forward. It depends on whether or not we include two-way, I forget the exact terminology, but bike boxes, basically those green spaces where if a cyclist wants to make a two-stage left turn, they stop and they sit in that bike box. It's a requirement that if we have bike boxes, that we have to have no right turn on red, because that would directly conflict where the bicycles are supposed to wait to continue their second stage of the left turn. So those are things that can be, the nuances of the design can be worked out in final design, whether we want to implement those or not. It's easier to avoid, for lack of a better word, with the buffered bike lane option than with a protected multi-use path. Then there's a little less flexibility with some of those requirements because of the space needed and the movements there. So that was a vague kind of answer.
No, I appreciate that. And you talked about buffered bike lanes were the approved design, or let's say the preferred design, if we're talking about moving mobile homes in and out of that area. But that kind of goes away if we're only looking at part of the alternatives is talking about phase one versus phase two, Vienna to Lawrence Expressway. And so, whether or not it's multi-use trail or buffered bike lanes, if we're only kind of focusing on, I'll say, Fair Oaks to Vienna, the concept, at least in any short-term concept, the issue about moving mobile homes in and out of the communities is not an issue, correct? Or not? Kind of prescribing basically, that, well, it's the same, to some degree, it's the same issue as a DPS truck going, in that narrow area, but kind of prescribing, much like I think the majority of the move-ins now or move-outs now go Lawrence to Tasman to Vienna, correct?
We don't have specific data on what routes all of the trucking companies take. They could come from either direction, I think is the short answer. And so we would want to accommodate that. But we did look through our truck permits and they don't necessarily all state whether they're moving a mobile home or not. So it was a little difficult to figure out what paths they were taking, what times of day, things like that, just because it's sometimes the permits come in as a truck. But in all likelihood, yes, they're probably coming from the freeway, which means they would come from Lawrence, but I cannot guarantee you that all of them come that way. Some may come from Fair Oaks.
Okay, thank you. And, there were some issues, or let's say some concerns about Levi Stadium. Does staff have any of those same concerns, whether or not it's 1 lane, 2 lane, 3 lanes in each direction? for a major event, there would always be problems, correct? Or
So my understanding of the traffic control that's standard that the city of Santa Clara and the county implement during an Levi's Stadium event is they do not let folks travel from, say, Fair Oaks across Lawrence into towards Levi's Stadium. They want people to use the freeway and use Lawrence. And so in order to achieve that, force people basically to get off of the freeway at Lawrence or come up Lawrence to get over to Levi's and use Tasman from there. In order to achieve that, they do not let through traffic on Tasman across Lawrence. And so that by itself causes some congestion. Typically, Levi's events are in the afternoons or the evenings, whereas the congestion that we saw as part of our study for the commute peak was AM. And so it luckily doesn't correspond. Otherwise, it would be double congestion. But in this case, it's usually a short period of time, a matter of an hour or two. And it's inconsistent. It's during the summer, maybe more often than the rest of the year. During football season, it's a handful of Sundays a year. So it's not an everyday occurrence like the AM peak commute time.
Right. Okay. And we talked a little bit about, other council members brought up my 8 a.m. question about evaluating the 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. What would it take at this point to reevaluate that speed limit and whether or not it'd be viable to lower it?
So in order for a posted speed limit to be enforceable, we have to have an engineering traffic study. And so that is something, as the Public Works Director, Chip Taylor, mentioned, we do that regularly to keep those up to date and certified. And so it would just be a matter of adding that onto our priority list. Quite honestly, it's already at the top of our list and we're hoping to get that done soon. But it would have to go through that study. That study would then have to have the findings that we could, and that's based off of the 85th percentile speeds that are out there. So if the findings are not that it should be lowered, then we cannot enforce a lower speed limit. That study has to support what DPS can enforce.
Okay, that was all of my questions. Councilmember Lay.
Thank you so much. 2 quick questions. Is either of the alternative 1 or alternative design alternative 1 or design alternative 2 more or less likely to get grant funding based on whether or not it meets the Caltrans recommendations?
That's not something that I had thought about, but I do not think so. I think both of them would add a bicycle and pedestrian connectivity where a gap exists today. And so I think for programs that are looking to increase active transportation, bicycling, things like that, I think they would compete equally. I think the only differential would be the cost. It's easier to get less money than more money. In that case, design alternative 2 would be a little bit easier. But as far as the attractiveness of each, I think they're the same.
And to add just a little bit to that, I think that, the likelihood of the grants, actually finding a grant that this would be supportive of either one, I think Angel's right. They're both about the same competition wise, but I think they're going to rank very low on any grant opportunity. So I wouldn't count on that being a factor in funding this.
Thank you. Actually, 2 more things. Just for the benefit of my colleagues, I live up here, so I go down that road fairly often. Could you explain for everyone's benefit what the size differential is between the proposed phase 1 and the proposed phase 2? Phase 2 is relatively small.
I would say, I know we did some measurements to try to come up with our cost estimates, but I would say that phase 1, the Fair Oaks to Vienna segment is probably about 75% of the total width. So it's the majority of this segment.
Okay, so it's 70%-ish, you said?
Yeah.
So, and the existing segment, like the whole thing is less than a mile?
About a mile. Yeah, it's about a mile total.
Okay, so it's most of it is phase 1.
Yeah.
And then just a little bit more about speed limits. Tasman, this particular section of Tasman, even though there are mobile home parks and that's all that's along this segment, it's considered an industrial connector, so that's what makes it ineligible for traffic calming?
Correct.
Okay, and there's nothing that we can do to reclassify that to make it more amenable to reclassification, because even though there are residents along this stretch?
Well, I think that the piece is, regardless of whether it's eligible for traffic calming, even if it was, it's still a collector roadway. And so any physical features wouldn't be allowed even per our calming, but we would be able to use like a speed feedback sign, some of those types of things that don't actually impact the roadway as far as a physical device. So we would still be able to do that regardless. If we saw some sort of speeding issues, we could still look at those ways. And we've done that before, but we'd have to wait and see that there's some sort of real problem first.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all of council questions, at least for now. We'll go ahead and take a 5-minute recess before public comment. Please come, we'll be coming back, reconvening at 9:10. Thank you. Let's go ahead and reconvene. I will open the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, raise your digital hand now, or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. With the number of speakers who wish to be speaking on this item, speakers will have 2 minutes to speak. As a reminder to everyone in the room, this is a safe space. So no booing, no clapping. We need to make sure that everyone feels comfortable coming up to the lectern or speak online to have their say. For those online, for those remote, we'll be limiting the number of remote speakers that we have. So raise your digital hand now. But ultimately, you have until the first person, so the first 2 minutes completes, to raise your hand, and then the city clerk will be taking the names of those people who have their hands raised remotely. I will be reading off 2 names, so hopefully the first person in the room will come to the lectern, and the second person will be waiting nearby so that we can speed the change as quickly as possible. So my first 2 speakers are Victor G, followed by Denise C.
Right and left. Thank you very much. Mayor, council members, and city staff, thank you for hearing me out tonight. My name is Victor Garza. I live in the Casa de Amigos on Tasman, and I have for over 25 years. This proposed change will directly impact 1,700 homes, and as you've heard, over 4,000 vehicles in the Casa de Amigos and Plaza del Rey communities, which are quite large. Tasman Drive is the primary access for entering and exiting these communities. Additionally, it will create major traffic backups for the thousands of residents and workers in the area, making daily commutes significantly worse. There are no alternatives to Tasman Drive for commuters living in the Casa de Amigos or Plaza del Rey parks. If I haven't said so before, I strongly oppose all alternatives to the Tasman Pedestrian Bicycle Improvement Study that changed Tasman Drive. Tasman Drive is not a quiet residential street. As we've heard, it is a major arterial corridor with a light rail raised median already segregating traffic. I need to reemphasize the light rail component of this. We have a mass transit system embedded in Tasman Drive. You need to go from one place to another. You walk off, you get to the light rail, you move to where you need to go. This will also provide you a way to get to grocery stores. No need for bikes, no need for walking. Get on the light rail. The proposed plan to reduce Tasman Drive from 4 lanes to just 1 lane in each direction will create severe congestion delays and dangerous traffic conditions. The city is already planning to add bike and pedestrian path to the East Channel Trail directly to the west, in which abuts Casa de Amigos, which would provide an alternative dedicated route for non-vehicular traffic. Cyclists must either use Fair Oaks, the most dangerous street in Sunnyvale, or Lawrence Expressway to get to Tasman. Both routes are hostile and unsafe for bicyclists. The proposed East Channel Trail avoids these streets and is a safer alternative to Tasman. Preserve access, improve safety, don't wreck Tasman Drive. Our community rely on Tasman Drive.
Thank you very much. Denise C, followed by Debbie P.
Oops, sorry. I have a presentation. Yeah. Casey? Casey Gallardo? Okay. Oh, good evening, city staff and council, mayor. I am here representing 1,171 people that do not, these are petitions signed that are not for the change on Tasman Drive. I live in Casa de Amigos. I'm also a mobile home salesperson, primarily in the North Sunnyvale area. And my office is right next door to Station 6, who use Tasman Drive. Before I talk about emergency services, I want to show you what we're talking about. There's over 16,000 automobiles that use Tasman on a week basis, where there's only 62 bikes and roughly 206 bikes and pedestrians. So we're talking 16,000 plus versus 200 bikes and pedestrians. So that's quite a disparity. Sunnyvale's Public Officers Association has written a letter to the city and to the mayor who strongly oppose this proposal, that there will absolutely be delays in emergency services if this goes through, because there's going to be medical situations in a fire. Do you know the mobile home will burn in 10 minutes? It will be engulfed entirely. And also you have domestic violence where things can escalate and it can increase harm if there's a delay in getting into the park. So with the Public Safety Officers Association not wanting this at all, it would be very irresponsible to put this forward. We also have, the delay in the response to the to these situations.
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay.
Next up is Debbie P, followed by Jim V.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the whole city council, thank you for allowing this opportunity. My name is Debbie Pratt, and I live in Plaza del Rey. I've been there 25 years. I moved there when the speed limit on Tasman was 35, and I can tell you, we were horrified when it was raised to 40. Let me tell you where my house is. I live in the little niche that is formed by Tasman Drive and Tasman Court. My house is there in that corner. So I see a lot of activity. At night, I'd like you to come and see Tasman after dark and see what the speed limit is then. When it was 2 lanes in each direction, we had nightly races, drag races. You listen to them and you're just waiting for them to hit something. And sometimes they did, including the light rail station at Fair Oaks. Since the lane reduction for COVID, it was great. We've used that trail or path now numerous times to ride bikes, and it's used daily. When I drive out of onto Tasman, there's always somebody in that lane, whether it's somebody walking their dog, pushing a stroller, riding a bike. I've seen people with mobility devices using it, and nobody seems to have a problem with the ADA, so I don't know what that is about. Half minute. I'm here to support Plan A, Plan 1, no, design alternative 1. I think it would be beautiful, but it sounds, after listening to everything, it sounds logistically impossible. The only thing I would ask tonight is do not accept option 7, removing that lane. Because if you take it out now, it's going to be harder to get it back, to get it a lane there. And now you're taking away the one way that people can walk to.
Thank you. Jim V, followed by Pat C.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor Klein and City Council members. I'm Jim Van Pernis, a 44-year resident and homeowner in Sunnyvale. I'm speaking on my own behalf. I'm here to let you know that I agree with design alternative 1, the BPAC's May 15th decision in support of the multi-use pathway on Tasman Drive from Fair Oaks Avenue to Vienna Drive, also known as Phase 1. In addition, I support a temporary lane closure, bike ped pathway in the northwest part of Tasman Drive as a near-term project. I recognize that the completion of Phase 1 may be a long time out, and that Phase 2, there's a lot of unanswered questions, and I think a lot of study should be completed prior to trying to do something with Phase 2, because there's apparently a lot of just hypotheticals, analyses that have never been done that ought to be considered doing that. So to sum up, I respectfully disagree with the city staff's recommended alternative 2, because some of the claims made as to the justification appear to be based on opinions and kind of vaporware and not facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat C, followed by Leland B.
Hello, good evening. I am Pat Carpio, and I am also known to my students as Ms. Carpio. I am here today speaking on my own behalf, but I am bringing the lens of a teacher. I teach in Northern Sunnyvale. I am currently also serving on the board for Fremont Union High School District, and that brings together the students. So the students use sometimes bicycles to get to school, and sometimes they walk to school. And I worry about that because I have done that walk from the grocery store to the 2 mobile home parks. I myself am a resident of a mobile home park in Northern Sunnyvale, and I've lived in Sunnyvale for almost 12 years now. So I care deeply about the community, and I want it to be something that is livable for a longer time after I retire. And right now, I have the concern that we're thinking about building for today and thinking about the concerns of people today without considering the students that will be the adults of tomorrow. And what we do today impacts tomorrow. So we're building and thinking about how we extend into the future and what our students need, and what people who are today toddlers and maybe in elementary will be looking back at as saying, well, really, what about the trees? What about people who want to be more car independent? So I love going on my bike, and I do that where there is no traffic, because that area right there scares me a little bit. So it must scare my students, and I want them to walk around. I want them to get to school on a bike. I want us to feel safe. And I want myself, if I ever need to have a different mobility device, to be able to go to the grocery store and visit neighbors in the other homes, mobile home parks. So I would like a protected multi-use path to be considered, because we're building for tomorrow, not for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Leland B, followed by Elena F.
City Council. My name is Leland, and I'm a resident of the San Miguel neighborhood in Sunnyvale. I'm here to support alternative 1. I believe Sunnyvale needs to ensure alternative 1 is chosen because it's the only option that adequately, in my opinion, meets the city's initiative to protect pedestrians and cyclists, support the city's safe streets initiatives, and most importantly, ensure Vision Zero. As a daily cyclist in Sunnyvale, I often ride in this area, and I specifically avoid Tasman because I find drivers in this area especially, but generally reckless, distracted, and generally they cannot be trusted to safely share the road with cyclists. I think the best evidence you see of this is the bent plastic in places that are used to protect buffered bike lanes. The data is clear on this. We're all aware of the difference in safety for cyclists and pedestrians that comes with a Class 1 multi-use path. It was talked about before. Creating a safe east-west bicycle corridor on Tasman would be fantastic for those traveling by bicycle. It follows, of course, that I would support a phase 2 implementation of Class 1 on Vienna to Lawrence after phase one is completed. And then I hope the city looks to the future towards the development of similar separated class one paths, north on Lawrence to Bay Trail, south on Lawrence to Lawrence Caltrain, and further east on Tasman to the Calabasas Creek Trail and Aquinas Trail. To close, I asked the city, if you're concerned with the price of alternative one, I asked them whether they think alternative one will save even a single Sunnyvale resident cyclist's life over alternative two, given that the cost difference in cost between the projects is basically the same as a single statistical life. The city is concerned about emergency vehicle access. Well, with alternative two, they'll be able to get ambulances very easily down the road to the cyclists injured by these same reckless and irresponsible drivers. And to those who claim that because there's not already bike traffic on dangerous Tasman and ergo we shouldn't build it, would you argue against a bridge because of the lack of swimmers? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Alana F., followed by Harfisha O.
I've had trouble with clicker, but. Honorable Mayor Klein and City Council, my name is Ilana Feinsmith and I've lived in Casa de Amigos for 29 years. I'm a mom, a longtime Sunnyvale resident, and I use the current lane closure daily. Tonight, I'll be speaking on behalf of Sunnyvale Safe Streets, along with the next 3 speakers to share our concerns and recommendations for a safer, more accessible roads in our community. Safe and walking bike facilities are essential to be on Tasman now. We need them right now. Residents currently walk and bike in Tasman because alternative routes are not feasible. They're too far and too dangerous. If you look at the very top, like around Persian, that doesn't have sidewalks. It could work for cars to go around, but not for pedestrians. Tasman does not have continuous permanent walking bikeways also. Children ride their bikes in the streets. Like if you look at the middle upper one, that's a group of teenagers who are just leaving Casa de Amigos heading to grocery outlet. The other part of people are walking on Tasman in the street right by this curved blind curb. We see people walking in the street. I'm always scared when I'm driving there. And what's really scary about that is should anyone be hit, a pedestrian be hit at 40 miles per hour, only one of them is going to survive out of every 10. That means 9 people are going to be dead. It's not good. We're really, really concerned that without change, someone will die. And I know that's why we're here and we all care to create something that's going to be safe for our community, for our children. So our asks, number 1, implement alternate 1 multi-use pathway on Tasman between Fair Oaks and Vienna for phase 1. Evaluate phase 2 between Vienna and Lawrence only after completion of phase 1. Construct a new temporary bike lane closure on the north side of Tasman between Fair Oaks and Vienna, and keep the existing lane closures until phase 1 construction begins, and we'd love to have new trees coming in on Tasman. If you get rid of the current lane closure, we'll be left with a very, very narrow sidewalk for a tiny part, a part that I couldn't even take my kids on because I was afraid they'd fall into traffic.
Thank you. Harfisha O, followed by Daniel K.
Is it just the arrow button? Okay. Good evening. My name is Harfia. My family and I live in Casa de Amigos. I am a mother and a teacher. Sunnyvale Safe Streets had 5 asks of City Council in its original petition. We support design alternative 1, multi-use path for phase 1. It is the safest and most user-friendly of the options. This is a great visual to see the many benefits. The multi-use pathways will be elevated from the street, providing added safety for children on their way to school or parks. Alt-1's pathway is 12 feet wide, providing plenty of space for all people walking, biking, motoring, and dog walking. More importantly, there is space to pass, providing flexibility for all users. A temporary lane closure since 2020. As seen here, we already have 5 years of experience and we know it works. We have residents in mobile home parks who are carless, and this lane closure provided safe passage to grocery stores and more. It is very popular with dog walkers, seniors, families with young children, and many parents did not allow their children to bicycle outside our mobile home parks until this lane closure in 2020. So we were very grateful. And additionally, there were no problems with DPS, and we haven't even heard any anecdotal stories about that. This slide shows other similar examples of design alternative 1 in other cities.
around the country and the world. This slide illustrates how unsafe alternative 2 could be. I understand they're creating an extra buffer that's wide, but within the bike lane itself, it's only 4.5 feet wide. You cannot pass another electric bike or a bicycle going faster than you or other motorists in such a small amount of space. I think this type of width of bicycle lane would decrease closures, bicycling to school, and then children would not even travel to school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel K., followed by James B.
My name is Daniel Karpovich. I live in Lakewood. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, public safety. So public safety isn't just about fire truck response times. It's about the daily safety of everyone using the street. Reducing collisions on Tasman between Vienna and Fair Oaks will protect more lives than the theoretical shaving of seconds off of response times on a segment that is rarely congested and is rarely used by emergency vehicles. We need to balance all of these safety factors and not let one outweigh the others. Most of the time, DPS accesses the mobile home parks from the east side. The stretch from Vienna to Fair Oaks is rarely used. In fact, it's often fast reach Plaza del Rey by avoiding this area entirely. To reach Fair Oaks Avenue, first responders are better off using Persian Drive. It's quicker, has fewer intersections, and is usually completely empty, allowing vehicles to pass freely. Tasman is already not the fastest route, so this would not have a change. Meanwhile, both the current layout and alternative 2 force residents to choose between safety and mobility. That's not acceptable. People need to be able to get where they're going safely and cross the street or not have to cross the street. Alternatives 2 won't solve the problem of unsafe crossings. With one-way bike lanes, people face almost a mile-long detour just to reach the other side of the road to reach nearby destinations on the opposite side. This will lead to unsafe crossings across the light rail tracks, which already happens frequently. And this is a much greater risk to public safety than the small chances of a emergency vehicle being delayed by a few seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. James B., followed by Jeremiah D.
My name is James Bowen. I'm a resident of Plaza del Rey. And continuing on what Daniel just presented, alternative 2 is a class 2 bike lane with traffic, with the bikes moving in the same direction as the cars. And we're concerned that that to save time due to the awkwardness of the situation, that bikers will get back to Casa by going the wrong way. And going the wrong way puts them in direct head-on with both bikes and cars. And there's a high risk if there's a collision with a car that you'll see severe injuries. This is a pro-con chart of design alternative 1 and design alternative 2. And it shows that alternative 1 is safer. It improves health, has health benefits, reduces mid-block crossings, eliminates wrong-way cycling, and we don't think it has a significant effect on emergency response time. There has been a need for these lane closures ever since the installation of the light rail. There's a need for the lane closure on the north side to alleviate, to make a safe passage and to get access to the
grocery store and to the East Channel Trail. And the right of way is within.
Thank you very much. Jeremiah D, followed by Kara K.
Good evening, council members. I'm here about the urgent and frankly unacceptable safety conditions on Tasman Drive. Right now, there are no continuous sidewalks or bike lanes, forcing people, as we previously shown, including kids, seniors, and those with disabilities, to walk in the shoulder or even in live traffic just to reach a bus stop, a business, a doctor's visit, a grocery store, a school. For cyclists, it's even worse. Riding mixed in and next to fast-moving cars with no separation is terrifying and extremely dangerous. Drivers on Tasman are moving at extremely high speeds, and without physical separation, people on bikes are at constant extreme risk. This is why a raised, protected bike lane is critical. Raised lanes create a real barrier between bikes and cars, unlike painted lines, and dramatically reduce the chance of crashes. This isn't just about convenience, it's about saving lives. Sunnyvale has committed to Vision Zero, the goal of eliminating traffic deaths. Approving Alternative 1 is a real step towards that promise. Alternative 1 adds sidewalks and raised protected bike lanes, making Tasman safer, more accessible, and more connected. It also supports Sunnyvale's climate and mobility goals while improving traffic flow for everyone. I urge you to approve Alternative 1 and take real action to protect lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Kara K, followed by Kathy S.
Good evening, all. My name is Kara Kuhn, and I live in North Sunnyvale, and I travel along Tasman to take my kid to school. The only reason we don't bike is because it's too dangerous. I support Alternative 1 for Phase 1. Some of you might remember my daughter, Ada. She's going into 3rd grade, who's a bike safety advocate. She couldn't be here tonight because this is way past her bedtime. She asked me to read this on her behalf. I choose Alternative 1 to be safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kathy S, followed by Jason F.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kathy Switzer. I've been a resident of the Snail District of Sunnyvale for 33 years and spent 24 of those years bike commuting to North Santa Clara, initially via Tasman and then alternating between Tasman and the Borregas bike bridges. I'll share my commute experience. Since the 1999 light rail extension, where they ripped out the trees, Tasman has had minimal to no shoulder. The blind corner just east of Fair Oaks is a speedway test turn for too many drivers, both eastbound and westbound. Despite the bikes allowed full use of lane signage and the 3-foot passing law, drivers tended to be too close when passing me, sometimes squeezing past even when there was another car held in the lane by light rail. Second, a residential experience. Tasman Drive, as we know, is home to 2-3 large mobile home parks. Residents there can either drive, bike, or walk to get to the nearest grocery store. Real estate listings give the area a walk score below 50 out of 100. Residents who don't drive are stranded, and those who decide to walk do so in the gutter next to car traffic, traveling usually over 40 miles an hour. Add in reduced visibility due to fog or rain, and walking becomes a risking endeavor. I support Alternative 1 multi-use pathways for Phase 1 on Tasman Drive. I also request that as soon as possible, the city construct a new temporary lane closure to the north side of Tasman Drive between Fair Oaks and Vienna. Keep this and the existing lane closure to the south side open until Phase 1 construction begins. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason F, followed by Charlene Now.
Honorable Mayor, Planning Council, I'm Jason Feinsmith, a Casa resident for 29 years. I have 5 key points. First, please support Alternative 1. Alternative 2 is not allowed under Caltrans complete streets and is very dangerous. Second, the pro and anti-bike lane petition counts seem similar, but in reality, more than 88% of local residents want the Phase 1 proposal. The opposition effectively stuffed their petition and misled the public with gross exaggerations and perception that this decision goes from Fair Oaks to Lawrence, not just Phase 1. Shockingly, on May 9th, the opposition got the Casa Park manager to influence almost 1,000 households with a misleading request to sign a petition against a bike lane from Fair Oaks to Lawrence. CASA staff have continued to push for more signatures whenever residents come to the office to pay their rent. I've talked to over 50 locals. Almost none of them realize this decision is just for phase one, Fair Oaks to Vienna. With that realization, everyone said they support phase one, and people who signed the petition with CASA felt angry about being misled. The City of Sunnyvale 2024 survey showed 80% of people want to bike pedestrian lanes all the way from Fair Oaks to Lawrence, even though there are concerns about phase two, which I do understand. You can be confident that an objective survey on just phase one would show way more than 88% support. Lastly, even some members of Judy Pavlik's anti-bike committee, Judy herself, have told me that they don't actually oppose multi-use lanes west of Vienna. What they really want is the status quo east of Vienna to avoid traffic risks and retain emergency response from Lawrence Station 6. Third, see my slide, mobile home deliveries? We're with alternative one. Kim, owner of the company that hauls homes to our community, told me on May 30th that she misunderstood that alternative would have tall fixed protective bollards and would block home deliveries. On clarification, Kim said, quote, I misunderstand and probably delivering homes with alternative one, including wheelbase with concerns. Point 5, alternative one is a great opportunity for more trees, not less. Staff's claim of 12 tree impacts wrongly cites an old study that is outdated before the trees were cut down, and that's a fact. Thank you.
Charlene L., followed by Diane J.
I strongly support alternative one, the multi-use path for phase one and the temporary lane closures in the phase one area. Alternative one is the correct choice, and it is the only safe alternative for a street like Tasman and for cyclists. Please reject alternatives two's buffered bike lanes as they are unsafe. The Caltrans Complete Streets Guidance of 2024 and the NACTO All Ages and Abilities Guidance of 2025 agree with that statement. Building for all ages and abilities is necessary if we are to achieve our city goal of increasing active transportation to 10% of all transportation modes by 2030. And I want to add that recently was given in a feedback last 2 weeks ago, and there was no improvement to the number of deaths and serious injuries in Sunnyvale in the 6 years it has been in place. In fact, those numbers have increased. I'm concerned about emergency response time. Please do consider that there has been analytical analysis of this, and we to make this decision. We can't just blindly say no to alternative just because there's some concern about emergency response. I did my simple calculations using reasonable measures of speed and distance traveled and found no significant delay to response to the response time using alternative one. Meanwhile, the lack of safe walking and biking infrastructure will surely kill lives, that's for sure. The alternative one design with a single car lane in each direction separated by light rail tracks exists in other US cities, so you can be confident that alternative one is compatible with emergency access. I also want to mention that earlier staff mentioned about speed limit reduction and how it's not possible without a speed study. But in fact, the way I understand it, if you look up AB 43 and AB 1938, recent state legislation, it allows without traffic studies to lower the speed limit. Thank you.
Diane J., followed by Isaiah O. Is Diane here?
The last name? J, I thought it was Johnny.
Johansson. Isaiah O., followed by Alistair J.
Good evening. My name is Isaiah Oliver. I am a Casa de Amigos resident. I'm 15 years old, and in 2021, I started biking to school using the temporary lane closures on the south side of Tasman. My route to school would have been impossible without the lane closure. Even with it, I still had to bike the wrong way on sidewalks and cross pretty dangerous streets. However, I made it work because this lane closure was a large chunk of my ride and it made it feel pretty safe in that area. The biking was really helpful for me, and it was a really thing that I think was very helpful for me. And for many people, biking to school can help your parents alleviate stress and be better for you overall. I think that having the whole lane be the ability to pass and be passed by other bikes is extremely important and very safe. I'm also a new driver, and I've noticed that especially on Tasman, people generally are going around 50 miles an hour. And if you are, as a biker, right next to the cars, it can feel extremely unsafe, and it discourages people, especially kids, from biking on those areas. I support alternative 1 because it would make it much safer for people to bike and for walkers overall to use that space, and it would be much better for the community overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Alistair J, followed by Luika L.
Hi, hello, Mayor, members of the council, city staff, thank you. I'm Alistair, I live in Lakewood Village. I support Alternative 1 on phase 1. I've worked at offices in the north of Sunnyvale for the last few years, and I've tried to ride my bike to work as much as possible. I had a young kid and needed to get the exercise. The weather is perfect, it's very flat. This is the perfect place to have a bike-friendly city. I want to do my part to minimize traffic. I am frustrated also sitting in traffic like everybody else when I drive. It's very hard to get there safely on a bike, especially in the winter. I wouldn't even try it. That blind corner on Tasman is a death trap. I suspect that's why there were very few bikes seen in that study. It's not worth attempting safely. To avoid it, I tried riding on Caribbean, which was frankly also terrifying. 50 mile an hour, 60 mile an hour trucks going next to you. So I mostly took the Bay Trail instead, which was a lot longer, not paved in the Sunnyvale section. It's a gravel track. What happens there is that after the rain, bikes rut out the gravel track, and I caught my bike there, a wheel in one of those ruts, and I crashed and I snapped my collarbone in 2 places, and I got taken off the Bay Trail by a fire truck and an ambulance. Don't recommend. The lack of dedicated bike and pedestrian lanes is dangerous for everyone on the roads. It pushes bicyclists onto less safe paths. It will result in more commuter trips by car, where I could take a car or a bike. For a year after that, I obviously didn't take my bike. And we are about to build tens of thousands of new housing units in North Santa Clara and San Jose, basically along Tasman, off to the east, and thousands probably of new office positions in the Google development in North Sunnyvale. All of those people are either going to drive on these roads horizontally, east-west, or they're going to take bikes, and we should build for a bike-friendly infrastructure in the next couple of decades as that all gets built out. Thank you.
Thank you. Luika L, followed by Daruv G.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Klein and City Council. My name is Luke Lipovitz. I'm sorry for the horrible handwriting. I want to state my support for Alternative 1 for the Phase 1 bike lane implementation on Tasman Drive. So Tasman is currently very dangerous and unpleasant to navigate in any other way than using a motor vehicle. The current design limits the mobility of local residents to strictly motor vehicle usage, and it needs to be remedied to provide safe, convenient, and environmentally friendly methods of transportation to all members in these mobile home communities and other residents of Sunnyvale. So Alternative 1 provides a safer and more pleasant option to Alternative 2. As someone who's been primarily commuting by bike for over a decade, I have a lot of experience biking on buffered bike lanes, and I can say that they are very unpleasant and incredibly unsafe to bike on, especially if you're biking by high-speed vehicles going at 40, 50 miles an hour. A buffered bike lane also that's proposed in Alternative 2 opens up the possibility for drivers to park or stand in a bike lane, forcing you to merge into the car lane. This has happened to me 3 times this week, or actually 3 times today, about 5 or 6 times this week, and it's very unpleasant and incredibly unsafe. So while there might also be an argument for increased response time due to Alternative 1, just disregarding any other methods that can be remedied, the aggregate impact of a more dangerous bike lane and a decrease of healthy and convenient methods of transportation Alternative 2 due to an unsafe and unwelcoming bike lane implementation will directly impact community health as an aggregate. I do want to bring up the earlier discussion also about drivers going into habitual mode when in an emergency situation. With the example of turning into a bike lane and not analyzing the situation in particular being mentioned, the abrupt turning of drivers into a bike lane is incredibly scary. That's probably one of the primary fears that someone in a bike lane has. And having a simply buffered bike lane instead of being grade separated or physically separated is, I think, the worst alternative versus having just the buffered bike lane. So just in closing, Alternative 1 is my preferred option. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dhruv G, followed by Peter S.
Respected Mayor Klein and council members, my name is Dhruv. I live at Kensington Place Apartments, which is at the corner of Tasman Drive and Fair Oaks Avenue. I routinely use that Tasman Drive by my car today. So, but I would like to be able to bike there. The only reason I cannot bike is because there isn't a path for me to do so safely. So I can confidently say that my car number is being counted towards the car statistics, which would otherwise convert to bike statistic if I only had the means to do so safely. While driving on that road, I recognized the blind curve there, and it is appalling to me that a blind curve like that actually exists today. The speeds can be really very high. I am a careful defensive driver, so I make sure to drive in the lane closer to the train track, and I already don't drive in the lane which is proposed to be closed. So personally, it does not change my driving habit, and I strongly support alternative one. While we have this opportunity, I would also like to recommend planting trees since it beautifies the city and is good for the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter S, followed by Sarah K.
Peter S had to leave early.
Okay.
He asked me to read a 2-sentence statement. Is that allowed?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Sorry. Sarah K, followed by Manuel O.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Klein, members of City Council. My name is Sarah Kamonk. I am in support of Alternative 1, Phase 1, as well as any of the remaining temporary interim lane closures and future lane closures. I'm a 4-year resident of Sunnyvale, and I have lived in the Tri-City area for 11 years. I currently live in Plaza Del Rey, and I'm directly impacted by this decision on this project every day. I currently use Tasman via car to commute to work in Cupertino. I also have to use my car to visit friends in Santa Clara, to run errands around town, and in perhaps a contradictory fashion, I use my car to get to the Baylands Park and the Bay Trail, which feels odd as a former runner and former bike commuter. I'm really hoping to consider myself a current bike commuter and current runner again, but I feel really safe or unsafe exiting onto Tasman. On Tasman, I have witnessed cars driving really aggressively. And this is alongside pedestrians that don't really have a place to walk and have to walk in the gutter, as well as crossing illegally mid-block. I've also seen bikers get clipped by cars around that westbound blind curve. And if you've never been in a bike accident or almost clipped by a car, it can be anything from terrifying to life-changing to potentially life-ending. And as our community grows, as it inevitably will, we need to accommodate safe alternative transit options. And growing our people-powered transit infrastructure will help connect our community and send a message that North Sunnyvale is worth investing in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Manuel O, followed by Michael F.
Hello, my name is Manuel. I live in Casa de Amigos. I want to thank you all for the questions that you have been asking, and clearly you guys care a lot about this and want to try to get it right, and I appreciate that very much as a resident there. I strongly am in favor of Phase 1. Whatever choice you make, just I think it has to happen. That area could really be nice if that goes in. It could be a place that we kind of take pride in, and it could be just a real bright spot for Sunnyvale and for some of the things that we can do in that north part of the city. And I hope that we together can kind of be a part of this. I also want to urge that you wait as long as possible before taking out the closure on the south side. I've driven that over and over and over again, and I do find that just it does make you want to go a little slower. Just as a driver, I appreciate that, and I appreciate how that kind of directs traffic. And the constriction, the biggest bottleneck that we haven't talked about is for the traffic, that AM traffic, is that no right turn onto Lawrence that happens. If there was a way to rethink about it on the other side coming down, that right turn is not nearly as dangerous as the one that comes back up from, what is it, Paseo there across that goes back. That one is spectacularly dangerous, and we don't have that no turn on red. So let's realize that that's actually where the big bottleneck is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael F., followed by Diana F.
Hello, Michael Flores, 50-year resident of Sunnyvale. I've seen a lot. I'm very unpleased with the lack of outreach by these people who are majority that have here. The other 140,000 residents of Sunnyvale were not considered or even put out. I drive that street almost every day. There were no signs posted on that street saying, we want comments. Help us decide what to do with this. None. There are alternatives to what is proposed. You could go through and close down the street that's right next to 237. You're getting rid of 2 lanes anyway. Eliminate those. There's, I think, only one entrance into that going into a facility. You could exit that out towards the street on the east, or I guess the west of that. So there are alternatives to that. The other thing is the parks themselves. There are outlets that can be built on the west side of those things so that you go right into sidewalks. You come off of both the north and the south, you open those up, you come in, you go into sidewalk. There's no reason for me to get near Tasman. That's a major thoroughfare. Closing it down, you've had it closed for 5 years. It's a pain. Every day I drive that. It's, I think I'm going to run into the train or whatever. It's like ridiculous. So basically, if you would have opened up outreach, there could have been alternatives proposed. You could actually go through and do land swap or land purchase and basically widen Tasman. Get rid of those barricades that are on the side, move them over, 2 or 3 feet if you have to have a bike lane or whatever, but do not get rid of those 2 lanes. It's very important for those. It's a major thoroughfare. I come down Fair Oaks, I go to Tasman, I get to 237. I come back, Tasman, Fair Oaks, and go through. You have 4 lanes on Fair Oaks. You should have 4 lanes on Tasman. It should not be done. As I said, I got a bunch here or whatever and no time to do it. But thank you. I hope you do not do anything.
Thank you. Diana F.
Hello, City Council, Honorable Mayor.
1 second, and followed by Lynn Q. It's a Q. Go ahead.
Thank you all for being here so late with us. And also thank you for all of your work on making Tasman Drive a safer place. I've lived in Plaza del Rey for over 20 years. Most of the time I ride to work. I am a nurse. I prefer to stay a nurse and not a patient or in a morgue. I will not ride Tasman Drive on my bicycle. I go out the back entrance. I get on the sidewalk to get to Fair Oaks, to get to the bike lane, to go across over down to the Bay Trail, down Stevens Creek, down to El Camino Hospital. So I do quite the distance there, but the people that are coming out of Casa de Amigos, they get on, instead of walking across to the barricade area that you guys have made for us, they will just walk down Tasman, which scares the death out of me. Please do alternate one, even if it's one side versus 2 sides, just give us something safe to go from Vienna to Fair Oaks. Then we'll work on the rest of it. The barricades that are there now, like the armadillos, that is so unsafe. I've been on traffic where there's armadillos and vehicles that do pull over into it, especially in an emergency situation, they will go right over. They're not seeing the cyclist that is in that bike lane as much as they're seeing the ambulance or whatever behind them that they need to pull over. So I don't think the armadillos is a really safe area for that. The other thing is, oh my God, there was one more. Can't remember what it was. Just keep it safe. And give us at least one lane until you guys finish whatever it is we're doing. And keep it wide enough so I can get my bike trailer down there. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn R., followed by Rosa K.
Hello, my name is Lynn Relia, and I live in Plaza del Rey, near the Tasman Court side. And in all these years, I have never had any problems with the lane closure. It doesn't impact the ride at all. Instead, I think it's wonderful to see all the people walking in and pushing strollers and stuff in that area. So my main concern coming here was sidewalks. I want sidewalks. I don't care what plan you choose as long as there's sidewalks on both sides of the street. I don't really understand the different ramifications with the bikes, so just give me sidewalks. And then kind of responding to different things that I've heard here tonight. I request that you keep the lane closure until you start construction, and I think putting one on the other side is great, until someone complains. It's been very beneficial, and I can't believe that you aren't allowed to change the speed limit. Find a way to change the speed limit, lower the speed limit on Tasman. Cars go way too fast on Tasman. And as far as Vienna to Lawrence, I'd like you to reach out so that I can get involved earlier in the process in discussing that. And I'd like to say replace as many trees as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosa K., followed by Amar S.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Klein and City Council members. My name is Rosa Kim, a Sunnyvale resident and a Fremont Union High School District, speaking here in a personal capacity. First of all, thank you so much for all the thoughtful question and discussion. And I sincerely appreciate the city's effort and study to make Tasman Drive a better and safe road. Today, I'm here to ask for your support for the Design Alternative 1 multi-use pathway. Having worked on Tasman Drive between Vienna and Fair Oaks, I'm deeply concerned by the severe lack of safety and connectivity. There are no continuous sidewalks or bike paths, forcing people into gutters next to 40 plus mile per hour traffic with no safe crosswalks. The absence of safe routes traps many residents, especially our children and elderly. There are hundreds of children, including 34 students from the Fremont Union High School District, live in 3 nearby mobile home parks. Without safe walking and biking access, their daily ability to active lives is severely limited. Multi-use paths will directly connect the students to schools, parks, shopping, and transit. When you make a decision, please prioritize the safety and vibrant lives of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Armar S., followed by Naomi N.
Yeah, good evening, Honorable Mayor Klein and City Council. Thanks for staying so late to listen to all of us. So for the record, I do support option 1, but I wanted to speak to this talk of removing the temporary path. Like, I think that's really doing a disservice to the population. Like, even if it's not ADA compliant, like, you're letting perfect be the enemy of the good if you remove this path. Because, like, if you're in a wheelchair, like, yeah, going on the road is not perfect, but it's a hell of a lot better than having nothing at all. And then I also want to say that there's these concerns about emergency vehicles, like being able to pass cars on Tasman if we take away a lane. Just going to throw this idea out here. What if we move both vehicle lanes to one side of the train tracks and just turn the other side of the train tracks into a green belt. And then that just becomes a normal 2-lane road where drivers are used to dealing with emergency vehicles there. Yep. And then that also obviously requires some thought for how to handle like the intersections along the way, and adding more entrances to the mobile home parks, for example, connecting to the East Channel Trail to minimize like walking or biking on the road. But I think it's something that's worth considering. Thank you.
Thank you. Naomi N, followed by Kevin J.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Klein, City Council members, and city staff. My name is Naomi Nakano Matsumoto. I am a resident of Sunnyvale and also currently the president of the board of, the Fremont Union High School District Board, but I am not here speaking in that capacity. I do want to just save some time and just say that I support everything that my colleague Rosa Kim stated earlier. We as a district really want to ensure that all of our students and all of our community members get where they need to get safely and feel good about the paths that they take. So again, I support alternative 1, the multi-use pathways on Tasman Drive. So thank you very much. And I just want to add one more thing, that we have always appreciated our partnership with the city, and that's how when we work together, we can do better for our residents. So thank you.
Thank you. Kevin J, followed by the other Michael F.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight in support of the multi-use path option. Phase 1 will primarily serve the mobile home park residents, which is a worthy effort. However, Tasman is an important cross-jurisdictional route, and the full benefit will only be realized when the improvements extend along the full corridor. So please plan for completion of the entire project. A major consideration about the multi-use path is potential impacts to emergency response times. That's a legitimate issue, and all else being equal, the faster the response time, the better. But all else is not equal. Any good engineer knows the best response to an emergency is to avoid it altogether. And that is just what these bike and ped safety improvements will do. So please consider this aspect as you weigh your decision. Please approve the multi-use path, which is consistent with the unanimous recommendation of the BPAC, who are your chosen advisors on these matters because of their extensive and real-world experience on how to safely share space with motor vehicle traffic. And I would just add one more final note to the gentleman who spoke earlier and said we could all just use the light rail and we don't need walking or biking. That also works for leaving your car behind too. So I hope everyone will rethink how they get around. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael F, followed by Leah M.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Thank you. I'm the other Michael F. I've lived out at Casa de Amigos for about 13 years. My concern in moving in there was some of the isolation that I saw for trying to get around to the community areas. I'm speaking now on behalf of my daughters, who I have 3 young daughters. They really appreciate that access with the temporary lane. It gave, instead of an isolated mobile home community, it gave them access to walk and get to school, to get to their friends' houses, to meet for the all-important boba tea, to socialize with their friends. So that has been a really big plus now. And now, you know, we're faced with hopefully something permanent. I will tell you now that some of them are young drivers, they brought to my attention the obvious that I overlooked, and that is on the side of Tasman with that blind curve, they said, Dad, it's really just one lane already now because no one uses that right lane. And they said, look, the bush is already growing into the street from the right. So, that has to be taken into consideration, that people are so scared to use that lane anyway, because no one wants to be faced with hurting anyone or killing anyone. So, I appreciate their perspective as well as mine. I vote for alternate one with the rest of the majority here to have a good, safe opportunity for everybody going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Leah M., followed by Barbara F.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. You all know me. I all know you. So I would like to read you something. Before I start, I would also like to qualify that I am speaking on my own behalf and not on behalf of the Sunnyvale Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Commission. The original study issue is mine. And the language of the original study issue specifies that to bring the roadway in alignment with LUT 3 and Vision Zero goals, we want to reduce the speed to less than 30 miles per hour if we are putting in bike lanes. And we want to remove the vehicle lane in both directions to permit a continuous sidewalk and a buffered bike lane in the direction of transit. But that first part of reducing the vehicle speed was part of the original study issue. So if you're going to stick buffered bike lanes in, then you need to reduce the speed on Tasman. It's not an industrial district. It is a residential district. It might have been once an industrial district when there were office spaces on the corner where the grocery store and the high-density housing now exists, but that is not the case. It is a connection to the Moffett Park specific plan. It is the connection to the Fremont Unified School District. It is a residential community, a highly residential community, and the density is even increased with the addition of more housing. So if you're not going to do alternative one and you're going to do bike lanes, they have to be buffered. Mountain View has done a very nice deal with pulling bollards in those buffered zones. Why can't we do the same? So, that's all I'm going to have to say on this. But, and I have a lot more to say, but in regards to ADA compliance, I find it highly ironic that the temporary street is not ADA compliant when the existing sidewalks are definitely not ADA compliant. Thank you.
Next up is Barbara F., followed by Betsy M.
Good evening. Barbara Fukumoto, 31-year resident. I believe your instincts were correct when you provided accommodations for pedestrians and cyclists during the pandemic, extended their use, and approved this study. Your actions aligned with Sunnyvale's vision and policies developed with significant public input by a series of councils over many years. Thank you. Sunnyvale's vision is of a healthier, more sustainable, more climate responsible city with a transportation system that prioritizes active transportation. This vision explicitly aims to move us away from car dependency. It envisions a city where the streets are safe for all, including those who can't or don't drive, young and old, transit riders, pedestrians, cyclists, those on scooters and in wheelchairs, and those in walkers. A city with less air pollution and lower greenhouse gas emissions, a city of transportation choice, a more resilient city for people with less space usurped by cars, freeing land for other uses. To attain this vision, we have to change. Our active transportation and Vision Zero plans call for streets that are safe for all users of all ages and abilities. The multi-use path aligns better with these plans. Paint does not effectively protect cyclists from fast-moving cars and is unlikely to provide the safety needed to increase cycling. Option 1, please. Let's focus on aligning with our policies rather than on obstacles. This is no time to backtrack. Thank you.
Thank you. Betsy M., followed by Robert P.
Good evening, Betsy Magus. I'm a member of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committees for VTA and for the City of Santa Clara, which is where I live and work. I'm speaking tonight for myself. I would like to encourage you to choose alternative 1 and to maintain or improve the temporary closure until then, if at all possible. It's hard to cross Tasman on a bike. With alternative 2, I think you're going to get a lot of wrong way bicycling, mid-block crossings, and other unsafe situations. There's definitely demand for biking and walking here. I biked this section before the temporary lane closures, and I would not ask anyone else to do that. It's tough sharing a lane with drivers who are only supposed to be going 40. I saw people walking. Wading through landscaping and weeds is definitely not ADA. It's not safe and it's not dignified. Separation is really important if we can create it. The few blocks of Tasman bike lanes I traveled in Santa Clara this afternoon were blocked by construction signs, construction work, and illegally parked cars. You don't lower speeds by lowering speed limits. You lower speeds by creating a space that feels and looks like it needs to be slower. VTA did a complete street study on the entire Tasman Great Mall corridor several years ago. They got to Sunnyvale and they kind of gave up. I'm very encouraged that you're doing all of this work on it and that you have the chance to do better than, gosh, Sunnyvale is going to be tough. For the purpose of grant applications, I might also help to note that it's part of the MTC Active Transportation Network. Thank you to the staff and the BPAC for all of the work and for the community for all of the engagement on this. Alternative 1, please.
Thank you. Robert P., followed by Maddie C.
Good evening, City Council and Mr. Mayor. I'm here to speak against the proposed changes to anything on Tasman. I'm here as a parent. I'd like you to know that 80% of the houses that live or that are actually in Plaza del Rey and Casa de Amigos do not go to Sunnyvale schools. We actually transit over to both George Main and Huerta Middle School over on Zinker. So we have to drive. There's no option. My kids will never be riding a bicycle to anywhere within Sunnyvale. I've heard Fremont Union School District, we don't go there. That's not where we go. I have to get them on a bus or I have to drive them in the rain, and I have to do that. That being said, I also have a daughter at home. 4 months old, she had open heart surgery. The chances she'll need 911 at some point in her life are probably greater than a lot of other people, but I've also seen my neighbors call 911. I can't imagine anybody not having to be worried about hearing sirens coming and wondering where they are. Maybe they're stuck in traffic. Maybe they're stuck behind something. There's not enough room on that street to enable all of this to happen. And that is unfortunate, but unless there's going to be another solution that's not going to impact the safety of my family and all those other families in our neighborhood, I can't in good conscience support it. I mean, I ride my bike, I do it, but I have exits. I've gone directly to Lawrence. I've gone all these other ways. I'm not worried. I don't know why everybody else is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Maddie C., followed by Jonathan L.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, to start, I want to be clear that I'm speaking on my individual capacity and not on behalf of any city body or commission. Students are key stakeholders and a forefront at this issue. Without access to cars, we rely on biking and walking for travel, and when we aren't able to do so safely, we are effectively cut off from our community. On July 22nd, I helped organize a youth deliberation forum on the topic of Tasman Drive, outreaching to student bike activists, mobile home park residents, and the youth from all across Sunnyvale. The forum with 11 participants from all across Sunnyvale came in with different opinions, but one common shared idea is that we need the infrastructure to be able to bike and walk safely. After examining both alternatives with traffic data and cost analysis, majority of students supported keeping these shared use path and spaces for these bikes and pedestrian communities. While they did have initial worries about bike and pedestrian conflicts, they ultimately prioritized physical separation from this 40-mile-per-hour traffic, especially with student drivers who often practice unsafe driving practices, and especially for elementary students who might want to walk or bike to school. But here's what students emphasized the most during this meeting. Even though the number of bikers is incredibly low. Now, the infrastructure that could be added with this alternative might increase the number of people who actually want to bike. We're not just planning for the current usage or the current data, we're building the community that we want Sunnyvale to become. And finally, I urge the city to prioritize youth voices through organized forums like this one, because students, again, are at the forefront of a lot of these issues. And through youth engagement, you can reach families, cities, their siblings, and their friends, and gather more holistic community input. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan L., followed by Chester H.
Good evening. There's been a lot of comment, so I'll keep my statements brief since I'm on the Bicycle Commission. I think one thing that hasn't come up today that is relative, hasn't been said as often as everything else, is just that as we look toward the Vision Zero plan of trying to reduce the number of pedestrian serious injuries and fatalities, it's streets like this that have a lot of traffic on them, pedestrian traffic on them, but little facilities that are of, I think, key importance. I think Sunnyvale is already at single digits in terms of fatalities, and trying to drive that to zero is going to require some improvements on these at-risk neighborhoods. So that would be one topic. And then the last thing I'd like to say is that yes, there are not many cyclists using Tasman right now, but there certainly would be if there were facilities. I know that I would definitely bike on there because my office is on Tasman. And oh yes, the last thing would be the closure, the temporary closure. I think it would be very good if we could keep that as well, just to in the interim as the planning is going underway, because we know that it takes a long time to get things done in the city. So losing that facility would be unhelpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Chester H., followed by Madison B.
Gee, I thought I'd be the last one. How come I'm not the last one? Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I've been a resident of Casa de Amigos for 41 years. And believe me, I've seen it come and go since I've been there. I walk every day about a mile in the morning, a mile in the afternoon. I put myself on a bench in front of phase number 2, and I can see Tasman Speedway out there. There they go. 50, 60, 70, they go up to 100 miles an hour. It is atrocious. Something has to be done. Officer, you're the first officer I've seen, and I don't know how long, because I never see one on Tasman. Never. Never do I see one on Tasman. You don't believe me? You're welcome. Come and join me. You'll see what I mean. I walk with my cane and my walker several times a day. And I see the most atrocious speeding on Tasman, and I am in favor of alternative phase 1. To make Tasman safe for everyone and enable me to walk to the grocery store and to the public transportation. I watch the dangerous driving on Tasman and am impressed you are considering making Tasman a street where I can walk to the store without getting killed. My wife says you survived the Marines for 4 years, only to get killed on Tasman Drive. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And my last speaker card in the room is Madison B.
Hi. So I just first want to say that I come as a very casual cyclist. You might see these like diehard cyclist advocates, and maybe you don't see yourself in them. That's okay. I'm the once every month kind of grab a coffee, maybe my boyfriend bribed me with coffee cyclist. Maybe you see yourself in that. But as a casual cyclist, I think it's really important for myself, and also as a teacher who has often and several times served low socioeconomic youth. I support phase 1, and this seems to me as a class issue. It must be so nice to be able to just tell myself, oh, I can just drive down Tasman and avoid all of that. Like, I don't like it. Well, what if you don't have a car? What if you have to walk? What if you have to bike? Time is of the essence. Going through the Greenway and taking a significantly longer portion of time at the end of the day, this is a class issue, and I just want to remind the Sunnyvale Council of that. Also, people say they want less traffic. And they're like wondering maybe why aren't there more lanes? If you build the bike infrastructure, the cyclists will come. But even myself as a casual cyclist like a month ago. I took the VTA, I crossed the street, I had my bike, and I still chose to walk my bike on the sidewalk because it's terrifying. And if I feel that way as a 28-year-old, imagine how those students feel, as well as people that cannot afford to drive down Tasman. Also, it's easier to get to Levi Stadium. This feels like it supports lots of data. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, are there any remote participants wishing to speak?
Yes, Mayor. First is John G, followed by Bryce B. John, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the council and the mayor for, again, staying up late for us. I actually live on the other side of Lawrence Expressway. I'm not immediately impacted by the project plans. I live at Adobe Wells. I've been there for over 35 years. And I do use Tasman on that side of Lawrence almost daily. I am an avid cyclist. I walk, I drive, and I bicycle on that regularly. I think the best plan is alternative 2. I ride thousands of miles a year on my bike. I use the city streets, I use the expressways, and I really see that as the safest overall plan. However, I would recommend to the planners and the Public Works Department that they put a rolled or a rounded curb on that, which would allow car drivers to be able to pull over a little bit more when emergency vehicles are coming by. I do want to bring up the history, going back. As I said, I've been here many years. When VTA was planning to put the light rail in, I recommended or I advocated for 1 lane each way with bike lanes. That was kind of shot down because they said they needed buses, even though they were putting a train in. And they thought that was the best way to go. I really think we also have to look at funding. Originally, VTA was partially funded federally. So there should be alternative funding for this available. And the other thing I want to kind of lean on is the city of Santa Clara. There has been a lot of additional traffic on Tasman, but city of Santa Clara, hey, they built a stadium and now they're building hundreds, if not thousands of new residences along Tasman beyond the stadium. And all these people are bailing out of 101 at Fair Oaks and Lawrence and also bailing out of 237 so that they can use Tasman to get to Santa Clara. We need to address that.
Thank you.
Next up is Bryce B, followed by Stephen W. Bryce, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm assuming you can hear me. I can't hear you responding, but okay. Good evening. I'm Bryce Spiegel, Vice Chair of the VPAC, but tonight I'm speaking under my own capacity. Almost everything I wanted to say has already been said, so I'll keep things brief. I'm in strong support of anything but the no build. We need sidewalks, we need bike lanes, and we need them as soon as possible. I'm also strongly opposed to Alternative 7, which would remove the only current viable safe option for many residents until something years down the road is finally constructed. Additionally, there's been so much discussion tonight about lane closures. This is the phrasing staff loves to use and is an easy one to slip into. Let's please adjust our mindset here. Making a change here would be the opposite of a closure. We would be opening it to those with no alternative means of getting around. If you have to walk or bike, there's literally no safe alternative right now. This would be opening the road, not closing it. All right, thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Next up is Stephen W, followed by Robbie G. Stephen, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Hello, I'm Stephen Williams. I live in Casa de Amigos. I want to point out a few things. I'm going to second the bidirectional option 1 because for the reason that people will need to go bidirectional or take long routes, which they're going to take shortcuts, and it's going to be much more dangerous to have the splits version. I also want to make a suggestion that we strongly consider immediately implementing an inexpensive implementation Perhaps using truncated dome ADA warning pads for the whole phase one length, along with marking and signage, which ought to be inexpensive and a good temporary way to implement phase one almost right away. Also, people probably, unless you live in Persian, which is actually a pretty fast 4-lane road, to get between Fair Oaks and Lawrence. I think it might be good to put signage on each end of that segment of Tasman pointing out that there's that alternative and how to get to it. Also, the side entrance on Persian from Casa de Amigos, while they may not choose to open it for general traffic, which I think they ought to, it is definitely usable by safety vehicles and for delivering homes, including to Plaza del Rey, because they can just go on Vienna to get across. Also, the right lane from Lawrence to Vienna, if phase two is not done right away, that right lane could be right turn only, which resolves any kind of merge issues with the single lane for the rest of it. And I just want to add, point out what a lot of people have said. With bike lanes, there are going to be many more pedestrians and bike riders, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Robbie G, followed by Darby K. Robbie, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening. I've lived in Sunnyvale for many years now, and I'm strongly in support of design alternative 1 with the mixed use path. And I'm also strongly in favor of keeping the temporary lane closure and also adding that to the north side of the road. So that way people have a path to walk, which does not currently exist. Looking at the staff report, I did not see a thorough analysis of the safety differences for bicyclists between design alternative 1 and design alternative 2. So I would suggest that the City Council suggests to staff that for this and future proposals that bicyclist safety be highlighted in these reports, and make sure that the city staff has the appropriate expertise in order to make those evaluations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Darby K, followed by Tim K. Darby, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council. Darby, you should see a pop-up on your screen asking you to unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. I've lived on Tasman Drive for 31 years, and I have seen a lot of changes with the light rail in the late 90s. It's been over 25 years since they eliminated the bike lanes and the sidewalks, and Tasman has become much more congested. To reduce it to 1 lane in each direction will create huge problems such as a serious traffic congestions, safety for residents, and the removal of old mobile homes and the delivery of new ones. I feel that keeping Tasman 2 lanes in both directions is absolutely vital. This includes taking the orange cones and removing them as soon as possible. Additionally, the proposed removal of more trees will eliminate the shade and beauty. Is there a plan to replace some of the trees? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Tim K, followed by Chuck F. Tim, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you. Council members, tonight I'd like to talk about alternative 7, leave Tasman 2 lanes in both directions. Here are 2 reasons why. Cost implications. This project will cost between, well, looking at the different options earlier that were presented, $2 to $30 million to implement a bike lane to basically nowhere. There is no way with the daily current traffic congestion patterns and many new high-density housing projects coming on board in a 2-mile radius that this will be sustainable. Here are some examples of where bike lanes had to be removed at additional costs. The city of Palo Alto for more parking, the Richmond Bridge, the San Mateo Bridge, just to name a few. People have stated they want this project so that people get out of their cars to reduce greenhouse gases. There are a lot of people who won't do that because their commute is too far or they are elderly or disabled. Therefore, current traffic congestion patterns will double and create more greenhouse gases, which will leave the residents along Tasman, along with the pedestrian and bicyclists, breathing all these unhealthy toxic fumes that will damage their health. The other thing I wanted to mention, there was something about the petitions. I was one of the people who helped get the petitions going. This was people from 5 different mobile home parks in northern Sunnyvale. It was also people in apartments. It was also people who work and have to use Tasman as a thoroughfare to get to work. So it wasn't all just people from Casa de Amigos, and people did not have their arms twisted to sign the petition. We did it and we got a lot of signatures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Chuck F., followed by Gabriel. Chuck, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the city council.
Good evening. This is Chuck Fraley, and I'm speaking on my own behalf. I want to say I support the alternative one and the other BPAC recommendations. I used to actually commute by bike down Tasman, and this stretch of the road was by far the worst part of my commute. It was back before the lanes were closed, and so basically I had to kind of ride down the middle of the right-hand lane. You can't ride over by the curb because then you get 2 cars trying to pass you. So you kind of ride down the middle of the right-hand lane and hope the cars coming up behind you see you and can pass you safely. It was by far the worst part of the commute of any of the commutes I've ever done. So please adopt the BPAC recommendations and make this section of the road safer. Thank you.
Next up is Gabriel, followed by Deb. Gabriel, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the city council.
Hello, thank you. I'm a Sunnyvale resident. I'm one of those people who does not have a car and therefore has no option if I need to go on Tasman than to walk or to take a bike. There's a lively discussion. Maybe I should have gone in person, but alas, I'm only on Zoom. Overall, I think this whole project, no matter which of the first 2 alternatives is chosen, would be a major improvement. Tasman's a very dangerous road right now for people like me who can't drive. So this would be overall a great improvement. I would say new vehicle congestion is a non-issue. There's a high-quality rail transit corridor along Tasman, and that light rail can easily absorb any new congestion. So I'm not at all worried about, and for reasons many other people mentioned, I'm not at all worried about congestion. And it helps the goal of a reduction in VMT. Alternative one is good, but my main worry with it is that the pedestrian and bicycle lanes is shared. So I worry that we might end up spending millions of dollars just to have pedestrians be hit by bicycles instead of cars. Still better than being hit by cars, but I'm wondering if there could be a way that the bike and pedestrian lanes could be physically separated like they are in alternative 2. Maybe bikes going in only one direction instead of 2 on each side. I also think it's kind of absurd. I'm frankly kind of shocked that we're even talking about removing the existing lane closure. As other people mentioned, like some path, even if it's not totally up to the ADA code, is far better than no path. So it seems ridiculous that we'd make things actively worse because we can't make them perfect. So I think we should keep the lane closure and close the north side as well until construction starts. Preventing emergencies from collisions is more important than hypothetically removing a few seconds off of response time. As people said, the current low bicycle usage will be fixed when there's actual bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. Almost out of time. I just want to say the current speed limit is far too high. Much better speed limit would be 15 miles per hour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Deb, followed by Courtney J. Deb, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the city council.
Am I on?
Yes, we can hear
Good
you.
evening, City Council. I am Debbie Wolter, a resident of Plaza del Rey for over 32 years and rely on Tasman as my only option to get into and out of our community via vehicle. Many residents who live here are hoping you are listening to our concerns and will vote against any lane reduction, since the community strongly feels you should spend any money, including possible grants, supporting the East Channel Trail project, which is a much safer alternative for both children and adults without affecting emergency vehicles and a resident's safety. I want to remind you that our community previously had a pedestrian and bike path on both sides of Tasman before VTA light rail was put in. CASA currently only needs a back gate and a bridge. Another reminder, we have no schools in our community and kids take the bus on Vienna Drive and/or parents drive them. Question, how will you keep outside traffic from coming into our private community should an accident occur? And why are you not supporting cyclists use Persian only 1 block away? You will see by the number of signatures collected tonight, Denise presented. The 1,171, which is a large majority of community residents who actually live here and do not support this change. Do not make a wrong decision and have them have to remove it at a later date. Think about the many seniors in our actual community that rely on emergency vehicles and vehicles to get to medical appointments, jobs, and to shop. Don't let outsiders who don't even know our road or conditions community influence your decision. Not every street needs a bike lane. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up is Courtney J, followed by Judy P. Courtney, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening. My name is Courtney Jansen, and I'm speaking on my own behalf tonight. Thank you for the presentation this evening. I really appreciate the time that staff has put into the project, and the material presented this evening was extremely clear. So thank you again so much for all of that. As some of you know, I live in Lakewood, and the stretch of Tasman between Fair Oaks and Lawrence has scared the bejesus out of me since we first moved to Sunnyvale 13 years ago. It scares me as a driver every time I go down it. I'm afraid I might hit a pedestrian or a cyclist, and I can't imagine walking or biking it without risking my own safety. So I was thrilled when the temporary bike lane was installed at the start of COVID, and I've been happy to see it there for the last 5 years. I support Alternative 1 between Fair Oaks and Vienna for Phase 1, with plans to evaluate an expansion to include Vienna to Lawrence after Phase 1 is complete. I do hear the concerns about drivers that would come with reducing Tasman to 1 lane. I am a driver. I would also see that effect. But we have to stop prioritizing drivers in our traffic planning, and we have to start prioritizing other forms of transportation. And when I hear the argument about how few cyclists use the route today, my answer is, well, of course they don't use the route today. It's not safe for bicyclists or pedestrians. So my final comment is that I ask you please leave the temporary lane closure pathway that is currently on the south side of Tasman. I do understand the concerns about ADA compliance, but I think it's more important to leave it in than remove it temporarily. And finally, given that the start of Phase 1 sounds like it's dependent on securing funding, if Phase 1 can't start for the next several months, I definitely support adding in a temporary lane closure on the north side of Tasman to complement the existing one that we have on the south side. So thank you for your time. And thank you for staying so late. And I appreciate you hearing my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next up is Judy P, followed by Danny C. Judy, give me a moment to hold up your presentation and then just let me know when to advance the slides.
Destination Tasman Drive. I'm going to take you on a little tour and wrap up the evening, it looks like. Next. Nothing out here to entice the public to come, really. Next. For goodness, zip through. Tasman and Fair Oak Shopping Center. The grocery outlet, their business model states that it's overstocked items and they sell at a discount price. Food items vary from day to day. Next. Also on this corner is 248 units of via apartments that take up 3/4 of the block. Next. Specialties and Pete's Coffee closed and is vacant for 5 years. So there's not really a lot to entice people to come here. Next. Tasman and Lawrence Shopping Center. Next. We have Taco Bell, and believe me, it is not a gourmet Taco Bell. Next. We have noodle shops. Next. Before I continue, I just have a comment about the mobile homes coming in off of Fair Oaks. Glenn Gillum, who has Alliance Mobile Home Community Business, they do 90% of the movements of mobile homes into Sunnyvale, and Triple B states that they bring their mobile homes entirely 100% up Tasman Drive, not down Lawrence Expressway. But one of the big calling cards has always been that Destination Levi Stadium. And on event day, you probably can't see this very well. Next. But Tasman is blocked off. I don't know if you can see this very well. So the police block this off. Next. You cannot make a left-hand turn here because they block off that lane. And next slide. So I hope you enjoy the video coming up because you will get to see firsthand exactly what traffic light is like out here.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Danny C, followed by Doug K. Give me just a moment to clear the screen. There we go. Danny, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you. This is Danny Choi. I'm a trustee for the Fremont Union High School District. Thank you for your time and for your service on this late weekday night. Many people have already spoken with a lot more expertise and personal experience on this. What I can tell you from my perspective listening into this is that this is essentially a choice between trying to preserve a status quo versus moving towards a vision of a city of Sunnyvale that you would like to see. And I've been very impressed by all the passionate people here who have come along saying we want a city that is safer for everybody, not just people who have cars, but people who would like to walk or who would like to bike, who don't have the chance or don't feel currently safe to do so right now. So I would strongly urge that you push towards instilling your vision of what a positive, happy, and welcoming place is for Sunnyvale to become in terms of making what seems to be a, like a street level kind of decision, but is actually something that could potentially alter the directions of the worlds of people who grew up here, people who are just children now or who may not even be born. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next up is Doug K, followed by Mike K. Doug, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening, council members. My name is Doug Kunz, and tonight I'm speaking only in a personal capacity. As you're aware, on-road transportation is the largest single contributor to Sunnyvale's greenhouse gas emissions, so it is imperative that the city provides safe, convenient routes for biking and walking in order to reduce the fossil fuel-powered auto use that creates these emissions. Tonight, I hope you will take the opportunity to close a glaring gap in our safe walking and biking networks along Tasman Drive by adopting the set of recommendations you received from the BPAC. Each component of BPAC's recommendation was carefully considered. First, by focusing on the segment of Tasman between Fair Oaks and Vienna that offers the clearest and quickest wins in terms of bike ped safety and convenience, while allowing more opportunity to address community concerns that center on the east side before that phase enters implementation. Next, for that first phase, the BPAC recommended a multi-use path on both sides of Tasman. I find their reasoning persuasive and hope that you will choose design alternative 1 there. Finally, we must ensure that residents have safe bike ped routes while we await funding and implementation of the long-term plan, which, let's face it, could take years. So preserving the temporary lane closure and adding one on the north side is just good sense to make sure that people still have a safe route there. Tonight, you have an opportunity to take a step toward a safer, healthier, greener city. I hope that you will take it. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Next up is Michael K, followed by REF. Michael, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. I would like to pledge my support for the alternative 1, and a lot of previous people have brought up good points and those should be heard. But I would also like to offer anecdotal evidence on my behalf as someone who has gone through middle school and high school and college living here in Casa de Amigos for many years. And I would often find students when I was in middle school and high school that lived here in these communities, and it was always the talk of how the streets of Tasman were dangerous. And since then, nothing really has changed. So I would love to see some support in getting the streets be a lot safer. But I would also like to add some time to further discuss about the removal of the southbound walking lanes. And I just find it really confusing. I'm sure as many others have also stated, to remove those barriers because they're not ADA compliant. But what I really want to ask is, what's the benefit of really removing that? If that is removed, then we're really left with the sidewalk, and that is even worse. So I really want to question that, and I'd love to have further discussions on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is REF, followed by Dan H. Ari, give me a moment to get your presentation up, and then just you'll need to advise me when to advance each slide.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ari, and I am from Casa de Amigos. I'll talk quickly about public safety. The difference between response time for alternative 1 and alternative 2 are negligible. I know DPS supports alternative 2 because it allows emergency vehicles to pass slower vehicles. However, emergency vehicles are also delayed by a couple of seconds, waiting for the vehicles in front to come to a complete stop and then pass them. On a relatively short street like Tasman Drive, it's actually nearly just as fast for emergency vehicles to just follow behind regular vehicles. In that case, you might as well just do alternative 1. The map shows it. If a fire truck traveling from Station 6 is traveling from Station 6 to the west entrance of Casa de Amigos, the difference between the two methods is roughly 2 seconds. This difference likely won't save a life, but doing alternative 1 over alternative 2 or no build will save a life. Please select alternative 1. I want to talk briefly about my childhood. I grew up on Tasman Drive and I love biking. Go to the next slide, please. One more slide. I had a dream of biking to the park with my friends, going to the store, but Tasman Drive is simply too dangerous. And children like myself are robbed of freedom to go where we want, to develop our independence. And we deserve better. The next generation of children who grew up in my mobile home park deserve better. They deserve freedom. I'm going to have you go forward 4 slides. Keep going. 2 more. I want to talk briefly about the multi-use pathways. 1 more slide, please. The lane closure pathways should be compliant. I think the slope of the road works generally well with ADA compliances. If the city should keep the lane closure pathways, install new ones, and if that's not possible, do alternative 8. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Dan H. Dan, you've been unmuted. You have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Yes, I'm Dan Hafman, member of the Sunnyvale BPAC, but speaking for myself tonight. I'm okay with alternative 1 or 2, the advantages and disadvantages to both. I think both could be made to work. I'm also in favor of doing phase 1 first and then doing the engineering on phase 2. What I cannot support is alternative 7. Taking away a pedestrian and bicycle facility because it's not ADA compliant and putting these residents back in the situation of walking in the gutter or during steep vegetation makes no sense. It's going to take another serious accident with a fatality to reverse you do it. So once again, do not do alternative 7. Keep the lane on the south side. And I hope you can also take another lane out on the north side to study what the true traffic impact will be before actually committing to the final construction of the entire project. Thank you.
And Mayor, that was the final remote speaker for this agenda item.
Thank you. With that, we will close public comment. And I know we want to go to the final questions and a motion, but let's take one final recess at 5-minute recess, coming back at 11:03 p.m. Thank you. That's fine. Let's go ahead and reconvene and bring it back to council for questions and ultimately a motion. First up is Vice Mayor Sell.
So I want to thank the audience for, all the really good, thorough input and staff's really great job in doing this study. So I just have a question for staff. So if city clerk could show the picture of, it's just 3 slides.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the current existing conditions. So we have 2 travel lanes and one of them is 12 feet and the other one is 12 feet and the other one is tree. Okay, and then next slide. So then there's, oh, the other slide. Okay, then there's, okay, sorry, 2, show 2. So then there's design option 2. So you get rid of one of the travel lanes, and then that travel lane becomes sidewalk, and what I heard people say is trees and bike lane. So when people move their car over, it just seems like they can't drive onto the sidewalk. So it just seems like it's going to be really tight for the fire truck to get around them or the emergency vehicle. Like, because that lane that we gave up became a sidewalk and people went trees and it became a bike lane and buffer.
So the majority of that existing 12-foot lane would become buffer and bike lane. Only in certain sections where the existing sidewalk is not ADA compliant or there is no sidewalk would we need some of that width for the sidewalks. So the vehicles would not pull onto the sidewalk. They would pull into the buffer and the bike lane area to allow emergency vehicles to pass.
Okay, my only thought is a large portion of this does not have sidewalks. So that's going to be a large case of sidewalk, anyway, that's my thought. It's
Yes.
going to be sharing sidewalk, bike lane, and buffer. And then so when there's sidewalk, then the fire truck might have a tough time getting around that. Okay, last question, and we can agree to disagree. And you're the expert. I realize that. I'm just the layman. And then it's the next picture. So this is the alternative 1. And if it were possible, that's like very wide. And if a fire truck could mount that, then that definitely they could go down that. And then seems like there's rooms for trees, but you explained before that there wouldn't be room for trees. So those are just my questions.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Next up is Councilmember Lay.
Thank you. I'm actually ready with a motion, but I think the rest of my colleagues have questions, so I'll defer until after that.
Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Yeah, I have questions based on public comments. A lot of public said that emergency response time between design alternative 1 and design alternative 2 would be negligible. Can you answer that?
I'm sorry, would be what?
Would be negligible. The difference is a few seconds or something like that. Can public safety answer that question? I know we already talked about it, but I just want public to hear about that.
DPS would be strongly concerned for alternative 1 with the raised path, mainly because of the configuration of Tasman currently with VTA already being raised and we cannot cross and there's no room on that side of the roadway. And then with a raised path, it is going to cause motorists to hesitate to move over to the right.
Okay. Yeah. And then I don't want to put words into your mouth, but then you said that you do not know the response time could be seconds or minutes. Is that correct?
It depends on the situation and the amount of resources that we would need for the particular emergency. It could be more than one or two fire apparatus. It could be a full structure response where you would have 6 patrol officers and a variety of engines and trucks from different areas of the city coming into that area.
Okay. Also, a lot of public talked about pedestrian safety. And then I wanted to get your thoughts. I kind of know the answer, but I want you to confirm this, that alternative 2 will provide pedestrian safety. Is that correct?
Yes, design alternative 2 includes the implementation of continuous ADA compliant sidewalks for whichever segment we're referring to, whether it's Fair Oaks to Vienna or Vienna to Lawrence, depending on the alternative in the RTC. So the intention is that alternative 2 would not just have buffered bike lanes, it would also create complete sidewalks, it would fill the sidewalk gaps, and it would have the added safety for pedestrians of having a sidewalk that is separate from not only the vehicles, but also the bikes, whereas fast bikes with slower moving pedestrians could cause safety concerns.
Thank you very much for that response. The last thing I wanted to get your response is, a lot of our residents talked about phase 1, design 1, that is from Fair Oaks to Vienna on both sides, alternative 1, design alternative 1. And then previous response was the emergency vehicle could come from Fire Station 5 or Fire Station 6. So once again, am I to assume that the response time will also be impacted?
Yes, as Deputy Chief mentioned earlier, patrol units could be called from anywhere. They could be coming from any of the stations, any of the locations. So my understanding is that they use both directions, from Fair Oaks and from Lawrence, to get to Vienna.
So design alternative 1 on either side will impact the response time.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Cisneros.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to revisit briefly the liability question that Councilmember Mellinger brought up in the original round of questions regarding the temporary lane we currently have.
Liability for ADA violations. Theoretically, I don't believe we've gotten any complaints, but theoretically someone could make a complaint that there's, the slope is improper and that type of thing. And we do sometimes get those types of complaints from people who, sometimes have legitimate complaints, and sometimes it's almost like a business where they find violations at parks and in parking lots and then collect penalties for that. So that is a risk that we run when we have an ADA violation.
Okay, yeah, and I remember there was a state law passed because there was a spate of,
right,
repeat or bad faith collecting. So I don't know how that applies, but it's really not that important right now. What happens if we pay the penalty? What do we need to do? Do we need to remedy that right away as well?
Yeah, generally, if we get those types of complaints, we try to identify what the issue is. And if there is an issue, we might not be able to fix it right away, but it would be put on a list of things that need to be fixed over time. Whether it's, a restroom at a park that doesn't have, all of the up-to-date fixtures and doorway widths and things like that, or whether it's, another type of issue.
And I would like to add on to that, in that it's not just the threat of complaints, the risk of complaints. But if we have a facility that's not ADA compliant and someone gets hurt, that's additional kind of risk that we would be liable for.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Back to Councilmember Lay for a motion.
Thank you. If this is acceptable to my colleagues, I would like to make this motion in two parts. First, to address the construction phase of potentially alternative 1 or 2, and then secondarily to address the lane closures. I want to say also that I have heard so many arguments on both sides, and I won't be making this motion, but if anyone wants to amend, and I'm happy to discuss this further. I would like to motion that we adopt design alternative 1 on both the north and the south sides from Fair Oaks to Vienna.
Councilmember Mellinger.
Second, with a question of whether there is some action planning to be taken for phase 2 as part of this motion.
Oh, thank you for addressing that. I would like to punt that. I don't know how to say that gracefully. Sorry. It's late.
Perhaps take no action on phase 2.
Yes, thank you for your suggestion there.
I'll second that.
To your motion.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the members of the public who came out tonight. It is getting late. We didn't start out late, but it's getting late. And I really appreciate hearing from this community that doesn't come out that often. This is something that is important to this side of town, to ensuring that we have the future that we want to build in District 6 in the northern part of Sunnyvale, and ensuring that children can get to school safely and people can get to grocery stores, as we heard a lot about 4 weeks ago. I want to say that in my ideal scenario, I would have separated bike and pedestrian facilities. I missed my bike. I am 7.5 months pregnant and have been able to get on a bike for a while. And as a pedestrian, sometimes I almost get creamed by bikes, and that is indeed scary. I want to acknowledge that. And especially with e-bikes and e-scooters coming in, I would like to have that separation as well. In my ideal world, I think I would like something like alternative 2 with a protected bike lane, something like armadillos, and a speed decrease. But what I'm hearing, and what I've been hearing a lot, is everyone wants a speed decrease, but that's not something that we can take action on. That's not something we can guarantee. So in the absence of that, I want to make sure that both bikes and pedestrians are safe from cars, that we are able to access these places, that people can commute to the places that they want to go, that they have options. I am the only driver in my family. The other people in my family right now don't have a car at home because I took it to City Hall. When they need to get somewhere, they need to go to grocery outlet. There's only one way that my son can do that, or my husband can do that, and I need to make sure that they're safe. There are so many people in that situation that live in the mobile home parks, people in that situation who live everywhere in the city. And I want to say that the petitions and the level of participation in this community for this issue is above any that I've seen, like in my short time on city council. It's not a numbers game for me. Like, it's not, to me, it's not, oh, you got 1,000 more signatures or 100 more signatures or 10 more signatures. This is the best good that I believe that we can bring to this community, independent of the number of people who are going one way or the other. I want to address the public safety issue, and that one's a hard one because we don't have data on it, and it's hard. And I am very open to discussing this with my colleagues, but you say that you can find a way, and I want to say that I trust that staff will be able to find a way to balance the public safety needs of pedestrians and cyclists, and also the cases where we need public safety access. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much to my colleague, Councilmember Lay, for making the motion. I will be enthusiastically supporting this motion. I think it strikes the right balance to optimize public safety, and I want to talk about why. What we are dealing with here is a question of worst case scenarios versus everyday safety. One member of the public, perhaps being a little flippant, said, you know, if we do the alternative 2, it'll be great. The ambulance will be able to get to you faster when you're hit by a car, right? And that gets at something, which is that there are multiple angles by which we must consider safety. Emergency response time is one such angle, and it is an important one, but it is not the only one. The safety of the day-to-day conditions on the road is also critical. And that is why I was asking if there was any analysis done on the likelihood of serious crashes given the 3 options before us, alternative 1, alternative 2, and status quo. I am concerned at the lack of data on response times, response direction, et cetera, from the Department of Public Safety. And I would love to see, you know, going forward, if we could find some initiatives on how we can better collect such data, because that would be extremely useful for decision-making in these circumstances. I have serious safety concerns about alternative 2, even if we were to protect the bike lanes. Wrong way cycling is a major problem in this city, and wrong way cycling around a blind curve, 2 cyclists in a head-on collision can kill each other. It's 20 miles, cyclists can do 20 miles an hour each way, and that's not even on an e-bike. We've heard concerns about illegal crossings. We've heard concerns about drag racing. If we do buffered bike lanes at night, that will turn into a drag race course. Like, that's there will be unsafe driving in those bike lanes. Something that we've heard a lot about is the East Channel Trail. And I think bi-directional access on to each of those trailheads is really important. People need, when those trails go live, and I believe the South Trail is already live and accessible, people need to be able to access those from both directions on each side. And that speaks strongly to alternative 1 for me. Finally, alternative 1 here is preserving 2 lanes of ingress and egress from Lawrence. That is a shorter travel distance than from Fair Oaks, and it is close to Fire Station 6, which is going to be the primary response to the mobile home parks. You know, we've heard from students, senior citizens, school board members. We heard 4 weeks ago from so many of our residents on how important walkable grocery stores are. Alternative 1 makes sure that the grocery outlet is walkable and bikeable to those residents. You know, one resident said that, you know, the next generation of children who grow up in these mobile home parks deserve better. They deserve freedom, and I agree with that, and that is why I'm supporting alternative 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Srinivasan.
I will, with a great hesitation, I will not be supporting this motion. First of all, we have heard from our DPS and then Public Safety Officers Association that emergency response will be hampered. Nobody knows how critical that is. As somebody pointed out, a mobile home can burn in 10 minutes. That's a very, very critical issue. And then as we saw from the data itself, there are at least 100 fire-related calls this year alone. And then last year, about 190. And then and then 55 police calls. And then as we heard from DPS, PSOA chief, it's unclear how the response would be, what the situation would be. For me, public safety is very, very important. At the same time, I agree that we need to have safe bicycle lanes. And then pedestrian are anyway alternative 2 will design alternative 2 will be protected. And then for me, it's a very tough choice. I agree. But at this stage, given the alternatives, I don't want to support. I cannot support. Basically, we are overruling our public safety and DPS for emergency response, and then I cannot do that. So thank you. I'll not be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sal.
So we have a lot of speakers here today, and they talked about the blind curve on here. And I look at the report, and the report says, the report that's in the files for this project, and it said there's between 2018 and 2022, there were 2 fatalities, and they occurred on the Vienna and Fair Oaks side of Tasman. And then there's another fatality that occurred because someone was trying to cross Tasman. So it's what the audience was telling us. They're afraid of fatalities, and we have the data that says there were fatalities. So in a perfect world, I would want us to, as the audience was saying, and as Councilmember Lay was saying, like reduce the speed. It seems like we cannot reduce the speed. So I feel like alternative 1 is we did listen to DPS, because before the people that were advocating this said make all of Tasman like this alternative 1. But because staff did such a great job outreaching to the community, talking to the community, and the community told them, which is also in the report, that they were most concerned about the getting from Vienna out of the 2 mobile home parks to Lawrence. So they wanted to be able to get out quickly, which they can, taking that path. And then luckily, there's like Fire Station 6 that is very close to the Lawrence and Tasman intersection. So then many times, because I assume the fire truck is close, the firehouse is close to the Lawrence and Tasman intersection, that would be the first fire truck that gets there. And we're not, because Councilmember Lay motion says we're not going to do anything to phase 2. Phase 2 is the Lawrence to Vienna intersection. So I'm really happy that staff did that excellent outreach and came up with that solution. So staff is doing a great job with that. And we were listening to staff, and we were listening to public safety. The fire station is near there. But we also kind of need to listen to the people. And what I hear from the people is that they want to be able to walk. They want to be able to ride a bike, and they want to feel safe doing that. And you can't even, I think you're not even allowed to walk your dog in the park. So they just want to do simple things, just walk outside of their park. And I believe life is short and people should enjoy life. And so I support alternative 1 because it would, for me, from looking at all the information was presented, it allows people to be able to walk. It allows people to bike. And even though it's like 40 miles per hour, they feel comfortable doing that. And I feel comfortable, supporting this motion. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try not to go too long. I'll first say this is really hard. This is a very hard, complicated public policy logic puzzle that we've been working on, but it's not just logic. This is also a lot of other things are involved here too, such as people's dignity and safety and comfort in their neighborhoods, which you can't quantify. There's a lot of things here you can't quantify. And there's no position that is pro public safety or pro any particular position. Everything is, it's not a zero-sum game. And I agree with what my colleague said about optimizing for public safety and focusing on that angle on it, because one way or another, like we saw a couple times here tonight, the images of people walking in the street, or the concept of there being collisions either head on with bicyclists or bicyclists and pedestrians. All of those issues kind of work together with needing to keep bicycles and pedestrians away from cars. And I'll address really quickly my thoughts around, because I'm going to just talk a little bit about what the things I had a hard time getting my head around to get to alternative one, which I will be voting for, by the way, is that interface between the pedestrians and the cyclists. But when you think about what will practically happen, is that if you don't have that both the mid-block crossing issue and the directional issue, I can't get around it in my head. You're going to have people who are biking either the wrong way in the bike lane, or they're going to be biking on the sidewalk. So you're going to have both of those issues come up, even if that's exactly what you're going to try to avoid. And so having a wider space where both can be used with clear signage, that's ultimately going to be safer and result in better public safety, a lot fewer very dangerous situations. And I just want you to imagine, not just if you're not a bicyclist or a pedestrian, you drive down Tasman, do you really want to hit someone? Like, that's going to ruin your life. Like, really, I can't actually imagine that, right? Like, or what if you're a loved one of yours does? Like, that's a life-changing, horrible, horrible thing to happen. And so we're avoiding that for everyone. That and when we're thinking about response times, there are issues with the curb. If we can design the curb, and I want staff to be cognizant that if there is a way for us to still have that division and have it be possible to direct people to move over to improve that response time, even by seconds, let's by all means do that. But without a clear separation, that safety is going to be really hard to achieve here. And then I struggled to get around the expense. We talked about how costly alternative one is. And we just talked about how much we need for the libraries. And then everything else is going through my head. You know, the budgets have been going over for 5 years. I'm thinking, how are we going to do that? It's just going to sit there. And then I think about what you have to do when you have a portion of your city that you have systemically underinvested in for decades and decades and decades. And then you sit up here and you say, you're me or anyone else on this dais, that we want to fix that. We want to correct it. We're going to do it. Well, right now it looks like, maybe $10 million a side of the street. And that's just kind of the price you have to pay in order to achieve some semblance of justice or have any credibility when you talk about that. So this is hard, but this is the best option that's going to optimize for all of our values as a city. I think this is the values-driven decision, and that's the vote I'm going to make tonight. So thank you for listening to me think inarticulately at this hour.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Chang.
Thank you. And thank you to staff. I recognize some of the safety concerns, but it is hard to quantify after we've had the quick build for a few years now, and we don't have the data on response times or what direction they're coming from, and it's difficult. And I know that they're private entities, but if staff can work with the mobile home parks to see if there can be separate entrances to get through to the mobile home parks to be able to respond faster. And I will be supporting alternative one.
Thank you. And I'll be supporting this motion. I can count my other council members around me. I did have some reservations and what we're trying to do tonight is fix a 30-year-old problem that was decided not when this council was here, not completely with our decision, and not when many of the homeowners were in this neighborhood. I think option one and option two fixed a lot of those issues. Definitely, option two or option one makes it safer for bicyclists. I do think that a buffered bike lane and public safety response time would have been better with, of course, option two. But I also look at from a public safety standpoint, a lot of this has to do at this point with what their procedures and processes are. So when they're, it's figuring out
where they're going, and conceivably going down Persian Avenue if they're coming from Fire Station number 5. It's working with the mobile home communities to figure out best entrances and all that. That being said, definitely a raised curb or whether or not the procedure, which I have seen happen in other cities, at least looking online, as much as you can trust online, is DPS being able to drive on that multi-use path, realizing that there are conceivably bicyclists and pedestrians that they will have to deal with. But if they needed to reach cars that might be along that corridor, there is that possibility. For me, what we're trying to do here tonight is it's not the number of people on either side, and it's trying to make our community safer. DPS response times are part of that, and not having tangible data that we could point to makes it very difficult for us to make that decision. That being said, we've had this, I pushed very hard for this 5 years ago to close down a lane, and happy to see that it has made a difference. There are residents who that really enjoy it. There are residents who don't enjoy it. We'll be talking about the ADA compliance and what we do as kind of a next phase. I think the biggest portion of this motion is that phase 2 is being dropped, making sure that delivery of mobile homes, and general safety getting into those mobile home communities from Lawrence Expressway is optimized. And I do think that that's an important part of that. So yes, I will be supporting this motion. I have some hesitation. I do think that staff, evaluated as much as they could, but from a council standpoint, we didn't have any what those delays might be, and that is part of why we're here. So, ultimately a multi-use trail, which I pushed for quite a bit when we did the study session, will make this corridor a lot safer for the bicyclists and pedestrians at the end of the day. And so with that, City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote on our first motion?
The motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Srinivasan voting no.
Thank you. Councilmember Lay.
Thank you so much for my colleagues. Thank you for your votes and supporting my motion. For my second motion, I would like to motion alternative 9, neither 7, which removes the temporary path, nor alternative 8, which creates a buffered bike lane. I would like to see another temporary closure, a full closure of the lane. I would like to see it be both accessible to pedestrians and cyclists. I think that I can talk more about it later, but that's my motion.
Councilmember Mellinger.
Clarifying question for the maker of the motion. You're essentially moving that we keep the status quo with the temporary lane?
Keep the status quo with the temporary lane on the south side and additionally add a temporary closure on the north side along the northwestern quadrant of this project area.
One second before you continue.
Yeah, Madam City Attorney, I have questions
okay.
about that
I have
second half.
Question for, okay, go ahead, Councilmember.
Madam City Attorney, is it even legal for us to take action on the north side tonight?
Well, the public hasn't been given any notice that might happen, so I would suggest having staff study that option and come back.
To the maker of the motion?
Okay. In which case, could you advise me about what alternative 9 can consist of in this case? If alternative 8 is the buffered bike lane and alternative 7 is removing the existing temporary path, what are my options here for my desired outcome?
I might be able to chime in here. Alternative 9 was kind of a catch-all for other ideas. In any case, we will most likely need to come back with more information.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can add, Councilmember, any type of change to the existing conditions, either figuring out how to maintain the existing closure, temporary closure, or adding a temporary closure is a new project. It would require new funding. It would require evaluation and design analysis, especially given the amount of time that we're likely going to have to keep a temporary closure there. It doesn't really qualify as temporary at some point anymore. So we'd need to come back to council with an alternative there that would include funding and an analysis of how that would fit into our existing work that we're doing. I'll just opine that this staff is also working to try to implement the ATP, Vision Zero, all of that. And this particular study has been occupying a tremendous amount of time. So extending it further is something that I'd want time to evaluate with staff and talk to staff about options and bring that back to council.
Okay, in which case I will ask for clarification on what alternative 8 consists of, please.
Certainly. So alternative 8 is taking the temporary closure and creating a buffered bike lane only. So this would be similar to our design alternative 2, but minus the sidewalks. We would just take the existing pavement and turn it into a buffered bike lane. It could also include, I think the way it's written in the RTC, it also does include the north side. So we would have a buffered bike lane on both sides between Fair Oaks and Vienna, roughly.
So removing pedestrian access and having a painted buffered bike lane.
Correct.
Okay. I will motion for alternative 8.
Is there a second? I see no second. Is there another motion? Councilmember Mellinger.
I'm going to take another stab at alternative 9. With respect to my colleague, I do not like the idea of removing the pedestrian access. I'm going to ask that staff come back to us with options to maintain the south side closure. And in respect of staff's time, I'm going to suggest that we take no action on the north side.
Is there a second? Councilmember Cisneros.
Second.
To your motion?
I would dearly like to put a temporary path on the north side as well, but given the impacts and constraints on staff time right now, I am extraordinarily hesitant to add additional work onto this item. Maintaining the status quo, I recognize will be some additional work, but not nearly so much as adding a new path. I respectfully urge my colleagues, I vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Vice Mayor Sell.
I think it's a good compromise. So thank you, Councilmember Mellinger and Councilmember Cisneros and anyone else who wants to support it.
Thank you. Councilmember Lay.
Thank you for making the motion. I would like to prioritize keeping at least some pedestrian access along this corridor. And yeah, I am in support.
Thank you. And I'll support this motion. I do worry about ADA compliance, and I encourage staff to come back to us if there are issues, as we can see. And ultimately a lot of this is the financing. It's like, as much as we would like to close the north side also, and trying to create a safe pathway at that location, there's a much larger expenditure to design, to implement, from a bigger picture standpoint. And so I do think that this is a compromise of something that we actually have now that many residents are dependent upon. Ultimately, we will see if staff comes back at a later date with compliance issues. So with that, let's vote.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. Are there any other motions or comments on this from my colleagues? We will finish item number 2. Council, item number 2.
Sorry, I just wanted to say thank you again to everyone. Thank you to staff and thank you for the members of the public who came out.
Thank you all. Thank you all for staying late.
Past 11:30.
With that, before we make any future motions, City Manager, just wanting to get your feedback on, is any of this timely? And, we still have 3 items, and I know many staff have stayed here at this point. Conceivably, we go through in the order that's there, but would like your feedback.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. We have the Corn Palisade, when staff is still here to present that. I think that's a pretty straightforward item, but may take a little bit of time just to get through. That is not time sensitive. That could push. The utility liens item, that is time sensitive in the sense that if we don't approve it tonight, staff can't put it on the roll for this coming fiscal year on the property tax roll. But we could accumulate, it's only about, I think, $2,500 worth of debt. We could accumulate that and continue to try to collect it. And if it's still not collected by next year, we could just lump it in with next year's rolls. So in that sense, it's not that time sensitive. It's not a critical business operation item. The third one is just agendizing the Vision Zero. No, I'm sorry, removing the Fair Oaks. I'm getting my colleagues' memos mixed up because of the late hour. That one also is not time sensitive. We could push that one to the next meeting. So if you ask me what my preference is, I prefer that we take the utility item first, and then if council has the wherewithal, we could do the art item.
Thank you. And I think definitely the utility is a very quick item.
Yeah, I think so too.
From a council standpoint. Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion pursuant to Council Policy 7.3.19, council meetings. I move that we hear agenda item number 4.
Item 25-0366. Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Mellinger.
Second.
Yeah.
Thank you. No comments. City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. With that, we'll move to item 4. Item 25-0366, adopt a resolution to cause charges for non-payment of delinquent utility charges to be placed on the fiscal year 2025-2026 County of Santa Clara property tax roll. Is there a staff report?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, Matt Pollan, your Finance Director. We take this item to you every year. The city provides utility services, and for those folks, after extensive outreach and attempts to collect, there are, the staff report said there's 8 accounts that were delinquent. Since we published, 2 of those have paid, so we just have 6 delinquent accounts remaining. The Muni Code allows us to collect delinquent charges on the property tax bill. So with your approval, we will send those charges over to the county, assuming your approval. I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger. Oh, okay. I'll open the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City clerk, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council for a motion. Councilmember Mellinger.
Move staff recommendation to place the entries on the roll.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sell.
Second.
Thank you. City Clerk, please conduct the vote.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sell.
Okay. Pursuant to Council Policy 7.3.19, council meetings, I move that we hear agenda item number 3, which is
25-07.
okay. 25-07-47.
Thank you. Councilmember Mellinger.
Second.
Thank you. City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion carries 7-0.
With that, our next item is 25-0747, approve the Arts Commission recommendation for public art for the Corn Palace Park. Is there a staff report? And thank you for staying so late.
Yes, there is a staff report. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Kristen Dance. I'm with the Department of Library and Recreation Services, the Public Art Program. And tonight, council is being asked to review and select the public art concepts for the Corn Palace Park. So the park is a 2-acre site along Toyon and Lily Avenues, which backs up to the Lawrence Expressway. The park has recently opened to the public, although the public art component is not complete. The project was allotted 1% of the construction costs, or $43,000 for public art. There's 4 locations that have been identified for the public art. A 76-foot-long seating wall between the playground areas, which is outlined in blue, and 3 backless park benches along the main walkway indicated by the red circles on the slide. A request for, do we move? There we go. Okay. A request for qualifications or call for artists was distributed to California artists in November of 2024. We had 32 applications that were received, 17 for the seating wall and 15 for the backless benches. In January of 2025, a public art review committee made up of the project manager, city engineer, HOA members from the neighborhood, city residents, and the project architect was formed. The committee was tasked with reviewing the artist applications and selecting 10 artists to move forward to the conceptual design phase. So 3 for the seating wall, 7 for the backless benches. There are 10 designs that you're looking at this evening, but there are only 9 artists. One of the artists was selected for both the backless benches as well as the seating wall. So the math doesn't add up perfectly. So we'll start with the seating wall conceptual designs. There are 3 of them, and council will be selecting one this evening. So proposal number 1, or attachment 4 in your council packet, is ceramicist Annie Capelli. This design concept consists of 64 hand-painted, hand-carved sgraffita ceramic tiles. This is a process where one layer of the clay is scratched or etched out to expose colors of the previous layer underneath. And then colored mineral glazes are added, and eventually it's all fired into the kiln, so it's very durable. Each tile will be 1 foot by 1.5 foot, and when installed side by side, will run the entire 64 feet along the linear seating wall. The tiles will have texture and will be very durable. The design illustrates nature and community together, scenes of what may have taken place at the site before it became the Corn Palace Park, before it was the Corn Palace vegetable stand, or while the land was occupied by indigenous peoples. The imagery will be anchored in the center with a rendering of the Corn Palace fruit stand amongst the cornfield, with images of nature and indigenous life to the left, and images of modern day activities and open spaces to the right. And this is just a quick mock-up that the artist did, or a maquette, that kind of shows what it might look like. The second proposal is designed by Juan Lopez of New World Mosaics. The design, titled Water is Life, draws inspiration from the agricultural legacy of the Corn Palace site and the park's organic wavy seating wall. It celebrates the rhythm and diversity of natural waterways. The slide shows the anticipated layout of the overall design on the left, with a picture of a past project that's similar in style and subject matter on the right. The design will span approximately 40 feet in total, but it'll be broken into 9 irregularly shaped sections to mimic the natural fragmentation of riverbanks and tide pools. Each section will be bordered with stone-colored mosaic images of borders and river rock, then inlaid with blue porcelain mosaic shards and shimmering mirror pieces to resemble the rippling water. Images of butterflies, frogs, blades of grass, and poppies rendered in bright colored tiles will complete the design. And then the third proposal for the seating wall is by artist Elba Raquel. This design is a band of homemade tiles that illustrates the spirit of the Francia brothers' agricultural legacy and the vegetables grown on the property, sugar beets, corn, tomatoes, and bell peppers in particular. The top row of the slide depicts the entire design, while the following 2 rows breaks it into the right-hand side and the left-hand side of the design. And the bottom 2 rows on the slide are actually just very detailed sections. The background tiles will be larger and rectangular and include pistachio green bands, which is reminiscent of the Corn Palace stand's original look. And the fruit will be created through smaller, irregular, brightly colored tiles. And the sky tiles will be square and arranged in a radial pattern. So the contrast of all of these colors, shapes, and sizes of the tiles will create a sense of movement and a rhythm. Okay, so those were the 3 proposals for the seating wall. Now we have the 7 for the benches. And I want to just point out quickly that the benches for part of the artist's responsibility would be to acquire the bench or to build the bench itself. And we currently have the footings in place that were part of the general construction out at the park. So the benches that you're seeing right now may change slightly in terms of how they look because they have to fit those footings. We didn't have that information when we went into this process. So proposal number 4 was also created by Annie Capelli. This design centers around the cornfields and fruit stands of the original Corn Palace site. It incorporates creativity, nature, and community with a focus on a soaring red-winged blackbird, which is local to the area. It's a reminder that nature is always directly linked to the urban landscape. The design concept consists of smaller hand-painted, hand-carved sgraffito ceramic tiles. This is a process where 1 layer of hard leather, again, is scratched off and the colors come up from underneath. The tiles will be applied to either one side or the top of the bench, and they'll have texture and movement with them. So the design, this slide shows the design as installed on the side of a solid cement bench. And again, this is just a mock-up. Proposal number 5 is artist Zoe Karen. And the design is very stylized, painted cement bench that takes park visitors on a stroll through time as the imagery highlights the natural history and native species for the site. Okay. The center panel represents imagery of crops that were sold at the palace, fruit stands such as corn, tomatoes, plums, grapes, and carrots. The right outer side reflects modern day park themes and recreational activities, and the left outer side of the bench includes native plants that grew on the site prior to Western agriculture coming in, such as wild cattails, saltbush, wild strawberry, and evergreen huckleberry. The bottom of the piece, the artist is proposing to paint with worms and soil, which are integral to growing food, with roots coming through. Proposal number 6 is by Fiduci, and this design consists of a handmade concrete bench adorned with 6 hand-sculpted and pigmented concrete corn figures, 3 on the front and 3 on the back. The edges of the bench will be piped with yellow to offset the blue coloring, and each character is brightly colored and whimsically dancing in celebration of the park's history and previous agricultural contributions. Next, we have Liz Hickok, and her design includes large-scale distorted images of native wildflowers, plants, and pollinators. The imagery will be developed through an algorithm, photographs that will be altered through an algorithm. And these images will be printed onto the tiles and kiln fired for permanence. The completed tiles will be applied to the top and sides of the bench. The front and back of the bench will be covered in abstract, small, hand-cut tiles that reflect the sky and change with the light conditions. And the edges are going to be finished in an iridescent, glow-in-the-dark tiles that shimmer during the day when they pick up the sunlight, and then they'll be kind of a glowing blue in the evenings. So the imagery explores themes of resilience, transformation, and ecological harmony inspired by native wildflowers that thrive in difficult conditions and regenerate after disruption. Native pollinators are added to celebrate the connection and interdependence between plants and pollinators. The overall design evokes a sense of motion, energy, and beauty, mirroring both the park's agricultural past and its evolving future as a space for community and renewal. Proposal number 8 is by artist Carrie Lederer. From afar, her design looks like a tapestry of vibrant, cheerful colors, swirling patterns that create kind of a surreal and energetic background. But up close, visitors will find a myriad of images to discover, some hidden, some obvious. Bright clusters of apricots will be throughout the design that connect the viewer back to the agricultural history of the site, while there's spaceships, stars, and constellations present to represent current and future connections to Silicon Valley. The imagery will be transferred to a high-grade porcelain tile, kiln-fired for durability, and applied to a cement substrate. The artist hopes her design will reflect the vital relationship between land, water, and sky, and remind the viewer how fragile the natural world can be. The artist is also exploring different shapes, grout colors, and iridescent tiling to add some additional depth and texture. Okay, 2 more. Proposal number 9 is by artist Alexandra Muddle, and the design is a colorful geometric design rendered in 12 millimeter square, so very small glass mosaic tiles, and grouted on a prefabricated cement bench. The design includes colorful swirling patterns that will appeal to community members and invite interpretation. The various linear circles, arches, and lines represent the lines created within farming and agriculture. The repetition of the small ceramic tiles are reminiscent of corn kernels, and the bold changing colors reflect enterprise, lively, and diverse city and community values. And lastly, our last proposal is by Amber Smith. This design is a large corn-on-the-cob shaped bench with a flat top for sitting. It is instantly recognizable, but a bit unexpected at the same time. On one side, the bench will have a playful, animated face to welcome visitors, with details sprinkled throughout, such as a curious ladybug, pastel flowers, and a cleverly placed book titled The Cobbit. The other side will include a representation of the Corn Palace fruit stand with anthropomorphized fruits and vegetables such as a banana on roller skates, a cherry on a skateboard, a vegetable family. Oops, sorry, sticking together here. Okay. And then a vegetable band. So there's a cucumber on the trumpet, squash on guitar, eggplant on the tuba, strawberry on drums, and an asparagus on harmonica, to name a few. The bench will be constructed from a pre-made metal frame and then sculpted with styrofoam and covered with cement resin sculpting material called paltia. The final layer will be rendered in ceramic tiles to finish the kernels and the face, while the Corn Palace mural will be portrayed in more glass mosaics. Okay. So the Arts Commission reviewed all 10 designs at their June 18th meeting. They reviewed the 3 designs for the seating wall and are recommending Annie Capelli for that particular commission. And of the 7 designs for the benches, they are recommending Liz Hickok, Alex Muddle, and Carrie Lederer. There's no staff recommendation for this project because pursuant to the Art and Public Places procedures, staff does not participate in the selection of the artwork for city projects. However, we can confirm that all 10 projects are appropriate for this particular project and will fit within the designated spaces that we have already out at the park. So City Council, you're being asked to select and approve the conceptual designs and the artists for the project. So the alternatives are approve the Arts Commission recommendation or approve an alternative set of designs. Following approval this evening, staff will begin working with the artists to contract and finalize their designs. Staff anticipates the artwork to be installed early spring of 2026. Okay, that concludes my staff report. I was fast talking, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. You have several questions from council. First up is Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation and the explanation. So first question is, the total project, including the seating wall and then the 3 is $43,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's been, the $43,000 has been split up amongst the 4 different sites.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I.
So it's the artist commissions, yeah.
Okay, okay. So do we know how much is the split? As I would assume seating wall would be expensive.
The seating, yeah, do you remember? I think each of the benches was a $9,000 commission each.
Okay.
And I believe the seating wall was $12,000. And then there was a couple $1,000 for plaques and other essentials. Yeah.
Also, I did not see Alexandra Model's bench design. It had just the front of that.
Did I skip it? David, can you put
Yeah,
the?
basically, I see how the bench will look like.
Oh.
Rest of the artists, you have the bench. For example, slide 20 of.
So
go to slide 20 and then we'll scroll down.
So the page 22 and 23.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't have the slide up any longer, but it's basically this
Sorry.
design in your.
It's up.
Yeah,
There we go.
This shows the bench, but then the next artist, you don't see that.
Okay, so that design is basically a smaller version of what the top of her bench will look like.
Okay,
This,
okay.
a
And
bird's
then
eye. Thank
The
you.
next slide, please. These are, where are these things?
So these are some of her inspirations. The top right hand is an actual maquette that she did with the tiles. just to show what the texture is. So that's that top picture. The other 3 surrounding it are just things that she thought about that were her inspiration.
Okay, what will be on the sides?
The same thing.
Okay, same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I like what Art Commission said. I'll wait for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to say that I found both of Ms. Capelli's designs very compelling. And would there be anything, I seem to recall there was something in the Arts Commission that said that you couldn't do the same, give the same artist 2 commissions. Is that accurate?
The way that the RFQ was worded, that we put out to the general population was, yes, you would only get one or the other.
Understood.
But not both, just to try and give more artists an opportunity to participate.
Understood. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I also really like what was brought to us and can appreciate the Arts Commission selections. I think they have a great eye. Would there be any opportunity to reach out to the Muwekma Ohlone tribe just for their input on the imagery and the depictions of Indigenous people?
Yeah, we can certainly do that. The way that the artist has represented it is that she has already done that work up front on her own with her research, but I can clarify with her.
Yeah, it'd be great to clarify and just make sure that since we're putting it up with public funds, wanting to, make sure somebody gets to see it first and then go through. But I appreciate her, her research and forethought on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. I had a question as far as kind of the standardization of benches. So, the artists put renditions of how they would like their art to be. That being said, all benches aren't made equally. So from a public works standpoint, as well as just a design of how normally we're pretty narrow as far as, okay, you're designing a wall, you're basically decorating this wall, this retaining wall, whatever. Here's your pretty much fairly well defined. Here we have metal frame, we have, depending upon, let's say, art on the ends as opposed to basically art in the middle. So not just where you sit, but it's like which multiple designs, and would they match? Does staff think they match together within the park, or ultimately are we suggesting that they kind of, to a certain degree, standardize? Would we say, here's our recommended bench, and hopefully, to me, it's one or the other. It's either long way, basically, you have 3 long rectangles to design, or you have the rectangle top and 2 small squares on either end. I think that's what it comes down to, or a complete box for that standpoint. There's kind of 3 general designs.
Yeah, that's actually a good way of thinking about it. We gave in the RFQ, we did give specified sizes and say that it was going to need to be 6 feet long, so that we have the footings are standardized between the 3 sites. But I think our vision was more to give that kind of flexibility to the artists to determine whether they wanted to build the bench, or depending upon how they worked. If we had gotten an artist who does a lot of metal work, they may have done they wouldn't have bought a bench. Their bench would have been their artwork. So we wanted to leave that kind of open for that kind of interpretation. And I think that's what we've got. So I don't think we ever kind of envisioned or brought it to the arts, to the artists, as saying that they're all going to be standardized. So they have to be standardized enough to utilize the footings that are in place. But we wanted to give them some space. So, and these are conceptual designs at this point in time, knowing that we don't know what the benches look like. And we didn't ask the artists to pick out their benches 100% because we didn't have all that information at the time. So we still have some details to work through, but we need to select the artists, get them on contract, and then we will figure out a lot of those details. But staff will be working very closely with them to make sure that they.
Thank you.
And Chip's not here, but I just volunteered as staff.
Thank you. And then I think Liz Hickok's design was the only time I've seen fluorescent or was it fluorescent?
Yeah,
Phosphorescent
Mhm.
trim. Have we seen that? Have we seen that in any other art that we have within the city?
That's a good question. I think the piece out at Seven Seas, the umbrella bench, I believe it has some glow in the dark tiles, but I don't go out there after dark very often, so I'm not 100% sure. But originally their design did call for that.
Okay. And in general, I'm happy with especially the seating wall design, the benches, and ultimately, I wish we could have had that tie back to Corn Palace, because I do think that Capelli did a very positive thing. I will ask my fellow council members about the muddle piece, which is nice design, but other than kind of looking like corn, maybe if you catch that from a tile standpoint, it's kind of interesting. And for me, maybe their choosing one of their fourth or fifth designs, because they basically had a top 5, which were closely rated. So the top 3 and then the fourth and fifth were tied. So you had kind of a top 5 that were there. But I'll leave it to my council members who might have a better eye. Councilmember Chang.
Yeah, I really liked Annie Capelli's and Liz Hitchcock's work. I don't feel as strongly about Alexandra Muddles. And then could you just explain again the rationale for the Carrie letter? I understand the apricots, but I'm trying to see the flying saucer tie-in.
So some of the imagery, and sorry, that was probably me. I goofed up on that particular slide. But there is part of her work. So she's the artist who did the tapestry on the second floor here in the building. And part of the way she works is that it's a signature style from afar, but when you get up close, there's a lot of little details in there. If you go by the tapestry that you kind of find in and amongst things. And so that's what this is. And some of the things that she's hiding in there are things like this spaceships and constellations and stars. Excuse me. Did you find the picture?
We're looking at the flying saucer.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. I think I went through that slide really fast because I forgot to move it. It's late.
Yeah, thank you. I was just trying to understand the tie-in for that one. Yeah, if anyone else had any questions.
Yeah, there's probably more information in your packet too, because we did include the proposals in their entirety, but that was a lot of information that we're not going to go through again tonight. But, if you want to read it again, it has lots of details I didn't include.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sell.
I sort of like the Soe Quran because it has reflections of images related to the Corn Palace. I like that better than the
Which
the
artist?
benches. Soe Quran.
Oh, Zoe
Yeah.
Quran. Okay.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yes.
More than although they're all really nice, but more than the Andrea Metal. The Andrea Metal, it just doesn't tie it to Corn Palace for me. So, but I like all of them, but I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments before we go into the public? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and open public comment on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial star 9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City clerk, is there any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, Mayor. First up is Carrie L. Carrie, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the city council. Carrie, you should see a pop-up on your screen asking you to unmute.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good evening, Sunnyvale City Council. I know it's late. I thought I'd just hop on for 1 second to say hello and thank you for considering my piece. I just wanted to comment to some of the questions that had been raised. With all of the public art pieces that I've done in the past, my work appeals to visitors of all ages, all walks of life, and it encourages this idea of discovery and fun and play. And so it was in this spirit that I put together the image for the piece that I presented, The Land of Magic, Garden of the Cosmos. The imagery it's based on the natural world, but it's meant to offer a portal into a magical land, or like an enchanted fairy forest. And I think for this reason, I brought in a lot of the cosmos and the stars and things like the nesting the nesting bird and a fox wandering off into the cosmos, and then also some other things that ground the project to Sunnyvale itself, like the clusters of apricots. But for decades now, my work has been inspired by a curiosity about nature, our connection to it. And I think this connection is something that's important to many in our community. So I'm really hopeful to have the opportunity to share my interpretation of the natural world with all of the visitors of Corn Palace Park. And thank you so much again. I know it's been a long evening.
Thank you, and thank you for staying for the long evening.
Mayor, that was the final remote public speaker for this agenda item.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council for a motion. Vice Mayor Sell. Go right ahead.
Anyone else?
No
Okay.
questions, right?
So I really like all of them, and I like the ones that the Art Commission chose, but I like the Zoe Corone more than I like the Andrea Muddle, because the Zoe Corone had more ties to the Art Palace, the Corn Palace. So I'm
Vice Mayor, can you make that into a motion?
okay. So here I go. I shouldn't have. Okay, I want to move alternative 1, approve the Liz Hicko for the bench, and Carrie Letter for the bench, and Annie Capelli for the seawall, and the Zoe Corone for the bench.
Thank you. Councilmember Chang.
I'm going to second. I was going to do the same.
Thank you. To your motion.
I just think it's so great that Sunnyvale has these parks and they have a theme. And you actually found really great artists that represent, I mean, all of them are great artists, but I just think since it has a theme of the Corn Palace, that I wanted to go more towards the nature themes and the Corn Palace theme. So that was why I made the motion to pick these 4 artists. But I just wanted to thank staff for the wonderful work that you did, bringing these great artists to the city of Sunnyvale to work on this art for us, on this and many other projects.
And just before you continue, Councilmember, it should be, I think it's alternative 2, not alternative one. Alternative one was Commissioner's
Oh, yeah.
recommendation.
Okay, sorry.
So basically.
Alternative two.
Alternative two with, let me clarify, just to clarify everybody before we vote, seating wall white by Capelli, bench by Hickok, letterer, and Carone. That is correct, staff? I think? Yes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Srinivasan?
Yeah, I like these selections, especially Liz Hickok. I would like, I'm visualizing a full moon day where the paint would really fluorescent. I hope it is placed on the dark side of the park so that it will be very, very visible. But all the designs are very, very good. I'm especially, the seating wall will be very impressive with all the tiles going around, conveying the progression of natives, and then the Khan Palace and what it is today. So yeah, I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lai?
Hi, I just want to say that I really like the underside of the bench on the Corone piece. I thought that was a really interesting and fun addition, and I will be voting in favor of this motion.
Thank you. And I'll also be in favor of this motion. I was going to bring up what Councilmember Srinivasan brought up. As we've seen with other artwork that was supposed to have a nighttime element and then put into spaces that has too much light that you can never see, that nighttime element. I'm hoping that of the three locations that are for these three benches, we can find a location that at least part of this phosphorescent context actually glows at night and is actually workable from that standpoint. So I'll leave it to staff. They have three locations and whichever one might work the best from a lighting standpoint, but I'll leave it at that. And happy to support the motion. Thank you, Vice Mayor. With that, City Clerk, please conduct the vote.
The motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Vice Mayor? Do the last one.
Okay. Pursuant to Council Policy 7.3.19, council meetings, I move to hear agenda item number
There you go.
5, 250441. Consider rescinding 2017 council decision to bar removal of on-street parking on Fair Oaks Avenue.
Is there a second? Or does council want to stop for the evening? Councilmember Mellinger?
I'll second. I think we can dispose of this one quickly.
I'll leave it up to council to figure out whether or not they want to continue. That being said, any comments? Council, please vote.
The motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Cisneros voting no.
Stand by it.
No problem. Our final item is item 25-0441. Consider rescinding 2017 council decision to bar removal of on-street parking on Fair Oaks Avenue. Is there a staff report?
There is, in the interest of time, we can skip it and go straight to discussion, or I can zoom through it quickly, whichever you prefer.
Probably should at least.
Okay.
spend a little-
It's 4 slides. I'll do super quick.
I
I
know,
promise.
it's 70 slides, so it's worth it. Just-
All right. Again, I'm Angela Obeso, the interim transportation and traffic division manager. And we can go ahead and, I've got control. Just a quick slide on the history of interest here is that in 2017, a project was brought to council that the action included maintaining on-street parking between Old San Francisco Road and Evelyn on Fair Oaks. Here's a screenshot of the plans from that. And that brings us to February, where there was a colleague's memo asking for reconsideration of that council action, specifically about the on-street parking requirement. And here are the three alternatives before you tonight, and staff has no staff recommendation.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sell.
I'd like to move to.
No.
Okay.
Any
no.
questions?
No, okay, sorry.
Sorry. That's fine.
This was my.
Councilmember Melling, oh, your hands went down. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Just checking. Seeing no questions from council, I will open the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no in-person speaker cards. City clerk, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, Mayor. First up is Steve S. Steve, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the city council.
Okay, thank you. When I first heard about this colleague memo in February, I went and made a survey of my own. Thought it was going to be talked about then, but it wasn't. It was continued until this month. So I also did last Sunday another survey. I wanted to share this survey with you. Sometimes when we talk about the street parking and the bicycle use, we hear numbers of people that use the street parking. We hear a number of people who ride bicycles through the area and find it difficult to share the lane with cars. So just from a perspective, knowing that when we first did this several years ago, it was for a reason because of the apartments and the homes along there. I lived in the district there for 10 years, many years ago. Very familiar with that, still travel there quite often, have some friends in the area still too. Here's what my observations were. And I picked these times very specifically and days very specifically. On Thursday, February 20, I surveyed from approximately 4 o'clock to 4:45 from El Camino up to Ahwahnee. And I know that's more than what you're looking at. What I found out, there were 35 cars along Fair Oaks on the north direction going up to Ahwahnee. And coming back, there were 18 cars on Fair Oaks coming back to El Camino Real. An interesting observation was only one single bicycle was observed. And it was an electric bicycle who illegally crossed diagonally across the street, jumped off the sidewalk, went between bumpers of cars waiting at a traffic light, didn't even want to go up to the crosswalk, and then jumped back on the curb again, weaving them in between people's bumpers. That's the entire one that I found there. On Sunday, I went, and what I found was there were 33 cars going, 17 cars going from Ahwahnee to El Camino, 0 bicyclists, and there were 22 cars street parking, 0 bicyclists going the opposite direction. So we want to see what the usage on the houses and the apartments are, and also the actual usage by bicycle users. I will say that the playing fields at Ellis School draw a number of cars to be there. I've seen, I think one recent time I passed by, outside of these surveys, there were like 11 cars lined up using the field. So please consider that the homes and the apartments have needs as well as the bicyclists, but let's see what the true needs are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that was the final remote public speaker for this agenda item.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council for questions or a motion. Councilmember Mellinger.
Ms. Obezo, could we get the slide with the options again? Or Mr. Carnahan?
Yes, that's slide 5.
Thank you very much. I move alternative 1, rescind previous council action. dot, dot, dot.
Thank you. Councilmember Cisneros,
Second?
to your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Mayor Klein and Councilmember Chang for co-signing this colleagues memo. The policy adopted in 2017, barring the removal of on-street parking on Fair Oaks, has inhibited various studies on Fair Oaks. It imposes an artificial limitation that is out of step with our general plan and our land use and transportation element. Removing that policy will not have any immediate impact whatsoever on Fair Oaks. It does not remove the street parking. It does not put in place anything saying the street parking must be removed. It does not change the right of way. It does not create a project. All it does is say that future studies can look at changing the street parking allocation on Fair Oaks. As I said, I believe that the existing policy is out of keeping with our general plan and is an artificial restriction that should be removed. I respectfully urge my colleagues I vote. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion carries 7-0.
Now I'll take a straw poll whether or not people want to continue for the rest of our agenda. No. We need to, at this point, City Attorney, we need a supermajority if we were wanting to continue.
That's correct.
Okay.
5 votes.
Seems like there's a majority that don't want, or I don't think we can, Councilmember Mellinger, you can make the motion and.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we continue the meeting pursuant to council policy 7, that one.
7.3.19.
Is there a second? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That dies for lack of a second. Understanding that you have other things that you'd like to get on, but I think people are starting to fade if they haven't already faded. With that, we will adjourn the meeting at 12:34 a.m. Thank you, everyone, for a long evening. Have a wonderful day. See you.